I will kill the author. Chapter 281 320 Chapter 281 As God wills it. Samael turned around in response to the voice that called out his name and quickly recognized a familiar figure standing there behind him. A smile formed on Samael's lips as he addressed the person. Michael, you're back. The young man named Michael mirrored a genuine smile and excitedly nodded before speaking up. Yes, brother. I came here because I received a distress signal from one of our generals while I was in branch universe number 637. As soon as that happened, I quickly brought my division here to help. Samael nodded back in response. Yeah, I received the same signal and came here on my own to manage the situation. It seems one of this realm's champions obliterated a field army under Kiara's command. Michael smirked. So, you, the demon god himself, came here to assist? Or is it just an excuse for some fun? Please, Samael scoffed. Fighting these so-called champions is barely fun for me anymore. Just like everything else, eternal life, it seems, has become boring. Hey, hold on. Michael squinted his eyes. Don't you even think about dying. If you die, we all die, and I'd prefer to live for a few more billion centuries. Samael chuckled at his brother but soon turned serious. Shaking his head, he said, Rest assured, brother, I won't die before I bring down Heaven's Gate. After all, it is my destiny. While they conversed, something moved and stirred within the rising plumes of smoke in the distance. Suddenly, from behind that wall of smoke, an ethereal violet serpent shot forth toward them at breakneck speed. Unperturbed, both Michael and Samael remained motionless, engaged in their conversation. They had already sensed the approaching presence long before it even appeared, so naturally, they had nothing to worry about. Besides, who in the multiverse would ever try to attack not one but two deities akin to gods in their sane mind? As soon as the serpent reached them, it shifted its form and transformed into a new shape. It took on the form of a captivating young woman with silver hair and amethyst eyes emanating a royal aura. Draped in a white regal dress, her slender yet graceful figure complemented her fair complexion. Along with her full red lips and a sharp, bewitching face, the young woman looked nothing short of a goddess who had descended from the heavens. Kiara, Michael greeted the silver-haired woman. You're alive. And just as useless as always, I see. Kiara rolled her eyes, completely ignoring Michael's remark and turning to Samael. With a bow, she addressed him. The distress signal was from me, Sam. Samael arched his eyebrows up in a subtle sarcastic manner. Really? I never would have guessed. Of course, Samael knew about it already. Kiara and Michael weren't just generals of his demon army. No, they also shared a strong mental connection with him. Samael held dominion over life. Yes, he could manipulate the very concept of life itself. He can create new life, control it, ruthlessly bend living beings to his will, and even extinguish them from the very plane of existence itself. Yes, by erasing their existence, he could make it so that they never existed to begin with. If that wasn't enough already, he could also resurrect them from the dead as many times as he would want. He could also enhance beings, evolve them or even devolve them back to their species origin if he so wished to do so. He had long since shaped Kiara and Michael into a species above humans. He had made them demons much like him. He had also bound them to himself. In essence, now they were like extensions of his own being. They were like his limbs. He did the same to the inhabitants of the universes he had conquered, altering their bodies and minds to align with his desires. The inhabitants of his conquered universes now shared only one purpose: perception, and consciousness are his own. Their free will was snuffed out, but at the cost of their freedom. They received unity. They now live in a world where everyone lives in unison. No wars, no crimes, no injustice. Even though he was just a human once, Samael Gracefell was now more feared and, in some ways, revered than even the gods. Kiara stifled her urge to roll her eyes and continued, "Thank you for coming, by the way." A smug smile played on her enchanting face as she added, "I come bearing gifts." In the very next moment, as if waiting for that cue, another violet ethereal serpent plummeted down from the sky, crashing onto the smoldering ground below. Samael raised an eyebrow, noticing that the serpent had coiled around something, wrapping it. With an excited smile, Kiara commanded the ethereal serpent to unwound. Instantly, a humanoid creature was released from its ensnarement and fell to the ground. It was an alien creature, and it clearly belonged to Idara's species, but this one was notably slender and tall. The humanoid creature's body was gaunt in appearance, with rough green skin and long, grotesque limbs, but this one also possessed an unusual feature, lengthy black hair. Clearly, this alien creature was a female of her species. Samael, with his ability to manipulate biology, had more than one way to know. "Who's this?" Samael inquired, his tone uncaring. The silver-haired girl smirked and said, "Allow me to present the queen of the Kashi race." Samael arched an eyebrow. Kashi was the name of the alien race whose king he had just killed. After a bit of thought, he inquired, "And why have you brought her here?" "Her mate, the king, is dead. I plan to obliterate their planet as well." "Surely, you don't plan to take her as a war prisoner, right?" Kiara shook her head, a sly grin forming on her face. "No, I have no intention of taking her in, but you might. She's a soothsayer," Kiara revealed. As soon as Samael heard that, his eyes widened and he turned to look at the gaunt alien creature with a bit of surprise. Samael had conquered countless universes and destroyed even more, but the number of times he met someone who can foresee the future could be counted on one hand, maybe 9, at most. Yet, there was an oracle right in front him. Oh, what a lucky day it was today. The oracle in the spotlight, however, looked at Samael with seething rage burning in her entirely black eyes. Looking at the female alien, Samael put on a predatory smile and said, "I have a question for you, Oracle." The female alien's glare turned into a murderous stare as she retorted, "My name is Arghh, you demon, and I shall answer none of your questions." Despite her defiance, Samael's smile remained. In a calm tone, he asked, "Is this because I killed your mate? If I resurrect him and leave your world alone, would you answer my question?" Argh's gaze intensified, and she countered, "No, you're lying. No one can resurrect the dead. I sense my connection to Idara has shattered." "You're lying." Samael threw his head back and let out a heartfelt laugh. "You don't know much about me, do you, Oracle? Believe me, I've been killing and reviving people since I was a kid. I can certainly bring him back. Now, will you answer my question?" A conflicted look appeared on Argh's face for a split second, but she quickly clenched her fists and ironed her determination. "No," she declared with firm resolve, "I shall not aid a demon in his pursuit to break Heaven's Gate." Samael sighed deeply, his expression heavy. The fact that she knew about his goal only meant how strong of an oracle Arghh was, but unfortunately for her, Samael had more than one way of breaking someone. Nodding, he approached the gaunt female alien. Arghh attempted to crawl backward, but Samael quickly grasped her head, holding her in place, with one hand on top of her skull and another beneath her chin. He spoke, "Arghh the soothsayer, tell me where I can find what I seek. Where are the Akashic records?" This time, however, Arghh surprisingly didn't resist answering Samael's question. Strangely, she also stopped her attempts to break free from his grip. Her resistance seemed to have waned, as if something within her mind had suddenly changed. She was now ready to completely obey the person who had taken her mate's life. Locking her entirely black eyes onto Samael's, she started speaking. "Your causality is all messed up." Samael's eyes widened. Finally, it was a success. In the past, anyone who tried to peer into his future died for some reason. No matter how many times Samael brought them back from the dead, they all died just all over again. But finally, after all these centuries, Samael came across an oracle capable of glimpsing at his fate. Soon, however, Samael's mind returned back to her words. He asked, "What do you mean? Your fate is entangled in a never-ending mess. I cannot understand how or even why. Observing these threads in such a state puts a strain on my soul." Samael raised an eyebrow. This could be the reason behind why all those previous oracles who dared to look at his fate died. "I think you should take a look at their minds and souls. it seemed, couldn't endure the complexity of his fate. While others might have found this confusing, Samael was not perplexed. He had a pretty good idea why the strings of his fate were in such a state. The heavens, the gods were trying to stop him. They feared him, so they were trying to stop him from reaching heaven's gate. Maybe they just wanted to buy some time to prepare for his inevitable arrival and gather their armies by then. Or maybe they just intended to trap him in the realm of their creation. All of it was useless, however. Samael knew that even fate could be bought if dealt the right price. After all, he had slain so many champions who were fated to kill him. Fate is, and never was, absolute. With a bitter taste in his mouth, he questioned, "And what about my first question, the location of Akashic records?" Brya exhaled deeply. "I can't pinpoint its location, but I see a map of stars within your possession. It can guide you to the cosmic womb. Then tell me, where can I locate this map?" Samael's impatience grew evident. In universe branch number 637, on a planet named Earth. Samael's heart started to race. Earth. A word he believed he'd never hear ever again. He was also from Earth, albeit a different one. Wait, universe number 637? A furrow formed on Samael's brow as he cast a sidelong glance at his brother, Michael. Michael looked at his sire and nodded. "I was there, as I've told you. I was also on its Earth. Apparently, that universe is parallel to our home universe, and yes, their Earth shares the same history as our birth planet, albeit their present is slightly different. I think they were in the year 2024 AD when our army invaded them." After a bit of pause, Michael added, "I crippled their military in the span of a few days. Their Earth also didn't have any superheroes unlike ours, so bending those monkeys to their knees was easy. I was so close to conquering them when I received the distress signal. Since it was the first one I received in centuries, I quickly came here. If I had known it wasn't from you but Kiara, I should have continued on with my mission." Samael waved his hand. "What's done is done. How much time must have passed on that Earth by now?" Time is relative. This theory holds especially true when discussing time across entirely different universes. For Michael, who could bend space to his will, it must have only been a few seconds since he retracted his division army and left that Earth. However, for the inhabitants of that Earth, years could have passed already. About 6 centuries, give or take," Michael replied. "I know it's a lot of time, and since I did leave them a warning that we would return, they must have been preparing for our second invasion." Samael scoffed. "Don't be ridiculous now, my brother. If the humans on that Earth are in any way similar to where we come from, then those individuals must be locked in a power struggle among themselves after you disrupted their system." Michael cocked his head. "Can't argue with that. So what do you want? Should I go back there and retrieve this map of stars for you?" "No," Samael shook his head. "This oracle said that she saw me holding that map, so I suppose it's my destiny to go there myself." Suddenly, as though he remembered something, Samael turned to the oracle and inquired, "I want you to also tell me about the 3 champions that I'll have to face in that realm." The gaunt alien slowly shook her head. "I don't see any champions. A broken bar. They are there, but it seems like their existence is hidden." Samael clenched his teeth. Damned gods and their divine interventions. He shook off his anger and inquired, "Can you tell me anything else?" After a bit of struggle, Brya gritted her teeth and continued, "I hear cries of a fallen angel. A broken bar. I see a phoenix and a dragon fighting, surrounded by nothing but dark, empty, endless void. A broken bar under the blood moon. The sky has turned scarlet, with pillars of white flames devouring the land. A broken bar. Stars being forged into weapons. A broken bar. A solitary divine figure with silver hair and a brilliant golden halo making a final stand against a horde of demons, wielding a 2-headed spear, a swordsman splitting a planet in half, and an archeress piercing the sky with her arrows. A broken bar." The oracle uttered a few more words, but none of it reached Samael's ears. His mind was now fixated on one thing, a figure with silver hair wielding a 2-headed spear. It suddenly felt as though Samael was on the precipice of remembering something very, Very important. A broken bar. A lone figure with silver hair. A broken bar. Final stand. A broken bar. Phoenix. A broken bar. A two-headed spear. A broken bar. Golden halo. A broken bar. A fallen angel. A broken bar. Suddenly, Samael spoke up. Lucas. A broken bar. Morningstar. Michael turned to his brother. I'm sorry, what was that, brother? Who is this Lucas Morningstar? I'm not sure. A broken bar. Samael shook his head, a hint of confusion etched on his face. At that instant, Arghh spoke up. He is one of the warriors you'll have to face in your future. Both of your destinies are deeply intertwined. If you've recalled him now, he likely remembers you too. By time, you both will only start to remember about each other even more. Samael wore an inscrutable expression. After a few seconds, he gazed at Michael and declared, "Gather the generals. Are we planning an invasion? That universe, I mean?" Michael inquired. Samael nodded. He then directed his attention to the silver-haired girl and instructed, "Kiara, you'll be the first to go there. Assess the situation and act as you see fit. Try to locate the 3 champions. We'll try to come as soon as possible." The silver-haired girl nodded and turned to the other man present there. "By the way, how long will it take for you guys to reach there?" After some mental calculations, Michael responded, "By the time you arrive there, it will have been 7 centuries since my invasion. Following that, you'll be on your own for 7 to 8 more years before we arrive." In that time, I could conquer a galaxy," Kiara scoffed. Samael shook his head and pulled back his hands. "Don't do anything foolish, Kiara." As soon as he said that, Samael turned around and started walking away, leaving the oracle behind. Arghh suddenly seemed to regain her composure. A glint of light returned to her all-black eyes as she unsteadily rose to her feet and cried out, what did you do to me?" "A broken bar." Kiara turned around, giving Arghh a brief glance before turning to Samael. "So, what do you want to do with her?" Samael shook his head once more. "Leave her to die here." Oracles were the only individuals that even Samael himself couldn't fully trap in his mind control. Pushing them too far always led to their death. Moreover, Samael had already acquired all the information he needed, so he had no need for Arghh. Suddenly, a rift in the fabric of space tore open in front of the trio. Michael and Kiara entered first, and as Samael was about to follow suit, he looked to his right. In the distance, he spotted a colossal planet around which this dwarf planet orbited. A twisted smirk played on his lips as Samael lifted his arm and casually flicked a finger in the planet's direction. Moments later, the planet disintegrated, a broken bar shattering into pieces. Cracks ripped it apart until it was reduced to fragments adrift in the void of space. "No, a broken bar, no, a broken bar, no, 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 you fiend. The gods will never forgive you, you demon. You shall meet your end one day. Someone will end your tyranny, you demon." With a satisfied grin, Samael heard Arghh cry and curse loudly behind his back, but he continued walking into the rift casually, eventually disappearing from sight. Arghh fell to her knees, tears streaming down her gaunt alien visage and her chest tightening up in pain. It was all over. Her mate was dead, her home destroyed, her people slaughtered, and she remained alive to bear witness to it all. She had once seen all this in one of her nightmares, and now a demon from the depths of hell had made it all come true. Wailing as if it was the end of the world, which it was for her, Arghh sobbed out her pleas for Samael to suffer for his atrocious deeds. She begged the heavens to impart justice on the demon one day. She begged and cried without stopping. After an eternity, when her throat began to burn and her vision grew hazy, she grabbed a shard of smoldering, sharp stone nearby and pressed it against her neck. Before ending her own life by slashing her throat, she uttered just one thing, her voice fading along with her life, and her body collapsing to the ground with a sickening thud. "I know you're watching. A broken bar, please. He broken bar, kill him. Kill that demon. Psychot Deus Vult." End of Volume 1, As God Wills It. With a suffocating gasp, I shot my eyes open and sat back up. I rubbed my bleary eyes and tried looking around through a bottle glass blur. Huffing and puffing, I felt my heart raging like a wild rabid beast, smashing against my chest to the point where even taking a full breath was painful. Gods, could this be a heart attack? Am I seriously having a heart attack? What the actual fuck? No, on second thought, it couldn't be a heart attack. My body was awakened to mana. My physical stats were also good. No way I'd suffer from something so mundane as a heart attack. Gah! But as a low guttural growl of pain escaped through my lips again, I began to doubt my earlier assumption. Fortunately, a medic quickly rushed to my side and started chanting a healing magic spell to relax my violently wrenching cardiac muscles. Slowly, my breathing began to calm down and my heart started to beat a little more rhythmically. Kaz, can a broken bar you hear broken bar me? The world, which had been spinning until now, started to return to normal, and my vision became a lot clearer. I heard someone speaking to me. Although I had to concentrate a little, I was barely able to make sense of what they were saying. A first-year cadet, Lucas, can you hear me? It was the medic who was speaking. I slowly turned to him and gave a tired nod. Even moving a little was tiring. For some reason, it felt as if I had no strength at all. Upon seeing my response, the medic offered a bright smile and nodded back. Okay, that's a good sign. Now listen to me, first-year cadet Lucas. You're currently experiencing a severe case of hyperstress. I'll inform your guardian, Instructor Leo, that you're awake, but until then, please take this. With that, the medic handed me a small jar of white pills and asked me to consume 2 instantly. I did as I was told, and almost immediately, my mind numbed. The headache that I didn't even notice until now subsided and I felt lightheaded. What the heck happened to me? A broken bar, I finally uttered, carefully looking around for the first time. Drips connected to a bag of liquid were attached to my arm, while many machines monitored all my vital signs, a heartbeat, brain pulse, and more. I wore an all-white patient robe, and bedsheets clung to my profusely sweating body. Now awake and calm, I could finally think back on what happened. I used Dawnbreaker and then saw a vision of our broken bar king, a god, sitting on a tall throne, looking down at me. Afterward, I fell unconscious and saw more vivid visions in my dreams. A broken bar, I saw galaxies being ravaged by billions of battle-ready warships. I saw countless suns and stars being extinguished. I saw people of different races slaughtered by invaders. Bloodshed, darkness, and agonized cries all filled the air. But most of all, the vision that scared me the most was that of a giant ebony dragon overshadowing an entire planet like an omen of death and destruction. The dragon opened its maw and let out a sea of incinerating white flames burning entire solar systems, and my vision ended there. Arghh! I let out a frustrated groan and massaged my temples. This nightmare, or whatever it was, felt eerily similar to the recurring nightmares from my past life when I was little. Much like them, this one was vivid and real. The destruction and bloodshed I saw was gut-wrenching, but throughout all that chaos, a single name continued to echo in my thoughts. I think you should take a look at Samuel Grace Feller. Broken bar. Whoa, broken bar, just who was that, and why do I remember that name now? As if something wasn't already wrong with my memories. Now I'm even starting to see visions. Letting out a sigh, I shook my head. Well, I guess it's one more mystery for me to solve then, huh? Just as I was trapped in my train of thought, the sudden screeching sound of the infirmary door opening shook me out of my daze. In came a tall man with fiery red hair tied into a high bun. He looked at me with his ember eyes, full of worry, and shouted, "Lucas, are you okay?" I managed to put on a weak smile and said, "Master, was I cool?" So, apparently, the doctors said that I experienced a crippling case of hyperstress because of blood bliss. Somehow, the crimson mist must have affected my mind, they presumed. I knew it was far from the truth. Of course, after all, I had my Phoenix's embrace on me when I dove into the crimson mist. Even though Phoenix's embrace can't protect me from any mental damage, I knew that the reason for my deteriorated condition was that harrowing vision. Anyway, Leo was way too worried about me. He thought that he worsened my condition by pushing me to battle the High Vampire Commander. He didn't let it show too much, but I sensed he was angry at himself. He promised to never push me that hard again, but I knew he would. After we talked for a bit about this and that, He was called to the Academy Council meeting. They were going to discuss recent events and how to handle the media. They were also going to find the traitor who helped carry out this attack soon. Until that, everyone was asked to stay cautious of everyone else around them. I was now discharged, so I was free to go home, but since I didn't feel like it, I was currently headed for the terrace of this hospital building instead. Arriving on the terrace, I drew in a deep breath of fresh air and looked at the bustling city below. Even after a vampire attack, the streets were full of cadets going about their day. Yes, it was a new day already. Currently, it was 8:46 a.m. Our semester break was supposed to start today, but now it's put on hold for 3 days. We won't have to attend any classes, but no one is allowed to leave Academy City. Even from up here, I could see that some cadets walking down the street were a bit shaken, but none of them were scared. Yes, the vampires somehow managed to attack one of the most secure and powerful cities in the world. Diaresis I circumflex plus minus NDI circumflex plus minus SNI circumflex inverted question mark VI circumflex micro L dot CI circumflex inverted question mark M. Yes, they also managed to seriously injure one of the strongest soldiers stationed here as an instructor. Yes, they killed many cadets and mortally wounded even more. However, in this war-filled world, situations like these were common. It's just that no one dared to touch the global city until now. But now the vampires have crossed even that line. It shows that they are growing desperate for some reason. It shows that they are willing to put their elite squads in danger just to achieve their goal. Yes, this attack was the first, but everyone knew in their hearts that this attack was just one of many to come. Tilda, dressed in a casual black tee and black trousers, I leaned over the edge of the terrace boundary, observing the city below in the morning light, when a sudden bird chirping caught my attention. I looked up, and in an instant, something fell onto my face. It was a bird. It had my head gripped in its largest talons while pecking at me with its beak. Ouch! Hey, Sarah, stop cursing. I managed to grasp Sarah by the end of her neck and pulled her up. By now, she was more than half the length of my arm, and she was unusually heavy even for a bird of her size. Pulling her up was a bit difficult in my current condition, but I managed, despite my efforts to pull her back, though. Sarah persisted in trying to latch onto my head with her huge talons until she finally gave up. I'm sorry I left you alone, but it was dangerous outside, Sarah, and you were sleeping. Tilda, okay, fine, I promise I won't leave you alone like that. Yes, I promise, and I'm fine, just a little exhausted. Don't worry about me, and for the love of God, stop pecking at me. A troubled expression washed over Sarah's pretty little face before she flapped her wings and landed on my shoulders. With a relieved sigh, I gently caressed her hair in a loving way, and she responded by rubbing back her head against my hand. Suddenly, the terrace door swung open again, and a familiar figure strolled in my direction. So, that's your Phoenix? Kai shot me a wide grin. She looks like a broken bar crow. Hearing his words, Sarah attempted to lunge at Kai, but I grabbed her before one of them got killed. I had used a light transformation potion on Sarah, giving her black feathers. It was easy to mistake her for an oversized crow, so I couldn't blame Kai. She's not in her usual form. I rolled my eyes and turned my gaze back to the bustling city below. I see, Kai said, casually walking over to stand beside me. How are you? I heard you collapsed. Please, I scoffed. I was just a little exhausted. Perhaps as a result of my messed up sleep schedule. By the way, good job. Thanks, Kai chuckled. I'm just relieved that no one from NWO was killed. I hummed affirmatively. Well, honestly, I'm surprised that the vampires were stupid enough to split their forces like that. True, Kai agreed. If they had focused solely on either Liz or Nero, they might have managed to eliminate at least one of them. I nodded again, but despite our analysis, we both knew the vampires have no other choice but to split their forces. They were aware that as long as Liz was alive, they had no chance of killing Nero. However, they didn't have time to deal with Liz and then shift their focus to Nero. the Academy's defense system would have activated in 10 minutes, and upon its activation, defense personnel and warbots would have rushed to the scene. If that had happened, it would have spelled doom for the vampires. Splitting their forces and attempting to kill both targets was their only option. Considering we were being attacked within our stronghold or within our homes, we held the upper hand. If not for that advantage, the vampires might have gone all out and eradicated the cadets. I think you should take a look at Sang. As I thought all that, I suddenly recalled something. By the way, I began, how do you manage to move in and out of the city without being noticed at all? Kai smirked. We have someone in NWO who can create teleportation gates. He can only open gates to places he's been before, but his gift is quite useful. We also have a tech genius among us who can mess with Athena's tracking function to conceal our location. Huh? I raised an eyebrow. You've certainly assembled quite a useful group over the years, Kai. I know, right? Kai boasted. I also made sure to keep their trump cards hidden from the government as much as possible. That's a smart move. Pass me the command number. TSK, worth a try. We exchanged glances for a moment before throwing our heads back and bursting into hearty laughter. After a few moments, Kai calmed down and asked, so, Lucas, you know about Leo Kurogami, right? I didn't need to ask him to explain since I already knew what he was talking about. I do, I answered. He's affiliated with Spider, right? Yes, Kai nodded. He will be our enemy in the upcoming scenarios. What will you do then? I shot Kai a cold glare. What are you trying to imply, Wiseman? Kai sighed and looked at the streets below with an unreadable expression on his face. You know what I'm trying to imply. He turned back to face and continued. Can you assure me that when the time comes, you won't let your emotions cloud your judgment? Ha, I knew this conversation was due. Shaking my head, I spoke up. I'm only using Leo Kurogami, learning his skills and techniques. He has so much to offer, and that's all the reason I'm sticking with him. When the time comes, I'll kill him in cold blood. I give you my word, Kai. Kai looked at me with a dubious expression but ultimately nodded, albeit a bit hesitantly. Again, I can't blame him. Even I don't completely believe myself to be callous enough to kill a man I've called master in cold blood. Don't get me wrong, though, if in the future, Leo becomes my enemy, I will have no choice but to eliminate him. However, until then, I will try my best to not let that happen. Yes, at first I said that changing an event as big as War of Union would affect the plot too much, but now I have changed my mind. If I can save my master by taking a bit of risk, I would do it in a heartbeat. I believe you, Kai said. I know you will prioritize the survival of this world over everything else. For a few moments, a still silence grew in the atmosphere with only the ruffling of the morning wind audible. After some awkward silence, Kai spoke up again. Anyway, your plan was a success, more or less. What are you going to do now? I'm thinking of going back to Wolfshire, I replied while scratching the back of my head. My intuition tells me that I will find all my answers there. Kai looked like he wanted to ask more, but in the end, decided against it. Instead, he asked a different question. And what will you do about Nero now? My lips curled up in a wide smile. Oh, I'm glad you asked. I was actually going to talk to him, but don't worry, I will update you soon. Cradling a cup of coffee in his hands, Nero leaned back on the chair and let out a deep sigh. The corner of his eyes was freshly bruised red, a clear indication that he was crying until very recently. Rubbing his nose, Nero looked up and saw a woman lying unconscious on the hospital bed. Her arresting beauty held true even while she was at death's door. Many state-of-the-art medical machines were attached to her to monitor her vitals and provide support if needed. A gaping hole was visible where most of her abdomen should have been. Even in this state, her body was slowly regenerating, trying to restore back to its natural state. It would have been slightly easy if her mana core wasn't destroyed, but since it was, the problem was going to be exacerbated even further. The truth of the matter was, Liz Snyder could die any moment now. Yes, she was the master of soul magic, so as long as her soul remained intact, she could theoretically recover from any wounds. However, Theory and practicality are two very, very different things. She must be in excruciating pain right now, without Mana to aid her and make the process easier. No one could say if Liz was going to be fine, not even the top doctors and medics. The most they could do was stop the bleeding and transfer blood every few hours so that her body could heal on its own without going into a severe anemic shock. Nero gritted her teeth and finished his cup of black coffee in one big gulp, slamming the cup onto the glass top of a nearby side table. Nero clenched his fist, his nails bit into his flesh until his palms were bleeding, but even then he didn't stop. His throat felt heavy and tears filled his eyes to the brim. Barely, he stopped himself from breaking down again. However, no matter how much he tried, Nero could subdue the feelings that were resurfacing in his heart. He was powerless. A broken bar. Even after all these years, nothing changed. He was still the same kid who could only hide in the closet to see his mother getting killed right in front of him. Even after all these years, a broken bar, he was still powerless, too weak to matter. A broken bar, too weak to change anything. Gods, it was as if the world was mocking him right now, utterly ridiculing his efforts to change himself. Even after all these years, the world was still able to take whatever it wanted from him. No, Nero bit his lower lip and stifled a scream. No, the world still hasn't taken anything from him. Gritting his teeth again, Nero got up and walked over to the side of the sole hospital bed situated in the room. Grabbing his master's hand, he talked to her unconscious body. I know you can listen to me, Master. I just want you to remember a broken bar. You promised that you would never abandon me. A broken bar, so broken bar, please don't die. Feeling like he was about to break down again despite his best efforts, Nero rubbed his eyes and turned around to stride out of the hospital room. After coming out in the hallway, Nero leaned back on the cold, hard white marble wall and slammed his head back. Even after all that big talk, a broken bar, even after you promised yourself that you'll never let your loved ones suffer, just look at what happened. He mocked himself, but right then, another voice accompanied his own. And you know what the worst part is? It all happened because of you. Other voice said, pulled out of his self-ridiculing thoughts. A frown etched onto Nero's face as he turned his head around to look at the source of the voice. What, or rather whom he saw, made the frown on his face turn deeper. Walking toward him was a silver-haired youth of tall stature and a lean figure. The youth was dressed in a casual sleeveless black tee and matching slacks. Yes, the fashion choice of his attire was indeed questionable. However, even Nero had to admit that the kind of fetching face that the boy possessed would allow him to pull even being dressed in nothing but leaves. Perched atop the youth's right shoulder was a broken bar, a crow, an oversized black crow. Nero had never seen a crow like that. Was it a mana beast? Did Lucas tame a mana beast recently? Nero didn't know anything regarding that, a broken bar, nor did he care for that now. Currently, his mind was focused on what Lucas had said a few seconds ago. After a bit of thought, Nero opened his mouth to speak. What do you mean? I think you should take a look at. Before he could finish, however, Lucas interjected. By the way, have you tried the coffee that they serve here? I swear to God, I don't like hospital coffee because usually it's burnt, but the one they serve here is actually pretty good. Lucas' voice carried a bit of mirth, but Nero was in no mood for fooling around. Lucas, I asked you right before Nero could finish. Lucas jumped in again. Oh, I forgot to ask. How's Instructor Liz doing? It must be hard for her to always clean your mess. No? Nero stayed silent for a few seconds as if his brain was processing the words he had just heard. After a while, he spoke. What did you just do? But once again, Lucas cut him off. I mean, now that I think about it, didn't your mother also die while trying to hide you? Liz is also on her deathbed because she tried to save you. Oh, yes. I did some research on you, so don't mind me. For a few silent moments, Nero stood there like a statue, dark shadows covering his eyes. In the very next second, however, a dark, crushing aura swept over the hallway and it felt as if a mountain had fallen on Lucas' shoulder. Despite the fact that Nero unleashed the full force of his crippling mana pressure and bloodlust, Lucas didn't even flinch. He stood there unscathed, the smug smile still intact on his sharp visage. The marble walls around them began to screech as if they were about to crack. Right then, before the walls could give in, Lucas spoke up. "Yeah, go ahead, do it." As if Lucas' words shook out him of some berserk state, Nero swiftly retracted his mana pressure. However, his bloodlust was still lethally aimed at the silver-haired youth. "I said," Lucas uttered again, his smile fading and a cold, icy look taking over his face. "Go ahead, do it." His voice echoed in the empty hallway, but Lucas continued. "Summon your gift, cast your chance, don't restrain your anger, and just put me in my place. What's the worst that happened last time you did all that, huh? So go on ahead, do it again." A long, awkward silence settled between the protagonist and the young wolf until Nero finally parted his lips and spoke. "You knew while broken bar you knew something like this was going to happen." His tone was harsh and a bit grating, but Lucas shrugged his killing intent off and replied, "I'd be stupid to not see it coming. I tried to warn you, Nero. I told you, your actions will have consequences, didn't I? I told you that you'll realize this fact soon, didn't I? Unfortunately, it seems to me that you've still failed to grasp the meaning of my words, let alone the consequences that your own actions have followed." Nero calmed down a bit, averted his gaze, and gulped hard before hesitantly speaking in a barely audible tone. "I know a broken bar. I know that the vampires were targeting me. A broken bar. They knew that Master would never have let me die, so they targeted her too." Satisfied a little, Lucas nodded. "Yes, but do you know why they were attacking you?" "I do, but I don't understand." Nero shook his head. "I'm not the first one in the history of Global Academy who has shown threatening talent, so why did they target me?" To be honest, this was a question even Lucas had been wondering about for the past few weeks. Even in the novel, many people showed overwhelming talent and possessed dire gifts that could have threatened the balance between the united army and the vampire forces. Yes, Nero's gift was more devastating than anyone in history. Yes, he had the potential to be a real menace on the battlefield. However, he still had years before becoming the threat that the vampires should be wary of. There would be multiple opportunities to eliminate him in those years, and none of them would be as hard and troublesome as breaching the global city barriers to attack him inside its safe confines. So why were they growing so desperate for him? Lucas could only come to one real reason: a broken bar. The vampires had guessed that Nero was one of the three prophetic heroes of this world. The more time they give him, the closer he'll be to realizing his destiny. And what could possibly be more dangerous for the villains than the hero who has realized his destiny? Of course, despite coming to that conclusion, Lucas couldn't just outright tell Nero about the prophecy. Part of the reason was that he himself doesn't understand the prophecies of the three heroes, and he dare not breach what he doesn't understand. The other part of reason was that Lucas remembered reading a specific rule in Kai's book of prophecy. In it was said something along the lines of never inform the heroes about their fates, a broken bar or something like that. Truth be told, he doesn't remember the exact words. In fact, now he could barely remember what he ate for breakfast. So sighing slightly and shaking his head, Lucas spoke up. "Because they recognize you as a threat far more dangerous than anyone in the history of our world." Nero, taking a brief pause, Lucas continued. "You should have already known this, but your need for victory, Nero, a broken bar, it blinds you. You have no self-control. You are one of the future pillars of this world and not some bastard child of a noble anymore. You are something far greater now. You're a future hero." Nero shifted uncomfortably, but Lucas did not stop speaking. "Now, your actions are going to affect the world. Now, you're not only responsible for yourself alone but also for those around you. Yes, I know that isn't something you asked for and I'm sorry, but you will have to start acting more responsibly because winning is not always worth it, and sometimes, the cost of victory would be too much than you'd be willing to pay." Clenching his fists, Lucas continued, "If you had not prioritized winning during the mock war and kept your gift hidden, then the vampires wouldn't have caught the rumors about you. They wouldn't have attacked, so many cadets wouldn't have died and Liz wouldn't have been injured. Nero, I'll be blunt, people died because you short-sightedly prioritized victory over reason, and this won't be the last time if you don't change soon. Lucas wasn't lying here. In the novel, this wasn't the last time people died because of Nero's obsession with being victorious. By the end of the final war, Nero and Quinn were caught in a bloodied conflict. They were arch-enemies. This one time in the story, Quinn, knowing Nero's need for proving himself better than everyone else, lured him out of a siege fortress by slaughtering thousands of soldiers. Since Nero was the only soldier capable of putting an end to the rampage of perfect necromancer, he decided to heed Quinn's beckoning. Even though the army command ordered Nero against going in to fight Quinn, the protagonist disregarded the commands of the higher-ups and heroically went ahead alone to fight the necromancer. As a result, Nero was led into a trap. Even though he somehow managed to break out of the trap, he was severely weakened as a side effect. As a result of that, he couldn't fight Quinn at his full potential, and several thousands of people were killed as collateral of their battle. If not for Nero disobeying the command issued to him, the army could have come up with a proper strategy and avoided possible traps. But Nero's need to prove himself better than anyone else in the world blinded him, and so many people died as a consequence of his direct actions, and that was one of the many times something like it happened. Lucas, obviously, didn't want such casualties to occur. He wanted to broaden Nero's perspective and made him put duty over his personal feelings. Lucas planned to enter army command in the future. He needed perfect soldiers, not some ticking time bombs. Since he wanted to make full use of Nero as the protagonist of this world, he wanted him to be what he was not in the novel, a broken bar. He wanted him to be at peace with himself and his past. Words alone might not be enough to change one's mindset. Lucas knew that, but that is under normal circumstances. When under stress and emotional turmoil, people are in a vulnerable place. That's the right time to break their mental fortitude and have your words leave an impact on them. People like Nero, who bore deep emotional trauma scars from childhood, tend to have a defensive coping mechanism to protect and keep whatever remaining pieces of sanity intact. For example, in the case of Nero, his mind deludes him by telling him that whatever happened wasn't his fault. He would still blame himself for being weak and unable to protect his loved ones, but he would never regret his actions that led to the situation where his loved ones were put in danger because of him. Because of that, he only focuses on getting stronger instead of confronting his trauma and stabilizing his mental state. Lucas was surprised Nero didn't break by the end of the final war with that kind of flawed mentality. In this reality, however, Lucas didn't want to take any chances. He would rather try to eliminate every problem that might occur in the future now when he could. That's why, today was the day Lucas was going to reshape Nero's mindset. He was ready to take extreme measures, use even harsher words if he needed to. Fortunately, it seemed that Nero was not going to push Lucas that far. After a few seconds of gritting silence, Nero's tightly clenched fists quivered and he spoke. "Yeah, broken bar, I know I act a little selfish sometime as a broken bar. I know that. I understand that, but it's not like I do that willingly. If I don't win a broken bar, if I lose a battle, then what would be the point of all the pain I've suffered until now?" Tears threatened to well up in Nero's eyes, his voice shaking, yet he clung to his resolve and pressed on, saying, "This cruel world, Lucas, a broken bar, it just takes whatever the hell it wants from the weak. What would be the point if I let it strip away everything I fought to change about my own weakness? If I fail here, broken bar, if I fall here, then all the pain I've endured until now would lose its meaning. My pain would become meaningless." A vein on Lucas' forehead twitched violently as he continued listening to Nero. However, strangely irritated by his words, Lucas found himself also feeling a sliver of sympathy for Nero. He understood Nero's twisted reasoning. He read Nero's monologues in the novel, but it was only now that he truly knew the turmoil Nero must be feeling inside. In this new world, for the first time in both his lives, Lucas felt attached to something like never before. At the start of his transmigration, Lucas was lazy, but over time, as he delved into training, he discovered that he liked growing stronger. Seeing his own sweat and labor coming into fruition made him feel a sense of accomplishment. However, after he was defeated by Nero in the final duel of the King's Tournament, Lucas experienced a sentiment he had thought was never going to feel ever. Dejection and defeat swept over him. Although he didn't show it, he sensed as if his hard work had betrayed him. Everything he had poured into his training felt futile in that moment of defeat. It was a crushing feeling. Of course, Lucas' end goal was above merely winning the tournament, which helped him shrug off the weight of defeat. Nero, however, a broken bar. His entire being hinged on being the best. With his unstable mindset, winning is a matter of life or death for him. If he were to feel that crushing feeling of defeat, Lucas was sure that Nero would break. But despite knowing all this, Lucas was irked by Nero's words. Why, he couldn't quite understand it himself. Finally, gritting his teeth, Lucas couldn't hold back any longer and yelled at Nero, "Enough, stop this search for reasons behind your suffering, Nero. Stop seeking validation, you don't need it. You claim the pain and suffering you've endured would lose its meaning? No, you're mistaken. Your entire life, all your experiences, have shaped you into the person you are today. That's all the meaning you need for your pain." Lucas paused briefly, then continued as Nero's clenched fists began to tremble even more, his grip faltering. "Understand this: a victory won't validate your suffering. The worth of your pain is what you decide it to be." Nero's voice, choked with sobs, resounded in a low tone. "But what if who I am is not enough? What if the worth I assign to my past ends up being less than it deserves? None of us will ever be enough, Nero. It's true for both of us. However, despite that, we should always strive for perfection even when we know how fruitless that pursuit is, because when we stop moving forward, we stop living. Know this, Nero, our past pain, however heavy, will be worth it in the end. Trust me." Lucas paused again before speaking once more. "I promise you, Nero, remember my words. A few years from now, you'll look back on this conversation and laugh at how foolish you were." Finally, tears spilled from Nero's eyes as he cried out, "So, should I give up on seeking revenge for my mother's death?" "No," Lucas shook his head. "That's what drives you, but don't let vengeance blind you. Keep sight of what truly matters to the people in your life now. Prioritize their safety above all else, because, as I said, your fate is intertwined with theirs. Just remember that your actions, however small, will affect them too." Nero hiccuped a few times before finally allowing himself to break down. Observing him sobbing, Lucas stepped closer, also feeling emotional for reasons he couldn't quite understand, and lightly tapped the black-haired young man's shoulders. "Find peace, Nero. You've been in pain for too long." After bawling his eyes out for a few long minutes, Nero swiveled and staggered back to sit on a nearby waiting bench. Lucas' words hit too close to home for him. He was already in a distressed state after seeing Liz's condition, and at the back of his mind, he was also feeling guilty for all the cadets who died. He told himself that their blood wasn't on his hands, but somehow he knew that they were. Just as Lucas said, if he hadn't prioritized his victory in the mock war and used his gift, the vampires would never have made him their target. Yes, by that logic, those deaths really were on him. In fact, he was also to blame for Liz's current condition. If Lucas hadn't confronted him, he was probably going to delude himself into believing that he wasn't at fault. Thankfully, the young wolf came to talk to him. With bleary eyes, Nero shot a furtive glance at Lucas, who was standing a few steps away from him, looking back at him with discerning eyes. "Sorry you had to see that," Nero spoke up, taking in a deep breath. Nero never used to break down easily, but lately, it seemed like nothing was going his way. Everything was just awry. His frustration had been building, along with a well of anger that had yet to burst. It was a wonder he hadn't reached his breaking point sooner. Liz's fall was the final nail in the coffin. Had Lucas not confronted him now, Nero was sure that he might have let his rage fester and done something he'd have regretted later, perhaps sabotaging his relationships like he usually does. On second thought, there was another matter Nero needed to apologize to Lucas for. After a brief silence, He hastened to add, and this time, I'm genuinely sorry. You were right before. I failed to understand your perspective and wrongly let out my anger on you. Lucas stayed quiet for a moment before giving a nod. No worries, if you ever feel indebted, just stop me if I'm ever doing anything foolish in the future. Or, you could always keep in mind what an amazing person I am and just serve me for life. Taken aback, Nero gazed at Lucas' self-assured grin, then responded with a slight smile, remarking, before I met you, I thought I had a bit of a narcissistic streak. Now that I've met you, a broken bar, well, let's just say you've set the bar quite high. Lucas threw his head back, bursting into hearty laughter, which eventually subsided as he quipped, yeah, well, I also hate your guts. Nero scoffed before his smile deepened. Gradually, his amused expression evolved into one of genuine gratitude, as he said, still, thank you once again. Lucas waved a dismissive hand. After a short contemplative pause, Nero furrowed his brow and inquired, by the way, where are you going to go now? The first semester was over. That only meant one thing: a vacation was around the corner. In 3 days, the cadets would be allowed to leave the academy city and return to their homes or whatever destination they might see fit to spend their hard-earned holidays. For some people, however, one last task remained incomplete before their vacation. What might that be? One may ask. Well, the winner of the King's Tournament or the next king will choose his royals or the next cadet council. Yes, the president is allowed to pick his or her whole crew. After all, they need to be able to work together for the next 2 to 3 years. Aside from that, 3 people were going to receive honorable medals from one of the representatives of the government for slaying the vampire that attacked Class 1A1 during their trip to Silversrine City. Yes, those 3 cadets were Anastasia Bigod, Lucas Morningstar, and of course, Nero Decroft. Initially, the medal presentation ceremony was going to be held during the King's Tournament. However, due to some delay, it was now being held after the tournament. Whether this delay was a result of his involvement or not, Lucas possibly could not know at this point. However, just thinking about attending a regal award ceremony caused Lucas' head to ache feverishly. However, forcing his mind to stray from that train of thought, Lucas parted his lips to answer the black-haired swordsman. Well, I was thinking about heading back to Wolfshire, the western capital. Nero looked at him for a few seconds before speaking bluntly. But weren't you banished from there? I wasn't banished, Lucas retorted in an offended tone. My father just disowned me unofficially. Officially on paper, I'm still a Morningstar. Even though I don't have any noble titles now, that is still my city, I see. The corner of Nero's lips curled up, but soon his expression crumbled. Lucas knew the reason for his somber mood. Of course, Nero had no home to return to this vacation. Returning to his father's town was out of the question for obvious reasons, and even though he had keys to Liz's mansion, she herself was unconscious. Seeing the lost look on his face, Lucas heaved a deep sigh and uttered, I suggest you go to Shaolin. Nero's brows curled into a frown. Shaolin, you say? Why? They say that those who try to seek out peace often find themselves standing in front of the gates of Shaolin, Lucas said. Before Nero could interject, however, Lucas spoke up again, and then I suggest you go find a petal of ambrosia flower. On second thought, find 2. Why broken bar what? Nero squinted his eyes in downright confusion. Why, Lucas patiently responded, you might not know this, since it's information that nobles gatekeep, but it's said that the petals of ambrosia contain the vitality of 500 springs. Lucas cringed inward at how Xianxia-like that sentence sounded, but it was a direct quote from the novel, so if anything, it's the author's fault. Nero, on the other hand, just grew even more confused. Before he could voice any questions, however, Lucas spoke up to clarify. Generally, the ambrosia flower is used to create a myriad of stuff. Its roots are used to make strong aphrodisiacs, its stems are used to brew anabolic substances, and its nectar is used for making psychoactive drugs. Lucas paused for a brief moment to observe Nero's face. Apparently, He still had no idea where Lucas was going with this. That's to be expected since everything that Lucas listed right now was just common knowledge. However, what he said right after was something new to Nero, and its petals, unlike what you've been told, aren't useless. Petals of ambrosia can be used by alchemists to make healing potions strong enough to regenerate lost limbs and gaping wounds. However, that's not all. A potion brewed from the petal of ambrosia can also heal one's mana core. Instantly, a gleam lit up in Nero's dark pupils, and his eyes widened. His shocked reaction was expected. After all, there are some top-class healers who can help regenerate a person's lost limb. Hell, there are some alchemists who could brew healing potions that could achieve the same result. However, no one, no matter how strong or experienced they are, can ever heal, let alone regenerate a person's mana core. What? Are you serious? Why do I not know about it? Nero shot up in surprise and exclaimed. Lucas shrugged. As I said, nobles don't want the general public to know about it. It's not the only information they gatekeep anyway. But a broken bar, why? Nero questioned. I mean, information like this would benefit everyone, right? Nero, Lucas began. When I told you that the petal of ambrosia contains the essence of 500 springs, I wasn't poetic. It really takes 500 years for one ambrosia flower to bloom. Nero's shoulder slumped and a spark of realization flickered in his eyes. Lucas nodded. Now do you understand, Nero? Ambrosia flowers are a luxury, and what do nobles do? They monopolize and prioritize all luxury for themselves. Of course, Nero gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. So how will I find a single petal of ambrosia then, let alone two? Lucas smiled, the corner of his mouth widening until he was practically grinning. This was it. He threw the bait and the fish took it. Or should he say he gave quest and the player took it? Don't worry, in 3 weeks, a black market auction will be taking place in the eastern continent. One of the items up for auction will be the ambrosia flower, Lucas informed. Nero listened to Lucas' words with intense focus. He wanted to inquire about the source of the fallen angel's information but in the end, held his tongue. Ultimately, he kept on listening intently. However, it was clear that Lucas wanted Nero to head to Shaolin not only because he wanted him to find peace. Nero was absolutely sure about this because Shaolin was located amidst the eastern mountains. Go to Shaolin, assemble a group there. Since Shaolin monks are righteous and there are going to be some questionable items in the auction, it's likely that at least a few of them will agree to raid the auction venue, Lucas said, pausing briefly to catch his breath before resuming. Be vigilant and keep your guard up all the time. Of course, trust no one. When the monks initiate the raid, use the opening to break in and secure the flower for yourself. Some of my people will retrieve the flower from you and craft a healing potion for Liz. In simple words, your quest is to acquire an item from a super shady underground auction and smuggle it. Nero parted his lips several times, only to close them again without speaking. However, as Lucas concluded his explanation, all Nero could manage was a feeble nod. All right. Acknowledging Nero's response, Lucas nodded in return. Good. In that case, I'll go and check up on Amelia and Kent. I guess I'll see you tomorrow at the medal presentation ceremony. Nero's emotions shifted once more at the mention of the upcoming ceremony. Lucas, meanwhile, suddenly remembered something and turned around. By the way, take this. With a swift gesture, Lucas summoned a plain white full-face mask from a red dimensional ring on his finger, handing it to Nero. Nero gave him a questioning look. Lucas' grin widened even further as he explained, it's a mask that can conceal your identity. After examining the mask in his hand for a few moments, Nero came to the realization that the task I had assigned him required him to keep his true identity a secret. Well, that was expected, considering he would be stealing from an underground auction organized by a covered organization and the latter part was still hidden from him. Just to be perfectly clear, this covered organization wasn't Spider, it was a different extremist group that needed to gather funds in the novel to execute their next assault against the government, the ruling family of the Eastern Continent, the Vermeer family. also known as the blacksmiths from heavens, dispatched a few of their troops to raid the underground auction. They asked for the assistance from the disciples of the Shaolin sect. Their hastily assembled makeshift army unit's raid proved successful in the end, and they managed to confiscate all the relics from the underground auction. However, in my eyes, it was all a big waste. Oh, all those precious relics, I'd prefer to have them for myself. Of course, that's not possible, as I won't have the time to travel to the eastern continent during my break. My entire 1.5-month vacation schedule is all fixed and packed. I was going to use the first 2 weeks to visit my hometown. Then, the remaining time was going to be used for training with Master. Yeah, he forced me to put it in my plans. Now, since I can't make the visit to the eastern continent myself, I decided to send a proxy. Yes, if I can't obtain all the precious relics, I could at least secure the most expensive one, couldn't I? Besides, this way I could accomplish 2 tasks. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. By curing Liz, I would be granting Nero a huge favor, and just like that, I could use 1 more petal of ambrosia to curry favor with Ella. After all, Ella's sister should be suffering from a mana backlash, a condition that could only be treated with the ambrosia's petal. Nero glanced at me once he was finished scanning the full face mask and nodded slightly. Okay, got it, but if I may ask, why are you doing this? I raised an eyebrow, paused for a moment, and then responded, I'm simply doing you a favor. When I ask for one in return, just oblige, and we'll call it even. As soon as I said that, I flashed a smile at him and was about to turn to leave when an extremely strange detail caught my attention. My gaze met Nero's, and only now did I realize that his right eye, the one he had lost in battle, was still not healed yet. His right eyelid was tightly shut, and even though the gash running down from his eyebrow to the side of his cheek had sealed into a scar, his eye socket itself still felt hollow. What will happen to your eye now? I inquired, pointing at the right side of his face using my chin. Why isn't it healed yet? I diaresis I circumflex plus minus I circumflex D I circumflex plus minus S I circumflex inverted question mark vol dot C I circumflex inverted question mark MO. The blade that wounded me was coated with some kind of unknown vampire poison. Asta offered to heal it after the battle was over, but I asked her to focus on others. By the time the Academy's medical personnel arrived, it was already too late to save my eye. Nero gently touched his closed right eye before letting out a soft sigh. Since the corrosion had already spread to my optic nerve by then, cauterization had to be performed at the back of my eye socket to prevent the poison from reaching my brain, and so, even the most skilled medics, capable of regenerating limbs, are powerless to assist me now without damaging me more in the process. I see, I replied. So, what's the plan now? I intend to search for other healers who could maybe help me. However, in the meantime, the Academy has decided to provide me with a legendary ranked relic eye. I guess that's a good compensation, don't you think? His words prompted a moment of silence from me. After a long pause, I asked but a single question. Is this legendary ranked relic eye called the Seer of Unknown? I think so, yes, Nero responded with a surprised look. How do you know about it? Never mind, I dismissed with a wave of my hand as I turned around and walked away. It was just a guess. Of course, I was well aware that it wasn't merely a guess. The truth is, even in the novel, Nero lost his right eye at one point, although it did happen much later in the story. I think it was near the early stages of the War of Union. In the story, he lost his eye during a fight with Quinn, who had recently switched sides to aid the vampires. Interestingly enough, during that battle, Liz held off 3 vampire kings who were going to use that opening to flank Nero. Much like the current reality, she suffered grave injuries in the novel as well. Nero had no choice but to retreat to the army base. That marked the start of the bloody conflict between him and Quinn. In any case, the military command granted Nero a relic that the Global Academy had in its possession at the time as replacement for his lost eye. This relic was named Seer of Unknown. Basically, It was an advanced cybernetic eye crafted by a renowned blacksmith and a brilliant engineer. It had the ability to analyze things, whether it was scanning for weak points in an enemy's defense, examining an inanimate object, or scrutinizing another relic itself. The seer of unknown was capable of analyzing practically anything, and as if that weren't enough, it could store user's mana and release it in a form of laser beam or act like a battery and charge the user's depleted mana core in time of need. Arghh, darn it, if I had known that getting an injury on academy grounds could lead to a compensation like that, I might have intentionally sacrificed my eye against one of the vampires too. In fact, I had my sights set on it. I was going to obtain Seer of Unknown for myself somewhere in the late future. Still, it does leave me wondering. Nero ended up receiving the very same relic he got in the novel after suffering a similar ordeal like he did in the story. Is that a broken bar fate? And if it is, what will occur when the story progresses to the point where he should receive the Phoenix's embrace? I think you should take a look at him. Perhaps it's just coincidence and I'm overthinking things. Yeah, that must be it. Caught up in these musings, I sighed and eventually arrived in front of a certain hospital room. Pausing briefly, I mustered my courage and twisted the doorknob, swinging the door open. As soon as I opened the door, my breath got caught in my chest, almost as if my heart had a momentary lapse. There, right in front of me, was a young woman in her late teens. Her skin was as smooth and white as porcelain, with the softness of the most lavish silk. Her vibrant green eyes, reminiscent of a serene forest with sunlight peeking through dense leaves, fluttered slightly and locked onto me, trapping me in a captivative trance. Expressions changed on her alluring face, and her cheekbones shot up in surprise, turning her cheeks a shade of red that revealed her embarrassment. Embarrassed, indeed. Anyone would be embarrassed if caught in such a situation. And what situation was that, one might ask? Well, to be blunt, Amelia Black was currently hanging upside down from the ceiling fan. Her leg had gotten tangled in a bowstring, which somehow ended up entwined with the fan, suspending her in midair. Thankfully, the patient robe that draped around her slender figure was also caught in the string, sparing her any further humiliation. I stood there for a split second, then started to slowly close the door. No, wait, I can explain. Amelia's voice rang out urgently, causing me to pause. Just help me get down from here. I can't pull up and untangle myself. I hesitated and stopped. All right, but I doubt you can explain that. I summoned my spear and used its crimson blade to slice through the bowstring, freeing Amelia's leg. Like a cat or an experienced acrobat, she flipped and landed gracefully on her feet. However, her balance wavered, and she ended up dropping to her knees. I quickly walked to her side, offering support before guiding her to her bed. Clearly, she was still recovering, so her body lacked strength. Are you all right? I inquired as she settled onto the bed with an exhausted huff. And how in the world did that even happen? That damned ceiling fan. It was too slow and too high up. I thought I could adjust its length a bit. I leapt from my bed and hooked my bowstring on the fan's shaft, but somehow my right leg got caught in a string and I found myself hanging like that. I gazed at the girl before me with a deadpan expression. I opened and closed my mouth a few times before finally yelling, "The air conditioner is running. Why would you even need the fan? Are you dumb? So you're telling me you never use a fan when the AC is on? That's not the point. You could have asked for help instead of attempting acrobatics. And by the way, you can't extend a ceiling fan's shaft like that." "Oh, right, my bad. I forgot that you're a noble by blood." "Pardon me, Your Highness, but us common folks like to do our work ourselves instead of ordering others around like servants." "Excuse me, did you injure your head? Seeking help isn't the same as ordering people around. Especially when you're physically weak." "You're physically weak? What?" Amelia was about to yell back and continue our pointless argument, but a low-pained groan escaped her lips as she glanced down at her leg. Her right foot, which was caught in the string earlier, was now bruised, with a faint red line running along its width. "See, you've hurt yourself," I exclaimed, Rising from my chair and summoning a bandage from the dimensional storage of my smart bracelet, kneeling in front of her, I gently took hold of her leg and began wrapping the bandage around it. Amelia arched an eyebrow but made no attempt to stop me. Her cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of red as she averted her gaze. An awkward silence hung in the air, broken by Amelia herself. "So, what brings you here?" she inquired, her gaze still focused on the view outside the window. "I came to check on you," I responded, before hastily adding, "and Kent, I see," she mused. "So, were you worried about you?" But before she could finish her sentence, I interjected, "I'm sorry." No explanation was needed for what I was apologizing for. Actually, there was little need for the apology itself, as both of us held the suspicion that I, Lucas, might have been manipulated by someone else. Yet, that didn't negate the fact that I had hurt her. In the past, I had avoided apologizing to her, convincing myself that I was different from Lucas. Now, however, the line between me, Noah, and Lucas had blurred. At this point, I can't even distinguish between my two personalities. Amelia turned her head sharply to face me, surprise widening her eyes before a tender smile graced her lips. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she whispered, her voice soft and content, "You should be broken bar fool." The lavish grand hall was adorned with opulent tapestries. Shimmering chandeliers made of real diamond hung from the ceiling, casting a warm and resplendent glow throughout. Intricate carvings telling valorous stories of the cadets of the past were engraved with pure gold on the walls, paying homage to the Academy's history. The air was filled with a sense of anticipation. Many esteemed guests and uniform-clad cadets crowded the hall, plates of snacks or glasses of wine in their hands as they socialized. Their excitement was clearly visible. A high stage stood in the front of the hall, flanked by two colossal banners painted with the Academy's emblem. The lectern draped with a rich velvet cloth was placed at the center of the stage. The cadets who were going to receive their awards this evening were standing on the right side at the base of the stage, awaiting the commencement of the ceremony. Of course, I was among them and I was very, very uncomfortable. I don't like formal clothing at all, but guess what? Since I had to attend a formal event, I had to dress accordingly. What a drag! However, even I had to admit that I was looking quite attractive today in such formal clothing. My neatly combed silver hair fell like a cascade of moonlight, a stark contrast to my bright red eyes that seemed to be ablaze. My attire was a unique blend of tradition and modernity, a silver jacket elegantly draped over my shoulders, while I wore a crimson shirt beneath, along with silver pants, a black belt, many luxurious pieces of jewelry around my neck, hands, and clothes, and a sharp face that had only added more to my allure. I looked like a noble out of a fantasy book. Look, I know I could be a little narcissistic sometimes, but it wouldn't be wrong to say that I was the most handsome person in this hall. People, especially ladies, were stealing glances at me from all over the grand hall. Hey, yeah, look at me, mortals, look what true beauty is like. Arghh. Right, Sarah was also with me. She was sitting atop my shoulder, chirping merrily from time to time. Her feathers were black and her fiery aura was hidden. No one could that she was a phoenix. By now, she was the full length of my arm, so having her sit on my shoulder was really tiring. Anyway, standing to my right was the protagonist, Nero, with his ebony hair combed to the side and raven black eyes glistening with determination, was dressed in a tailored suit that exuded both sophistication and confidence. The jet black fabric of his suit embraced his form, contrasting sharply with his pale skin. An elegant silver tie adorned his crisp white shirt. The aura he emanated was one of quiet strength, quite a contrast to the crybaby I remember from yesterday. Standing to my left was Anastasia. Her flowing black hair fell down her back like a river of black silk. She looked exotically splendid in an exquisite gown that shimmered like golden starlight. Her crystal-like golden eyes held an air of mystery and allure, accentuated by the way they caught and reflected the light. The gown's intricate design danced around her figure, giving her a sense of regality and grace. As she moved, the fabric seemed to shift and change, mirroring the enchantment that surrounded her. Just behind me was Amelia. Her dark hair framed her face as she emitted an aura of serenity in her flowing emerald gown that left her right leg exposed up to her knee. Her forest-like green eyes utterly captivated the heart of anyone she looked at. The gown's verdant hue seemed to merge with her very essence. Her presence was calming, almost soothing. On her right was Asta, the elven girl with cerulean hair emanated an ethereal charm in her simple yet captivating attire. Her blue eyes held a sense of wonder. The gown she wore had delicate embroidery that represented the delicate intricacies of her elven heritage, while her radiant smile illuminated the room. To Amelia's left was Grace, with her blonde hair framing her face like a halo. She stood out in her vibrant dress that complemented her fair complexion. Her dark brown eyes sparkled with vitality, yet her alluringly sharp face remained stoic. Hugh was standing at the very back, with his black hair falling over his forehead. He exuded an air of mystery in his impeccably tailored attire. His red eyes held a depth of unknown emotions, hinting at the secrets he carried. The suit's dark hues and clean lines accentuated his enigmatic aura as if it was a reminder that appearances could be deceiving. There should have been more cadets receiving awards. Well, to be precise, only Anastasia, Nero, and I are going to receive medals. The rest will receive honorary badges. For instance, Ella, Elijah, William, and Chase weren't present here. The reason was that Ella was with her father who was still unconscious, while Elijah, William, and Chase couldn't attend the ceremony because they were not in a condition to leave their beds yet. It would take them at least 3 more days to be able to move freely and recover completely. After waiting for a while, the event finally commenced. A hushed silence enveloped the hall. A figure of a tall man with broad shoulders stepped forward, projecting an aura of dignity. I think you should take a look at the man. Was one of the members of the central government. He donned a black suit, his shoulders adorned with several stars. Upon reaching the lectern, he spoke into the mic. I am Count Dikroff. Today we gather here. Broken bar. His voice, resonant and commanding, echoed through the hall as he recounted the heroic tale about how we stopped 2 deadly blood-sucking abominations from breaking out into the streets of Silverine City and massacring countless civilians. The media reporters present here did well to note down every word that left the lips of Count Dikroff. All the cameras were focused on him, and even the lights in the grand hall seemed to shine brighter on him. That level of presence was to be expected. After all, Count Dikroff was one of the 12 cardinal members of the central government. He was above the law, above everyone else. It wouldn't be wrong to say that he was one of the 12 kings of the world, or one of the 12 people who rule everything, even the military. Only one person in this grand hall seemed indifferent to Count Dikroff's presence. It was his own bastard son, Nero Dikroff. I looked over to steal a glance at Nero and him gritting his teeth. It looked as if he was barely holding himself back, his fists clenched and his face red. It would be tough to see the murderer of his own mother, standing right in front of him yet being powerless to do nothing. However, I had nothing to worry about. Yes, Nero had a bad temperament, but I knew that he could control it. I think I've mentioned this before, but in the novel, he barely ever lost his cool and leashed out. He used his rage to mostly drive himself toward his goal, using it as fuel. Anyway, after Count Dikroff was done speaking, several reporters stood up and asked several questions. He answered them all one by one before calling us out to present our awards. At our cue, we stepped onto the stage one by one. Applause erupted from the crowd, a blend of thunderous claps and loud cheers. I didn't get the chance to see the badges, but the medal I received was a splendid masterpiece. It was a shiny golden cross with intricate designs engraved on it, suspended from a red ribbon. As each medal was placed around a recipient's neck and each badge was pinned on the cadet's shoulder, the crowd erupted into resounding applause once again. After receiving my medal, I glanced back and saw Count Dikroff presenting the final medal to Nero Dikroff. In a hushed, almost inaudible tone, Count murmured, "Who'll protect you now?" He tapped Nero's shoulder with a deadly cold look in his eyes, and I could swear I almost saw Nero shudder. However, the protagonist soon clenched his teeth and shot a daggering glare at his biological father. With indignation clearly present in his voice, Nero retorted, "One day, I will look you in the eyes and ask you the same question as you'll choke on your own blood. Wow, talk about family drama. Crook. My train of thought was disrupted when Sarah attempted to peck at my neck with her sharp beak. Ouch, Sarah, you'll slit my throat. Are you trying to kill me? Crook. Ouch. Hey, wait, give me my medal back. Before I could pry her off, she snatched my medal and soared upward toward the ceiling. A soft, melodious giggle reached my ears as Amelia strolled over from my right. Seems like she has a thing for shiny objects. Huh? I furrowed my brows before speaking in a low tone. You do know she's not actually a crow, right? Perhaps phoenixes also have a liking for shiny things. Who knows who are? Ouch. Oh, Sarah, wait, no. Just as Amelia was speaking, Sarah swooped down upon her, seized the badge from her shoulder, and took flight again. Before I could step in to grab her, Sarah hopped from one cadet to another, stealing their medals and badges. Seeing all the rising commotion, I could only hold my head as Amelia gaped in shock. Since Anastasia was dressed in a shiny golden gown, Sarah actually tried to nab the entire thing. Thankfully, she couldn't tear the gown off a broken bar, but what happened next had me thinking about digging a hole in the ground and hiding in it. Sarah headed toward a certain father and son duo who were locked in a face-off, and she landed right on Count Dicroft's face, trying to steal the stars on his shoulder. Everyone in the grand hall covered their mouths as stifled gasps escaped their lips, and all I could do was facepalm in sheer embarrassment. God damn it, Sarah. So, 5 days had passed since the disaster. The award presentation ceremony was concluded without a hitch. Alright, okay, maybe not entirely without a hitch, but hey, at the very least, no one was killed, and somehow, the world didn't end. That counts as something, right? Amelia helped me catch Sarah with her wind magic. Anastasia, Asta, and Nero helped me return the stolen badges, medals, and various other shiny trinkets that Sarah had snatched from the crowd. I had to apologize to Count Dicroft. He merely gave me a cold, indifferent look before concluding the award ceremony with a brief speech and striding away. After the ceremony came to an abrupt end, I had to apologize to everyone else. I swear to the heavens, I bowed so many times that day that my back started to hurt. Some media folks didn't let go of the opportunity to emphasize how unheroic I apparently am, despite the fact that I belong to the Morningstar family. Slowly but surely, I'm beginning to believe that the media isn't exactly fond of me for whatever reason. Well, to be perfectly frank, I do know the reason, and I can't exactly blame them for that. Given my public history, it's very clear that the general public isn't overly fond of me either. If the media were to portray me in a positive light, they'd undoubtedly face a backlash from the masses, and that would not be good for their viewer ratings. That said, not every single person out there downright hates me. After some of my recent accomplishments, especially after my surprising performance at the King's Tournament, I've gained a modicum of support. Believe it or not, there are more than a couple of fan pages bearing my name on a few social media platforms. People have even been creating edits of my battles. So, I guess, it's safe to assume that at the very least, people of my age group aren't entirely averse to me. Anyway, enough about me. I should talk about what happened during these past few days. Let's see. Oh, the Academy managed to catch 3 vampire spies on campus. 2 of them had been posing as janitors, while the last one disguised himself as a construction worker. All of them were trying to escape. Of course, these 3 were the very culprits who had been leaking insider information to Kildrog and his unit. Leo was tasked with extracting information from one of them, and somehow, almost as if he was going on a fishing trip instead of interrogating a blood-sucking abomination, Master asked me to accompany him. He took it upon himself to educate me about how to play with a vampire. Okay, that came out wrong. Maybe I should have just used the word torture. Well, moving right along, after a little bit of grueling torture, the vampire spilled the beans on all he knew. As it turns out, these 3 spies were the only ones dispatched to the Global Academy. But what was their mission? It was to provide assistance to Arghh and his unit by giving him all sorts of information about the Academy. Now, as for why they chose to launch an assault on the Global Academy and risked the obliteration of some of their most elite squads, well, even the spies didn't know about it. Given their lowly status within the military hierarchy, they were basically small pawns following someone else's orders. But here's the thing, they did tell us that this particular attack wouldn't be their last and the vampire forces would dispatch even more squads to the Global Academy. Leo regretted the decision to not capture Arghh alive, but in the end, he proceeded to torture the bloodsucker until the poor vampire was dead. I think you should take a look at. I had to admit that Leo could sometimes be even more callous and cruel than me. There was a point during the vampire's torture when even I felt a twinge of sympathy, or perhaps it was revulsion. I can't quite remember. What I do remember is that all of it was disgusting. I highly doubt I'll ever have to torture someone, but if circumstances forced me to, I believe I'd do a good job. Well, enough about torture. After the vampire spies were captured, the Academy allowed the cadets to leave the confines of Global City. Over the past 2 days, Global City turned into a ghost town. Once vibrant streets lay deserted, shops mostly shuttered, and an eerie silence pervaded the Academy halls. Most cadets had already left the city. Of course, a handful of cadets, including Grace, Kai, Alberto, and the rest of Kai's group, as well as myself, stayed behind for our assigned punishment, and that punishment was enduring several hellish training drills, closely supervised by Instructor Matterhorn, our combat arts teacher. 2 days passed like that, and much to my surprise, I managed to stay alive. I somehow endured the torturous ordeal that our borderline insane instructor called training. To be honest, I was beginning to miss Leo's training sessions. After all, at least he gave me rewards for enduring his training. Anyhow, for better or worse, I managed to survive and completed my punishment by the end of the 2nd day. Kai and his clique had a few more days of punishment ahead, but finally, I was free to depart the city. After discussing a few matters with Kai, I packed my stuff and was ready to leave the city. Well, kind of. Technically, there was one final task I had to do before leaving. Right now, I was standing in front of 2 rather peculiar individuals in the guest room of Kai's apartment. One was a young man with raven hair cascading around his neck, his deep black eyes appraising the girl beside him. I diaresis I circumflex plus minus I circumflex D I circumflex plus minus S I circumflex inverted question mark vol dot C I circumflex inverted question mark. And the young blonde woman next to him was alluringly beautiful, her bewitching face capable of enslaving the hearts of countless men with a single glance. Yet, the tall young man only looked at her with nothing but disinterest, while the blonde continued to glare daggers at me. The 2 of them looked almost comical standing side by side. Releasing a soft sigh, I stopped avoiding Grace's gaze and addressed the duo. "Welcome, you two. Given that you've both been here before, feel at home and take a seat, please." Quinn complied, slumping onto a nearby sofa with his legs crossed, while Grace remained standing, arms crossed. Observing her, I couldn't help but sigh once more. After a brief moment, Grace finally broke her silence. "Why did you call me here?" Her voice dripped with coldness. "What schemes are you plotting now?" Beneath her cold exterior, I sensed that the hostility in her tone had gone down a little, if not at all. Drawing a deep breath, I sank into a sofa myself, crossed my legs, interlocked my fingers, and tilted my head slightly. Clearing my throat, I began. "I wanted to have a conversation with both of you about your futures." Grace shot me another glare, her expression tense, but she remained silent. Quinn, on the other hand, seemed a bit confused. Feeling the need to clarify, I spoke up. "You both may already be aware that I've been wanting to recruit the 2 of you for quite some time." I shifted my gaze to Quinn. He gave a slight, hesitant nod, prompting me to continue with a sigh. "Quinn, you're already on board to work with me. However, I did push you into this role without giving you a choice." Quinn fidgeted on the sofa, seemingly showing a hint of discomfort as he sensed where I was heading with this topic. Adjusting my posture too, I leaned forward slightly. But I'm willing to do that now. I'm offering you a choice right here. You can either work with me, or you're free to leave right now. If you do decide to walk out right now, I will leave you alone and there won't be any repercussions. The decision is yours. Quinn met my gaze for a moment, his expression furrowed. You mean, I interjected. Yes, I won't expose your secret. As soon as I mentioned a secret, Grace's ears perked up, but I paid it no mind and allowed Quinn to continue. After a bit of thought, Quinn opened his mouth to speak. I was thrown into the battlefield as a child by my own father. I've witnessed enough war and bloodshed for several lifetimes. I've seen things that no one should ever be put through. Quinn lifted his head, locking eyes with me. His gaze contained hidden traces of contempt, but it was not directed at me or anyone else in the room. The contempt in his eyes was directed at this messed up world. For some reason, I thought that in a sense, I guess, Nero and Quinn are very similar. After a brief silence, he inquired, "You once gave me your word that you'll end this war and bring peace. Tell me, are you still going to stay true to your promise?" In a heartbeat, I responded firmly, "Yes, I won't ever go back on my word." "In that case, the decision is clear for me." Quinn leaned back on the sofa, half of his face obscured by the shadows. The room seemed to grow darker as he spoke further. "As long as you remain true to your word as you claim, I will be your shadow. I'll support whatever actions you take, as long as they're in pursuit of ending the war and bringing peace." Suppressing a smug smile from appearing on my face, I nodded and settled back onto the couch myself. My attention shifted to the striking blonde figure standing right next to Quinn, her arms crossed over her chest. "And what about you, Grace? Before the start of the King's tournament, I warned you to pick your side carefully. Given what happened the last time you fought me, I doubt you needed much time to decide, but now, you must. So, have you thought about my proposal?" Grace narrowed her eyes at me, her fists clenched. After a moment of thought, she uttered, "I have." Before she could respond, I took the opportunity to speak again. "Before you tell me about your decision, no there's a broken bar. I can grant you whatever you want. If a secure position within the army is your wish, it's yours," I offered, my arm extended toward her as if I were offering her the world. Right then, I extended my other arm too, my palm closing into a fist. Locking eyes with her, I declared, "However, will that truly be enough for you? No matter what your rank or position is, you will never truly be safe." "Why?" you might ask. "Because safety comes from individual strength. Connections can only keep you safe for so long, but without personal strength, you'll always remain weak and vulnerable. There's no middle ground. So, if strength is your true desire, I can bestow upon you an unimaginable amount of it. I think you should take a look at." Grace held her silence for a few minutes, presumably mulling over my words. In her mind, she must have thought all of this over already. The past months had undoubtedly been rough for her. First, Kai had pushed her to her limits. Then, I arrived and messed up her plans. And then, even her friendship with her closest friend was ruined. Okay, I was to blame for the last part, but that's not the point. What was the cause of all this? Why did she suffer so much? Why else? She lacked conviction. All this time, she wanted safety, not strength. However, that's impossible. Without strength, safety is unattainable, and without diving into danger headfirst, you can't achieve strength. It's a paradox, really, but it's a paradox that she must face. She already knew that being someone else's pawn in their grand scheme of things would never guarantee her own safety. Kai must have already made her see that point pretty clearly. That's why I offered her something in return, something that she couldn't ever hope of achieving alone. Finally, after an unusually long moment of stressful silence, Grace spoke up. "What's your end goal here? Oh, and please spare me the crap about saving the world. I know you're not that kind of person. What game are you playing, and what role do I play in your schemes?" A soft smile formed on my lips before I began to answer her paranoid queries. "There's no game and no role for you to play, Grace. As for my end goal, a broken bar, I just want to survive. In a few years, Our world will be plunged into unimaginable chaos. The balance between our army and the vampire forces will be tipped. Callus won't remain a threat, but something far more dangerous will emerge. After a brief pause, I continued, I can't survive that chaos alone, and nor can anyone else. To counter that dreadful future, I want to assemble an elite unit that follows my direct commands. I won't force you to put your life on the line for my goals, I give you my word on that, but should you choose to place yourself in danger for my cause, I will reward you generously. Letting out a short sigh, I paused for a second, gathering my thoughts before resuming. You have a knack for politics and vile schemings. It will be a valuable asset in the future. Not only that, but you also have the potential to become one of the most formidable warriors of our generation. But you already know all this, right? Let me cut to the chase then. For the final time, Grace, what do you choose? Security or strength? I didn't ask for her opinion on joining me, since her previous question had already hinted at her decision. Yes, she had already made up her mind, and a few minutes later, I was proven right. Grace was lost in her thoughts for some time, an unreadable emotion present on her face. Eventually, she broke the silence. Yeah, Broken Bar, don't want to lose anymore. I want to grow much, much stronger than what I am currently capable of. A grin tugged at my lips the instant her answer reached my ears. A brief chuckle escaped me as I responded, very well, then, welcome aboard. After I was done discussing some matters with Quinn and Grace, I decided that it was finally time. I was about to leave the global city. It felt kind of strange. It's been a Broken Bar 6 or 7 months since I transmigrated. It already felt like I'd been in this city for a lifetime. Out of nowhere, I was thrown into this world and I slowly began to call this city my home. Now, it felt strange leaving it. Well, it's like I was leaving for the first time. I left the city before, for our trip to Silverine City, but that and this were two different things. This time, I was leaving for a long time, roughly around 2 months. The first time I witnessed this city out of the pages of the novel in reality was the day I was struck with a feeling very similar to déjà vu, and now, when I was about to leave, I was feeling that very same sense of déjà vu again. Wait, what am I getting emotional for? Right, if I was like this for leaving the city for only a few months, then what the hell would I do when it'd be time to leave for the army? Get it together. I slapped my cheeks and let out a hard breath. You're a grown-up, damn it. Yes, I shouldn't forget that despite the fact that I was in a teenager's body, and my two personalities were starting to blue, I was still a grown-up. In fact, that's the reason why I didn't try to hook up with any of the girls I checked out with Kent during several of our bar trips. And speaking of Kent, a Broken Bar, you're here. As soon as I stepped out of the cab being driven by a robot driver, Kent was the very first person I saw waiting for me at the entrance of the building on which the teleportation gate was situated. As soon as he saw me, Kent joyously waved his hand with an infectious smile on his handsome elven face. Upon seeing him, I flashed him a warm smile and waved back. Hey, Kent, you're all better now, I see. Kent walked up to me, wrapped an arm around my shoulder and led me to the lift before smiling even more brightly. Yes, he said. I never felt better actually. That's good, I nodded. So, where are you going now? The last time I met Kent was the day I checked up on him and Amelia. We talked for a long time, catching up, amidst all the madness of Kai's real identity and NWO and preparation for the vampire attack. I had very little time to spend with Kent, so, that day, in his hospital room, we talked for hours. And a Broken Bar, that's the day I realized how much I liked talking to this elven boy. Maybe a Broken Bar I had made a real friend. Anyway, I told him that I was going to visit Wolfshire, but I forgot to ask him where he was going to go. Oh, I'm going to the southern continent. I heard the gals there are wild. The food is also good, and I thought about training in the Southern Edge sect for a while. I nodded. Yeah, the food there is good. I went there with my master and wait for a damn second, a Broken Bar, did you say training? Who the hell are you and what have you done to my friend? I let out a dramatic gasp and Kent shot me a deadpan glare in return. "You're acting like I never train." "You do?" I raised an eyebrow. "I do," Kent exclaimed. "I'm just not a gym maniac like you. I train modestly a broken bar like an hour or two a day, that's it. I'm not a gym maniac." I frowned. "Right," Kent sarcastically scoffed. "Every time I ask you to accompany me, you're either training or recovering from your training. A broken bar, well, damn, maybe I really am a gym maniac. Well, it's not my fault. I lose the flow of time when I'm training." Clearing my throat, I was about to retort, but before I could do that, the door of the lift opened and we saw a couple of cadets standing in front of the teleportation gate. "Oh, I didn't know Nero and Anastasia were still here," Kent mused curiously. Right, in front of us were Nero, Amelia, Anastasia, Chase, Asta, and William. I knew the reason why Asta and William were still here. They were elves and they received the most damage from blood bliss, so they recovered very recently, just like Kent. Nero might have been waiting for Anastasia and Chase was the same. Bunch of simps, I say, bunch of simps. As for why Amelia was still here, I actually had no idea. In fact, the last time I met her was during the medal presentation ceremony. After that, I was busy enough going through my punishment that I had no time or energy to keep track of others. Amelia was the first to notice us. She waved at us and we both walked over to the group. Nero gave us both a short nod. Asta and William also greeted us and shot furtive glances at me for whatever reason. Chasey Broken Bar merely averted his gaze in an attempt to ignore my presence. "Lucas, you were also in the city?" Anastasia was the one who asked that question with a curious smile. Yes," I nodded. "I had to participate in training drills conducted by Instructor Matterhorn. Don't worry, I survived, as you can see." Anastasia let out a soft giggle and I looked around and asked, "So, where are you guys headed?" Nero was quick to answer. "I asked Anastasia to come with me to Shaolin. Chase is also coming along with us," he said. "Actually, my home is in the Eastern Continent, so I was already headed there." After Nero told me he was going to Shaolin, I decided to accompany him. Anastasia chipped in. "I'll be going home," William sighed, "to the Southern Continent." "Oh, maybe we can travel together." Kent turned to William with a pleasantly surprised look. "Huh, sure thing," William nodded. "Asta, what about you? Where are you going?" Amelia also shifted her focus on the blue-haired elven girl and asked, "Are you coming home?" Scratching my chin, I nodded inwardly. Right, Asta's home should also be in the Western Continent. Asta, however, shook her head and spoke in a meek tone. "No, I think I'll go to the southern edge to train. These past 6 months have made me realize how lacking my offensive prowess is, so I want to get stronger." I couldn't help but arch an eyebrow after hearing Asta's words. For some reason, I felt happy. The second volume of the novel was about to start. Compared to the first volume, the second one wasn't that long. In fact, it wasn't even that perilous, but that's only because it was all a setup for the third volume. A shiver ran down my spine as I thought about it. The third volume, A Broken Bar, it's where things start to get dark and hopeless. The third volume was the beginning of an end. Asta was not a major character until the second volume. She was weak and meek during most of the first volume. However, she played a major role in the third volume. It was the same with William and Elijah. All three of these characters got some major development in the third volume, and it won't be wrong to say that a few major plot points were related to them. So naturally, I was happy to know that they were going to strive for strength, because the more strong they get, the easier it would be for you, so specifically, Mia, to resolve the chaos in the third volume. Yeah, get strong, you'll broken bar, get as strong as you can, because God knows, or rather, I know how dreadful the future ahead is. As I was lost in my thoughts, I soon heard a soft, almost soothing voice reach my ears. "Lucas, you are smiling creepily again." I turned to look at Amelia, who was standing beside me, and arched my eyebrows. "I think you meant to say, charmingly." "No, I'm pretty sure I meant creepily, TSK." After some minutes, The faculty member at the teleportation gate reviewed our IDs and granted us permission to leave the city. Nero, Anastasia, and Chase were the first ones to step into the gate frame and vanish. William, Astor, and Kent followed the suit. That left only Amelia and I, while the faculty member was setting up the gate to teleport us to the western continent. I shifted my gaze to Amelia. As I glanced over, I saw an alluring black-haired girl toying with her long, silky locks. Her bright green eyes, reminiscent of a sunlit forest where rays filtered through the dense canopy of leaves, fluttered around aimlessly, holding a curious gaze. She was dressed in an elegant, flowing dress that seemed to sway with the gentle breeze. Noticing my gaze, she turned to me and wiggled her eyebrows. I lingered for a few seconds before speaking. "So I didn't ask this before, but why are you still here?" Amelia arched an eyebrow and playfully uttered, "Oh, I'm sorry for subjecting the Great Your Highness to look at my lowly self." I resisted an urge to roll my eyes and spoke through gritted teeth with a forced smile on my face. "I meant, why didn't you leave yet?" Amelia was probably going to continue her joke but stopped upon seeing my irritation and shrunk her smile. After a bit of thought, she said, "I actually waited for you. I had something to ask you and I'd prefer asking you directly than over text." I knew it. I knew exactly what question Amelia was going to ask. To be honest, I knew she was smart, so she must have connected the dots on her own given all the time she had in the hospital. In fact, she must have already had a suspicion when I went to meet her at the hospital. Back then, however, I apologized to her so she never had a chance to bring up this topic. After that, during the medal presentation ceremony, the chaos caused by Sarah once again didn't give Amelia a chance to raise her question. Of course, it was only a matter of time before I had nowhere to run. Now that we were all alone, I couldn't avoid her queries, and to my dismay, after a bit of thought, Amelia posed the very same question that I had doubted she would ask. "Lucas, how did you manage to know about the vampire attack beforehand both times?" Damn it, always being correct is more of a curse than a boon. I say, a curse. In a last-ditch effort, I tried to feign ignorance and furrowed my brows. "I don't understand, Amelia, what do you mean?" Amelia gave me a disappointed glance and remarked, "You're better than that, you know. Yeah, I could have at least lied more efficiently. What happens to my deception skills when I need them?" Before I could plunge myself into the depths of self-deprecation, Amelia continued speaking. "At the ballroom back in Silversrine, you requested a dance with me. Although I didn't think of it much back then, you subtly pulled me away from the spot where the vampires were going to attack. I wanted to palm my face and find a place to hide, all the while barely refraining from leaping off this very building. Meanwhile," Amelia continued, completely oblivious to my internal turmoil, "and then, after the King's tournament, you once again stopped me from getting closer to Nero, who happened to be close to the vampires hiding in the shadows. No one knew about their presence, not even the Academy's defense personnel. So, how did you know about them?" Before I could even think about lying my way out of this precarious situation, Amelia stopped me. "Oh, and please don't lie because I will believe you. If you don't want to tell me, that's fine," she said, giving me a serious look. I studied her for a few seconds as the gentle breeze ruffled her flowing black hair. The hem of her dress danced in the air while her bright green eyes peered into mine. I took a deep breath to calm my pounding heart and let out a sigh. After a long moment of silence, I finally parted my lips and murmured, "I won't lie. I promise you of that, but I also can't tell you. It's not that I'm unwilling, I simply can't." As I said, I wasn't lying. I was not against telling the truth about this world and my true identity, yet, for some reason, my instincts bellowed at me, urging me to remain silent. And besides, Amelia was very close to Anastasia and Nero in the novel. Even in this reality, she was their close friend. While I somewhat genuinely trusted her, I would never trust her enough to not share something I intended to keep hidden from Nero. Yes, I must not forget how intimately close Amelia and Nero were in the novel. They were romantically involved, after all. Arghh, It's frustrating. A broken bar. Just remembering that fact leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. Damned protagonists and their harems. Whatever. Shaking my head, I cleared my thoughts and fixed an unwavering gaze on Amelia, feeling agitated for some reason. So, I'd appreciate it if you didn't pry further into this matter. Got it? Amelia waited for a moment before weakly nodding her head. Arghh, did I sound rude? It wasn't my intention. Scratching the back of my head, I asked, by the way, I was thinking, will you travel with me? Amelia's mood lifted at the question, and a smile lit her lovely face. She replied with a playfully mocking tone, sure, why not? After all, it's not like your highness can navigate a city without a guide. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? I frowned. Amelia averted her gaze and teased, your highness managed to lose their way even on a straight street. I blinked in surprise before retorting, it only happened once. Our back and forth exchange was only interrupted when the faculty member completed setting up the teleportation gate. We were handed a metal token and access codes to unlock the Academy's AI, Athena. Amelia stepped into the teleportation gate ahead of me, and I followed closely, excitedly muttering under my breath, hey, finally, I can interact with a real AI. Grinning, I rolled my tongue, put 2 fingers in my mouth and let out a sharp whistle. Soon, a big black feathered bird swooped down from the sky and landed gently on my shoulder. All right, I had 2 tasks at hand. Firstly, I had to unravel the mystery of my fractured memories and uncover the truth of what really happened before Lucas' personality changed, and secondly, I had to find any leads related to the prophecies. Let's go, Sarah, it's time to uncover some mysteries. Tilda, I found myself standing amidst the captivating streets of a big metropolitan city. They call it a city where old stories and new adventures dance together. The reason for that saying is Wolfshire was one of the very first cities that was established after the Dark Ages when all the continents merged together, giving birth to chaos. Wolfshire was a symbol of hope back then as it offered law and protection from the never-ending dangers and carnage of the Dark Ages. In fact, even now it was a city of reverence. Of course, the reason for most of the city's fame wasn't its rich history but the fact that one of the 4 ruling houses had its seat of power here. The overlords of the western continent are broken bar the family of Heroes are broken bar the pack of Wolves are broken bar the Morningstar house. With a curious gaze, I looked around and saw tall, shiny buildings stretched toward the sky, their mirrored surfaces reflecting sunlight in playful patterns. Neon signs and bright billboards painted the scene with lively colors, turning the sidewalks into a vibrant canvas. Beneath my foot, I saw roads paved with cobblestone instead of cement or concrete. The cobbled paths whispered stories of times long gone, adding a touch of history to the futuristic city before me. Delicious smells from various cuisines hung in the air, tempting anyone passing by to stop and taste the world. Cozy Cafe copyright S lined the streets, inviting people to sit, chat, and watch the world go by. Looking up, I saw buildings adorned with hanging gardens. Nature's touch in the midst of urban life, parks nestled between the tall structures, offering green oases for people to relax and find some much-needed peace of mind. Amid the city's hustle and bustle, people of all races hurried about, from elegant elves to short-statured dwarves and mundane humans. But what really caught my attention was the way large flags were flowing in the breeze atop each building, an emblem showing a wolf howling with a rising sun in the backdrop embroidered on the flags. It was as if the whole city was united by the single fact that they were under the protection of the same overlord. A sigh escaped my lips as I continued to look around. It felt like I had been here before, like I had seen all this before. However, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't remember anything related to this city. Yes, my mind was drawing in blank. I couldn't access Lucas' memories of this city no matter what. The memories were there, I could feel it, I just couldn't recall it. It was as if they were locked. I could still remember some streets and places that Lucas used to often when he was young, but nothing else. It was a weird feeling. However, one thing was certain, I was going to find a clue about my fractured memories here. I could just feel it. This city a broken bar, it was hiding something from me. My instincts were yelling at me, telling me that I would find at least some of my answers here. Let's see what you were hiding, Lucas a broken bar. I let out a soft breath and clenched my fists. Right then, an irritated voice reached my ears. Lucas, are you talking to yourself again? I swear to God, it doesn't make you look cool and mysterious, you just look creepy. Gritting my teeth, I turned around and shot a glare at the black-haired girl who stood a few steps away, spouting nonsense. What's the use of my disguise if you're going to shout my name for the whole city to hear? I'm sorry, is that lame outfit supposed to be a disguise? Excuse me, you're excused. What? Just to clarify, my outfit wasn't lame at all. I could never wear a lame outfit. In fact, I could even make wearing nothing but leaves look exquisite. Amelia just had no fashion sense. For reference, I was wearing an open red shirt with a plain white tee underneath and black jeans to go with it all, a broken bar and a pair of fake mustache glasses. Okay, maybe that last part was an overkill. Okay, maybe my outfit really did look stupid with the addition of those glasses, but hey, I couldn't help it. I had no choice but to go overboard. Since I gave my mask to Nero, I didn't have any other means of concealing my identity. Everyone knew me in this city, and as I had mentioned before, my reputation among the masses wasn't exactly good. Not many beings in this world could actually hurt me unless I let them, but I wouldn't exactly want people to throw rocks at me wherever I go, right? Anyhow, now that you're back here, do you remember anything? Amelia inquired curiously as I walked up to her. I shook my head. Nope, not a thing. To be honest, I can't remember much about the city itself. I see, Amelia sighed, a tinge of disappointment in her voice. I suspected it wouldn't be this simple. After a moment of thought, she posed another question. So, do you want to head over to Sector 13 or to a different area? I furrowed my brow slightly. Why, what's special about Sector 13? Amelia raised an eyebrow. Oh, dear, it's worse than I thought, Lucas. The Wolf's Den is situated in the heart of Wolfshire, which is Sector 13. I scratched the back of my head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Right. The Wolf's Den is the title given to the Morningstar family mansion. It should be located in the center of Wolfshire. I scratched my chin, thinking for a few extended moments. Looking up at the sky, I noticed the sun was nearing the horizon. I checked my watch and noted that it was 5:45 p.m. Now, there should be around an hour left until sunset. Yes, that should be plenty of time. With an approving nod, I replied, no, I'd like to go elsewhere first. Amelia, are you familiar with a Cafe Tilde copyright named Hideout? Amelia blinked a couple of times and then shrugged. I'm not, but, Lucas a broken bar, there are a number of cafes around here. I shook my head. No, any other place just won't do. A frown appeared on the black-haired archeress' face as she asked, why, do they offer something special? Not usually, they don't. A grin sparked up on my face as I added, but tonight, we might just meet a vampire there. In the novel, Nero didn't head to the eastern continent. Instead of going to Shaolin, he went to the City of Wolves. That's right, he visited Wolfshire. For what reason, one might ask? Well, his master asked him to buy a relic which was in possession of one of the noble families here, but that is not the important part. The thing is, during his trip, Nero stopped by an opulent cafe nearby. The cafe was close to his hotel room, so he decided to enjoy a lavish dinner there before returning. Unfortunately, that evening was ruined for him when Nero spotted a suspicious lady posing to be a customer in the cafe. Soon, he realized everyone in the cafe was acting a little strange. A broken bar, all of them were a bit erratic. Everyone seemed a broken bar lifeless. Before long, Nero himself began to feel a bit odd. It didn't take him long to understand that someone was trying to bewitch him. He was falling under a mind hex. Luckily, with some luck and thick plot armor, Nero deduced that the suspicious lady was the cause of it all. She was a vampire trying to control his mind. She was the reason everyone here felt a bit weird. Nero quickly summoned one of his divine swords. Using it, He defeated the vampire but not before she managed to kill some entranced customers. After the incident, the military police conducted a thorough investigation. Soon, they discovered the vampire was a former spy for the vampire forces. Apparently, she cut ties with the vampire forces on her own when she fell in love with the owner of that cafe, eventually marrying him. A bizarre yet cliché-diarrhea spy romance story, if you ask me. Anyway, the owner was hiding her and they were using the customers as a source of her food. Her speciality was casting mind hex and putting all visitors under her mind control spell. All the customers forgot about being fed on by a vampire after leaving the cafe but felt compelled to return the next day. They became regulars there, a steady food supply for the vampire. Of course, in the end, things didn't end well for them. The owner was arrested for treason, and Nero killed the vampire. However, that is still not the important part. You see, that vampire didn't cast mind hex using her own magic. In truth, she used a relic that allowed her to trap her enemies in deliberately crafted illusions. She used it to peer into her victims' minds, trapping them in harrowing nightmares or even delightful dreams. That relic, a broken bar, I want it, I need it. It was actually the very first relic I planned to obtain when I found myself thrown into this world. I thought of it even before I thought about acquiring Phoenix's embrace. Of course, back then, there was one tiny problem. Back then, I was already in the Global Academy and I couldn't leave the global city on my own accord, which meant I didn't have an opportunity to take the relic. I didn't have a choice but to sit and wait patiently, but not anymore. The time for me to get my hands on that relic was finally upon me. Lucas, can you please stop smiling like that? A broken bar, it's creepy. Shut up. Shaking my head at Amelia's remark, I looked at my smart bracelet and followed the virtual map laid out before me. Right when we were about to miss a turn, a calm, feminine voice resounded from my smart bracelet and reached my ears. "Sir, you missed a turn, take that right, please." It was Athena, the Academy AI that had been unlocked in our smart bracelets. "Oh," I exclaimed, a bit startled, and took a step back before turning around the corner. "How can you, arguably the smartest person I've ever met, be so terrible at reading maps?" Amelia frowned. "Hey," I grinned, "yeah, that's right, I am smart. You're missing the point." She let out a sigh before giving me a sidelong glance. A bit uncomfortable, I rolled my eyes and asked, "What is it this time?" Amelia lingered for a few seconds before opening her mouth. "Yeah, broken bar." "I know," I agreed that I won't pry, "but how do you know that we'll encounter a vampire where we are headed?" I heaved a deep sigh before finally replying to her, "Amelia, I can't tell you how, but I have knowledge about some future events. My knowledge is not absolute, it isn't even complete, but I'm certain that we will find a vampire at Hideout Cafe." Instead of showing surprise or shock, the black-haired girl merely continued walking next to me with a lost look on her face. "By your lack of reaction, can I assume that you already know I possess future knowledge?" I asked. "I thought it could be possible," Amelia answered with a frown. "I still don't know why or how, though." A smile formed on my lips upon hearing her answer. "Good," I nodded. "As I've told you before, a good strategist is the one who considers every possibility. We are humans. We can't possibly predict every outcome, but at least we can try." After a bit of thought, I added, "Of course, the easiest way is always to manipulate the situation in a way where the odds fall in your favor. I don't understand." Amelia shot me a confused look. "How is manipulating the odds easier than predicting an outcome?" I laughed. "Don't worry, you will come to understand what I mean one day." Suddenly, I remembered something. I turned to her and asked, "By the way, is it all right for you to not go home? You must have told your father about your return, right? Wouldn't he be worried?" "It's fine," Amelia waved her hand dismissively. "My father isn't in the city, so I was going to be home alone anyway." I see, sir, you have arrived at your destination. If you have any other requests, please feel free to ask me." Right as we were engaged in our conversation, Athena's voice rang out. I looked to my right and there it was, In front of us was a cafe building with a neon billboard reading, "Hideout." After arriving in front of the opulent cafe, we stepped in through its ornate doorway. What greeted us was the soft melody of a piano playing in the background and cold yet pleasant air mixed with a soft touch of lavender scent. Along with it was the lingering aroma of freshly brewed coffee and sweet, delicate pastries, enticing our senses. Amelia's eyes lit up with a mixture of curiosity and delight as she took in the charming scene before us. The cafe was adorned with little intricate details, from the designer patterns on the wallpaper to the carefully arranged bouquets of flowers on each table. Softly glowing aesthetic light bulbs lit up the interior, casting a gentle golden glow throughout the cafe, while a number of exquisite wooden furniture adorned the entirety of the space inside. We chose a corner table, its white tablecloth impeccably clean, and took our seats on the plush cushioned chairs. Amelia looked around curiously before opening her smart bracelet and typing a text in it. Almost instantly after she sent it, my smart bracelet buzzed before a text notification popped up on its screen. Are you sure there's a vampire here? Not to doubt you, but why would a vampire choose to hide here? I let out a sigh. Hiding in plain sight is like the oldest trick in the book. As for why a vampire would risk it, well, if it is capable of putting a mind hex on such a large number of people all at once, then it really isn't risking anything. However, instead of telling all this to her, I merely typed Amelia a simple text: I diaresis I circumflex plus minus NDI circumflex plus minus SNI circumflex inverted question mark VI circumflex micro L dot CI circumflex inverted question mark M. Shut up and believe me, will ya? TSK, at least tell me something about this bloodsucker. It is a female and she can use a deadly crowd control spell. Once she takes control of your mind, you're done for. So, like the one we fought in Silverine? Yes, only this one's mind control is absolute and can't be broken. So, don't look into her eyes, don't let her touch you, and don't step near her. How in the hell are we supposed to fight her then? Not us. You will hold all these customers back and I will fight her on my own. What do you mean broken by all these people? As soon as Amelia sent me that text, she raised her head and looked around with a cautious gaze. Finally, she noticed it. The people sitting here all around us weren't eating the food served to them. They were merely sitting there with gaped mouths and a lost look on their faces. The spark of light was almost snuffed out of their eyes. They were talking, but most of them were just incoherently mumbling. One wouldn't notice this huge detail unless one would know what to look for in these people. It was almost like it was all there yet not there at the same time, mere broken bar, as if our brains were refusing to pay attention to these details until we forced them to. That was also one of the aspects of the mind hex that the vampire had cast on the very premises of this cafe. Anyone who stepped through this cafe would be unable to notice the unusualities here unless they knew exactly what to look for. It was kind of a strange feeling. Amelia's eyes widened in horror upon seeing all this. She waited for a few seconds before typing me another text. Are all of them under a mind control spell? Are we safe? I think you should take a look at. We are safer now. You just didn't notice all this because it's part of this mind hex's charm. Can't we just inform the military police about all this and leave this place? Don't you think if that was an option I would have done so already? We can't do that. I need the relic the vampire is using to put these people under her mind control. So she's using a relic, a broken bar, but is this relic worth risking our and these people's lives over? I lingered for a few seconds before nodding in affirmation. It looked like Amelia wanted to say something, but soon a waiter approached dressed in a crisp black uniform. Greetings, sir and ma'am. What would you both like to order? The waiter asked us. Amelia looked at me and I gestured to her, signaling her that the food was indeed safe to eat. She then looked at the waiter, who was smiling at us with the same lost look in his eyes as the rest of the people here. He was also bewitched, since his eyes were hollow, devoid of any light. His supposedly warm smile only looked eerie. Since Amelia seemed to be hesitating, I chuckled and ordered first. Just an affogato for me, please. After a few more moments of hesitation, Amelia finally said, 3 cheese and 2 double patty fried chicken burgers for me. I arched an eyebrow, but Amelia shot me a glare. Squinting her eyes, she said, yeah, I love burgers. So what? I raised my hands defensively. Nothing at all. Sure thing, the waiter replied in a creepy monotonous voice. Please wait for a bit, your order will be ready shortly. So what's the plan? Amelia whispered as soon as the waiter left our table. What are your instructions? Where are all your traps? And when are you telling me your brilliant strategy? I stifled a chuckle and replied, haha, there are no plans, no traps, and no strategy. As for my instructions, a broken bar, well, try to govern me, and don't kill anyone here if you can help it. Wait, a broken bar? What do you mean you have no plan? Amelia gave me a dubious look. I shrugged. Sometimes you don't need a plan to succeed, you know. I'm confident in taking her head on and winning. Amelia continued to give me a doubtful look. I frowned slightly. What? You don't believe in my strength, huh? Before I could get my answer from her, however, the door of the cafe swung open and the metal bell hanging over its frame rang melodically. In the next moment, a stunning woman with long, flowing red hair entered the cafe. She was adorned in a form-fitting red dress that accentuated her graceful curves, creating an air of both refinement and allure around her. With almost indifferent, otherworldly grace, the woman walked over to the seat in front of us and ordered something from the menu. This was her. A smile tugged on my lips as I signaled to Amelia and said, shall we start the show? But I didn't even get to eat my burgers. Amelia sighed. I gave her a deadpan look before shaking my head. In 3, I said, to broken bar. The air hung heavy with crackling intensity as the black-haired archeress before me waited for my command. In the very next instance, I let out a loud roar, and all hell broke loose. 1. Phoenix's embrace. By the time the red and golden armor fully enveloped my body, Amelia had already summoned her warbow. The commotion we caused didn't go unnoticed. The woman in red quickly noticed us and realized she'd been found out. She quickly rose from her seat, baring her fangs and hissing like a rabid beast. I summoned my dazzling crimson spear and also lunged forward from my seat in her direction. To stop my advance, the vampire ordered several of her bewitched customers seated nearby to rush at me and intercept. However, Amelia reacted faster than them. She drew her warbow's string and shot an arrow that instantly pierced the leg of a customer closest to me, rendering him immobile, and just like that, she unleashed a rain of deadly arrows, each finding its mark as if they all had a mind of their own. Even through the chaos that followed, no one was killed by her arrows. Instead, her arrows only pierced their legs in a way that would leave them incapable of moving anymore for a long while. I couldn't help but smile inwardly. Her archery had indeed improved a lot. Of course, I had no time to praise her any more than that. Shifting my gaze, I focused on my own target. In front of me, the captivating woman in the red dress had already transformed. Her previously smooth, jaded skin now bore a gray hue like charred wood, and long fangs protruded from her lips, while her fingers ended in sharp obsidian nails, turning her palms into claws. Her cheeks appeared sunken, and her limbs seemed to grow out a little, giving her a grotesque appearance, with eyes now shining bright red like 2 pools of blood. Gazing into them felt like I was staring at death itself. If I remembered the novel's description correctly, it was mentioned that she could trap anyone in a deliberate illusion simply by locking eyes with them. However, I also knew that there was a small window of time before the illusion would take hold of the victim's mind and she'd be able to use it like her plaything. Yes, since I had already looked into her eyes, my fate was sealed, yet I had more than enough time to kill her before then. In fact, I intentionally looked into her eyes. I wanted her to start creating an illusion for me to be trapped in. I wanted her to take her time and stay still for a moment. The distance between us was about a meter. The vampire probably thought that it would take a second for me to close the gap. It would also take a second for her to cast her mind hex on me. By the time I'd reach her, she would have already won. However, she made a blunder. Instead of trying to craft an illusion for me, she should have come at me directly. She thought that I would try to close the distance between us, but I won't do that. A smug smile adorned my lips as I took a single step forward and pulled back my spear arm, my entire body poised. Yes, I planned to throw my spear at her. Even if she trapped me in her illusion, she would die in the next moment. After all, her illusion could stop me but not my spear. Tendrils of electricity crackled around me as I unleashed my lightning aura. In a heartbeat, my arm whipped forward and my spear was sent hurtling through the air, aimed directly at the vampire's heart. Like a projectile fired from a railgun, my spear shot forth and pierced the vampire's chest with lightning speed, crushing her heart. Blood gushed from her mouth as she fell to her knees. With eyes wide in pain and shock, she gazed at me with agony. Through her ragged breath, the vampire managed to choke out a few words in a hoarsely harsh voice that I barely made sense of. Why a broken bar? What have I ever done to a broken bar? I only wished to live with my love. As she said that, the vampire crumpled down on the floor. 2 sharp canines fell loose from her mouth, a clear sign that she was dead. Letting a sigh of relief, I glanced around and spotted Amelia standing nonchalantly amidst the scattered bodies on the ground. The patrons in the cafe slowly began to grasp their understanding and regain consciousness. Some started crying and screaming in agony of getting hit by sharp arrows, while others were utterly bewildered. Those lucky enough to not get hit by Amelia's arrows stood with confused expressions in their now awakened eyes. As puzzled murmurs filled the air inside the cafe, I knew I had to act fast. Unlike Nero in the novel, I was not going to explain the situation to them. I would finish my task at hand, which is to retrieve the relic that the vampire was using to mind control these people and get the hell out of here. Of course, I would anonymously inform the military police about the incident. With that thought in mind, I walked over to the fallen corpse of the vampire. Amelia soon approached me. "Do you have a knife?" I asked her. Without question, she handed me a stiletto knife and I used it to gauge the right eye out of the vampire's eye socket. Amelia retched in disgust, but I gave no attention to the blood and grime. My mind was focused elsewhere. After taking out the vampire's eye, I crushed it. Soon, I saw a small, circular orb embedded within the crushed tissue of her eye. While Amelia was on the verge of throwing up, I took out the orb and inspected it. It was a clear, shiny violet marble. The intricate and complex patterns within its glassy interior were so captivating that it felt like I would lose myself if I stared at it long enough. I did it. I finally obtained the relic I had been wanting to get my hands on for so long. In my hands rested the divine ranked relic, Enigma Sightstone. Suddenly, an unbearable burst of lethargy washed over me. It was a long day, and I was reasonably tired. Letting out another exhausted yawn, I turned to look at Amelia. Her sparkling green eyes, reminiscent of a lush, sunlit forest, met mine, and she uttered, "Wake up, Lucas." My eyelids drooped as exhaustion finally took over my mind, and I fell asleep. While rubbing my eyes, I woke up just before the break of dawn. I lay still for a while, not at all wanting to leave the warm embrace of the blankets on this cold morning. However, after a bit of internal fighting, I let out a heavy sigh and sat up straight. As the morning cold greeted me, I shivered and readied myself to leave the bed. I knew I had a long day ahead. As I was about to leave the bed, a slender arm reached out from under the blankets and grabbed me by the waist, caressing my firm muscles. "Last night was amazing." I smiled at those words and grabbed the arm of my girlfriend. Pulling the blankets down, I looked into her deep emerald eyes and said, "Get up, milady, you know today is going to be tiring." My girlfriend rolled her eyes and groaned, contorting the expressions on her pretty little face in exasperation. "I don't wanna," she cried out like a child throwing a tantrum for not wanting to go to school. "I want to sleep a broken bar with you." I giggled at her cute antics and gently brushed my fingers through the length of her silky long black hair. I sat there motionless, idyllically enjoying the bewitching sight of the beauty I had somehow managed to coax into dating me. Dressing, I know, but since the long war was finally ended, we have to appoint new leaders, set new borders, and enact new laws. Hearing my reasons, she made a dejected face and rose up to sit straight. After a few seconds, she pouted and said, "Fine." I sat there motionless, idyllically enjoying the bewitching sight of the beauty I had somehow managed to coax into dating me, dressing herself in my oversized hoodie. Well, I didn't exactly coax her. "I'm good in bed," or so she says. Hey, putting on her pajamas, she turned to me and said, "Come on them, get dressed. You're wearing my hoodie. Your fault for tearing off my jacket last night." Hey, that was worth it. Staring at her with a stupid smile on my face for a few seconds, I finally sighed again and got up from the bed. To shrug off the cold, I cast a warm layer of fire aura around me and let the warmth embrace me again before putting on a thin silk shirt. Who knew my once formidable elemental aura would one day be reduced to being used as a mere replacement for a heater, huh? Well, to be honest, I'd rather prefer this than using it to kill. Fortunately, my wish had been granted. The war was now over. Vampires were defeated and Callis were all exterminated too. The world was at peace once again. All the races could now finally live in peace and harmony. There was no need to forcefully deploy children in wars anymore. We didn't need to worry about terrorist or vampire attacks. There were no borders we needed to defend, nor were there any space stations we needed to guard now. After all this time, we had achieved peace. It would be at least a few hundred years before the world's inhabitants start to fight among themselves. Not our problem, since we would be dead by then. Our generation has done our part by ending the centuries-long war. Now we will enjoy our time in this mortal realm and leave everything else to future generations. Of course, while the soldiers had done their part and were free to rest now, the duty of the leaders was just beginning. As one of the war heroes who brought peace to this world, my girlfriend had a myriad of tasks that demanded her attention. Obviously, since I was her most trusted second-in-command and her life partner, I would have to be there to help her. Turning to me, she flashed me an arresting smile and said, "Let's go." As soon as we left our luxurious quarters, the servants, who were already at work to prepare for the day, bowed respectfully and greeted us with warm voices. Walking beside my love, I read through a holographic screen that was open in front of me and recounted all the tasks she had to tackle today out loud. "We'll have to see what we can do about the Sinoth family. All of their members are dead, so their territory is open. Same with the Wiseman family. At least there is a goodwill left. The council will have to decide on what to do about military rule. Since the war is over, democracy can be employed into the system again. Council members won't be happy with that suggestion," she replied. "Even I think it's a bit early to restore mass freedom." "So, will that be your stance in today's council meeting then?" I asked, curiously. She didn't reply to me immediately. As she lingered, we arrived at the well-maintained garden of our mansion. Visiting the garden first thing in the morning had become her daily routine by now. Plucking out a fresh rose, she turned to me and answered, "Number. I fear if not today, then liberty will never return to this world. It's time to employ democracy." I looked into her bright green eyes for a moment and smiled brightly. Nodding, I proceeded to ask another question. "And how do you suggest we bring up this topic to the counselor?" Before I could finish, however, she intercepted and chipped in her own question. "Wake up. Huh?" A frown appeared on my face as I stared at her with a confused look. "What? I'm dead awake." She shook her head, her emerald eyes staring into mine. "Do you remember who you are? Can you remember your name?" The frown on my face deepened as I responded, "What are you talking about? Of course, I know who I am. I am a broken bar." "A broken bar, huh?" Slowly, my eyes began to widen as my jaw dropped in bewilderment. "Where broken bar am I? Yeah, broken bar. I can't remember a broken bar. Who? A broken bar. I am a broken bar. Who?" Panic started to slowly seep into my voice as I gradually realized that no matter how much I tried, I couldn't recall my identity. As soon as she asked me for my name, my mind completely blanked out. Grabbing my shoulders, she peered at me and said, "Remember, you are the second-born of the Crimson Wolf, Reynold Morningstar, and the Ice Monarch, Yennefer Morningstar. You are Lucas Morningstar." Something suddenly clicked in my head and I soon remembered everything. Right, I was Lucas Morningstar. dispute a broken bar. Where was I? Before I could even understand what was going on, suddenly, the clear blue sky above us split open and a tear appeared in the very fabric of space itself. A colossal ebony dragon emerged from the spatial rift. Almost instantly after that, a thunderous voice boomed throughout the world, raging, "You just had to remember, you fool, couldn't you have just enjoyed your long-awaited peace?" I could only widen my eyes as in the next instance, the mighty dragon opened its maw and unleashed a sea of incinerating white flames, setting the world aflame. Soon, my consciousness faded and I fell into eternal slumber. Exhaling a tired yawn, I sat up straight on my bunk bed and gazed around with bleary eyes. Around me, I saw several soldiers and the military officers running around, going about their duties and rushing to their posts. I checked the dial of my cheap watch and found out that it was around 4:34 p.m. by now already. Biting my thumbnail and suppressing another yawn, I left the warmth of my bed and headed out of the barracks. I was dead tired. In all honesty, I just wanted to fall flat right here and slip into the inviting embrace of a long slumber. However, I had a long and tiring day ahead of me. The war has ended. The heroes were successful in their final struggle. Peace has been achieved. The world leaders must be trapped in a ton of work now. After all, the responsibility to manage the new world has fallen on their shoulders. But what does all that have to do with me? I am nothing but a small, insignificant foot soldier. Despite coming from a renowned noble family, my maniac or potential was mediocre at best. I didn't possess my mother's wits nor my father's strength. I was not a brilliant strategist nor a good fighter. I just knew how to survive. Like a roach, I survived on the battlefield for 7 hellish years. Finally, I could stop now. Maybe I'll return to my hometown, the capital of the Western continent, and build a small, cozy home there. I'll spend the rest of my life in peace. I just wish my friends could have gotten a chance to see this peace that they had sacrificed themselves for. Coming out of the barracks, I took a deep fresh breath. Anyway, even though the war was over, there was still some time before I could enjoy the peace that the heroes had brought. Thinking that, I moved my feet toward the vending machine to get myself a can of fresh, hot morning coffee, a broken bar even though it was already evening. However, I abruptly stopped right in my tracks upon seeing a woman in her late 20s standing there. The woman was wearing a military robe with several stars embedded on her slender shoulders, a reminder of her heroic deeds, much like the several medals pinned to her chest. I knew this woman. She was my superior. She was the lady commander of the field army I served in. She, along with a few other heroes of our generation, was the reason why peace has finally returned to our world. Division returned to Earth, merged with the other 2 field armies, and defeated the vampires. 4 years ago, 2 field armies held back the vampire forces while 1 field army, in which I served, went to space and battled Callus. After eradicating those aliens under her direct command, our division returned to Earth, merged with the other 2 field armies, and defeated the vampires. Unfortunately, by that time, the vampire monarch was awakened. Luckily, we had numerous heroes in our generation who defeated the monarch after a year of continuous battle. Most of the world's habitat was destroyed in that war, but finally, at least, the monarch was killed and we were spared extinction. This woman right in front of me was one of the heroes I mentioned who fought the vampire monarch directly. To fight that godlike being and not only survive but also in a broken bar, I couldn't imagine just how strong she would be. After a bit of hesitation, I straightened my back and greeted her with a firm salute. Commander Black. Startled a little, Commander Black, who was fetching a can of coffee from the vending machine, turned to me. As I locked my gaze with her and looked into her peering, bright green eyes, which sort of reminded me of a lush, sunlit forest, I felt my heart skip a beat. Soon, however, I shook my head and pulled myself out of my daze. Idiot, she's way out of your league, I told myself, my cheeks turning red and blushing embarrassment. Popping the cab of coffee in her hand, Commander Black pressed another button on the vending machine and said, "Easy, soldier." Collecting another can from the machine, Commander Black extended it to me. For a moment, I looked at her hand with a blank expression. "Is there a problem?" she asked. There was indeed a problem. The can she was handing out to me was of almond milk, but I was here to get a coffee. However, since it was Commander Black herself who was offering me the can, I hurriedly took it with a shake of my head. Just when I thought it was the end of our interaction, she asked, "So, how are you ready for today, young wolf?" I blinked a couple of times in surprise, completely at a loss for words. After a bit of time, I managed to form a sentence. "You remember me?" I asked. "Of course," she shrugged nonchalantly. "Weren't we in the same academy? You also served under me in the EDF space station when we were up against Callus, didn't you?" "Woha broken bar, I must be dreaming a broken bar." Commander Black remembered me? Yes, we were indeed from the same academy, but I never expected her to remember me. "You also remembered my code name," I murmured in a hushed tone. "Young Wolf was a title given to me during my days in the academy. Eventually, after I joined the army, it evolved into my military code name. I barely ever heard it, of course. Why? Well, a foot soldier has no need for a code name, after all. Of course, you come from the family of wolves, after all. Your father would have been proud that you survived the war." "A broken bar even if he didn't," she replied, a tinge of sympathy visible in her profound gaze. A few minutes passed in silence. My father valiantly held back 3 vampire kings alone while Commander Black and her allies were fighting the monarch. Even though he died, he didn't let even one of those bloodsuckers pass him. As for me, broken bar, I struggled to even hold my ground against a mere foot soldier from the vampire ranks. I offered nothing to their final struggle. In truth, my role in the final war was so insignificant that it wouldn't even have mattered had I not participated. Slowly, I shook my head. I doubt he'd feel proud. I couldn't do anything to help him or you. The blood of heroes might be running through my veins, but I did nothing to honor their heroic legacy. Commander Black remained wordless for quite some time, eventually exhaling a deep sigh. "Your father was on the war council, so believe me when I say, he loved you. Listen to me, history might not remember your name or the names of millions of other foot soldiers, but be assured, it was your collective effort that protected us from threats behind our lines. You all were the reason we were able to bring this war to its end." As Commander Black's words settled in, a rush of conflicting emotions surged within me. My father fought against insurmountable odds, while I struggled against mere foot soldiers. The stark contrast between his legacy and my pitiful performance left a mark on my conscience. Commander Black's words offered me some solace. Our collective sacrifice had held the line, which in turn helped the leaders to strategize and strike back. Tears welled up in my eyes and a mixture of guilt and gratitude washed over me. Right, a broken bar, she was right. My contribution was not as great as her or the other heroes. Yes, I was shadowed by the heroic achievements of my family. Yes, I couldn't ever hope to match their valor and greatness. However, I did contribute, I did fight, and I did survive to witness the peace in the stead of my friends who died fighting. Holding back my tears, I looked at Commander Black, my voice steadier than before. "Thank you, Commander. That coming from you, a broken bar, means a lot to me." She smiled, a mixture of pride and understanding in her eyes. "Good. Now, go and get ready for the night, soldier. We will have to hunt any remaining vampires by the end of the month. It's going to be a tough week." I nodded and turned around, popping the can and bringing it to my lips. I let out a satisfied moan. This is good. I should cut on coffee and start having almond milk instead. Just as I was murmuring that and walking away, a slender hand grabbed me from behind. Arghh! Startled, I looked over my shoulder and noticed that it was Commander Black. I furrowed my brows, and asked, is something the matter, Commander?" "Yes," she replied in a serious tone. The next words that left her lips stunned me. My feet felt anchored to the ground and my heart started to beat like funeral drums. She said, "Wake up. Huh?" The frown on my face deepened as she continued. Her soft, gentle voice reached my ears in whispers, asking, "Do you remember your name?" Why yes, a broken bar, I am a broken bar, yeah, broken bar, yeah, broken bar, who am I? Yeah, broken bar. Couldn't recall a broken bar. What was my name? Suddenly, at that moment, all my life turned blank and I was left questioning my existence. I couldn't recall my name. It was on the tip of my tongue but I couldn't get it out. The evening's orange sky above us transformed into a deep black at the approach of night, whispered into my ears again. Countless stars adorned the ebony expanse, resembling a river of molten silver that flowed through an empty canvas. Under the starlit night sky, the beguiling woman behind me whispered into my ears again, "You are Lucas Morningstar, you're the second born of war heroes Reynold and Yennefer Morningstar, you are the fallen angel. Wake up, Lucas." My eyes widened as something clicked inside my head again. Yes, how did I forget? I was Lucas Morningstar. I was about to turn around to question the woman behind me on what was happening. However, before I could do that, the night sky above us split and a rift tore through the fabric of space. In the next instance, several humanoid creatures flew over to our world from the rift. These creatures were tall and gaunt, with obsidian scales covering their skin and long, round crystal horns shaped around their heads like crowns. On their backs, giant bat-like leather wings thunderously flapped, keeping them afloat in the air as they looked down on the very world beneath them as if they were some mythical beings descended to impart divine will on this mundane realm. I started to panic, my eyes fluttering in unknown horror and terror under the crushing pressure these creatures radiated, but the woman behind me held me in place and shouted into my ears, "Wake up, Lucas, it's all a deliberate illusion, you're still inside that cafe." As other soldiers noticed the unfolding supernatural event and began shouting and running in chaos, her voice sounded slightly muffled, yet I managed to discern the meaning of her words. Right after she spoke, a booming voice reverberated throughout the whole world, proclaiming, "Just stop this, just stop resisting and remembering yourself. Why can't you surrender? I'll grant you the peace you've yearned for so long." Before I could even understand the situation, the demonic creatures extended their hands downward toward us. Soon, bright, ominous orbs of violet energy formed in front of their open palms. In the following moments, the orbs burst forth into beams of destructive energy and rained down upon the world, obliterating it entirely. In an instant, my vision plunged into darkness, and I fell into yet another eternal slumber, welcoming the cold yet inviting embrace of death. Stretching out my arms, I opened my sleepy eyes and looked around with a blurry gaze. I slept out on my lawn today. Well, I couldn't blame myself. I was way too exhausted for it to be comfortable at my age. Wait, why am I sounding like an old man? I am just 45. Yes, I'm way too handsome and young to be old right now. Grinning at my own narcissism, I got up from my lawn chair and headed inside the mansion. The servants bowed their heads as I made my way to the hallway. In the lavishly large and opulent drawing room, I saw a beautiful black-haired girl sitting on a luxurious sofa. In her slender hands nestled a fictional novel, her shiny emerald eyes fixated on its open pages. My wife had always liked reading novels, but I never understood the appeal. I don't even know how people can read something with no pictures in it. Sneaking around the sofa, I arrived behind her and hugged her tightly. My wife was a bit startled as she gently grabbed my arm and said, "Good morning, sleeping beauty. Isn't it evening?" I planted a kiss on the top of her head. "It is," she said as I let her go and sat beside her. As I poured myself some tea from the pot settled on top of the center table, she said, "Isn't this great?" She didn't have to elaborate further since I knew exactly what she meant. The long war ended a few years ago. The world was now at peace. The chaos and destruction that the war had wrought was slowly starting to heal and we could finally enjoy some tranquility. My wife and I were back at my family mansion. Since my father named me his heir before perishing in war, the whole western continent now belonged to me. My sister was ruling the southern continent since the Netuive, the former rulers of the south, were all exterminated for their treason against the government during the War of Union. My brother, may he rest in peace, had valiantly sacrificed himself during the final war to give the heroes a shot at finishing the long war. Along with my father, he held back 5 vampire kings while the heroes and their allies were battling the vampire monarch. Although my brother never liked me, and I very much reciprocated his feelings, he was still my brother. I would miss him. I turned to my wife and said, "It's all thanks to you." She chuckled as she replied, "I didn't do it alone. Those two played a major role in defeating the monarch. Also, without you all there, we would never have won." I knew she was just being modest. I and all the other soldiers that didn't do much to help the heroes fight the monarch. History will remember those two and my wife as the 3 heroes who heroically vanquished the vampire monarch. Us, we would merely be remembered as their allies. In fact, sometimes I couldn't even believe how I got her, one of the 3 prophesied heroes, to be my wife. She could definitely do better than me. I mean, let's be honest, I may be the most handsome man in the world, but she is not only the smartest but also the strongest, only second to one. She could have anyone she would want in the entire world. In fact, one of the other 3 heroes was trying to court her, but she still chose me. Hey, I won't lie, it does boost my ego significantly. Why are you smiling creepily again? I was thinking about you. At my response, she blushed a little before bursting into a heartfelt chortle. What will I do about you? Yes, life is peaceful. Sometimes, I just wonder if this all is a dream. Do I really deserve this much happiness? Even if it's a dream, please never let me wake up. Wake up broken bar Yeah, broken bar. I could almost swear someone asked me to wake up very recently. Buta broken bar who? Did I dream it when I was sleeping on the lawn? That's weird. So, how do you want to celebrate our first anniversary next week? That question from my wife shook me out of my daze and I flashed her a bright smile before replying, "Right, it's next week. I don't know, you tell me, where do you want to go and what do you want to do?" "Oh, so anything I say goes?" "You bet." After that, it took us around 5 hours to plan out our anniversary vacation. We both still had our jobs to do. I was the overlord of the West and she was one of the leaders of the world, so planning the perfect trip was a bit challenging. However, the 2 of us made it possible. I mean, to be honest, she did most of the work. I just finalized her decisions. There were a few hiccups, but we made it to our trip. We decided to visit the eastern continent since this place had the best tourist spots. I mean, technically, western and central continents had the best tourist spots, but we were familiar with these 2 places very much already. After all, we both were from the West and during most of our time in the military, we were posted in the central continent. It would be nice someday to go to the central continent and not have PTSD flashbacks about our deployment there. Anyway, since we were finally here, it was time to enjoy our vacation. After coming back from our vacation, we both were ensnared in our work. Her duty was even more difficult than mine. That's to be expected from her kind of work. There was a secret I had been keeping from her. However, since that day, I have been very uncomfortable. It feels like there is something that urgently needs my attention. This sense of urgency won't settle no matter how hard I may try to divert my focus elsewhere. I couldn't even remember what's the source of this unsettling feeling. No, it's more like I don't want to remember. It feels like if I try to remember too hard, I will lose this tranquil life I have. Broken bar. I don't want that. I just wish to rest now. Broken bar. I had fought enough. It's been around 7 years since our marriage. 7 years of peace. Broken bar. It still feels almost unreal. However, that unsettling feeling had subsided now. I guess it was just me overthinking things again. Rationally, I had nothing to fear now. That unsettling feeling was completely baseless. I mean, aside from being married to one of the strongest and smartest humans in the world, I know that all the threats to our world have been exterminated. Yes, I could finally let myself feel safe. Maybe, back then, the alien feeling of peace and tranquility was too strange for me to process. Yeah, that must be it. That must be why I was feeling uncomfortable. What are you thinking? I turned to my left and saw a pair of shiny emerald-like eyes staring back at me. For a second, I held my breath before shaking my head. "It's nothing," I answered, not wanting to trouble her with my useless worries. She was sitting right beside me, reading novels like usual. A captivating smile was adorning her beautiful face. Scooting a little closer to me on the sofa, she put aside her novel and hugged my arm, and I continued to drink my coffee. We talked about this and that, enjoying each other's company. Even after all these years together, we always have something to tell one another. "Papa, Papa, pick me up." Just as we were talking, our little princess entered the drawing room and jumped at me. Smiling, I caught her, picked her up, and pinched her cheek with one hand. "Whoa, you are getting heavy, princess." Our daughter had my red eyes and silver hair with some strands of "Are you sure it's not just Papa getting old?" she replied with a pout. My wife and I laughed at her antics. Our daughter had my red eyes and silver hair with some strands of red mixed in. I could tell that even though she inherited my looks, she possessed her mother's sassy personality. I am already sulking over the day I would have to marry her off. No, I won't. I won't ever marry her off. Her husband can just live in our mansion. He shouldn't have a problem with that. Why would he have a problem? I could already tell that our daughter would grow up to be a jade beauty with exceptional strength. Right, any man would be lucky to have her, let alone fulfill all his father-in-law's demands. Hey, that's right, Papa. Why are you smiling like that again? Princess, your Papa is beyond help. Please forgive him if you could. Frowning, I turned to my wife. "Excuse me, you're excused. What?" As my daughter and wife broke into a loud, heartfelt laughter, I couldn't help but also smile like an idiot. I love this. I love these two in my life. If given a chance, I wouldn't wish for anything else but to stay like this forever. Yes, my own and my wife's work could be a bit stressful at times, but that just makes it all the more exciting when we get to spend time with each other and our daughter during weekends. Truly, all of my dreams have come true in this life. These are broken, but maybe this is what peace is really like. Dreams are broken by, huh? A frown appeared on my face and the surreal feeling I had been experiencing until now completely vanished. All that remained was the rapid beating of my heart and a surge of familiar, unsettling emotion washing over me. I clenched my fists as my eyes began to tear up. The realization that I had been running from until now, finally dawned upon me. Letting out a shaky breath, I put down my daughter and clenched my fists. A single tear coursed down my cheek as I tried to calm myself. "Darling, what's wrong? Hey, Papa, why are you crying?" The concerned voices of my wife and daughter reached my ears, but I paid no mind to them. After what felt like an eternity, I managed to choke out a single sentence in a low, grating tone. "This world a broken bar. All of this, it's a dream, isn't it? An illusion? Why broken bar, darling? What on earth are you saying?" My wife's voice was laced with concern as she firmly clutched my shoulders, while our daughter started crying in the background. Amidst her echoing wails, our daughter tugged at my shirt sleeve, her tiny fingers desperately seeking my attention. Papa, please don't cry." It was hard, but once again I ignored their desperate presence and ironed my resolve. Summoning all my strength, I roared, "I know who I am. I am Lucas Morningstar, second born of Reynold and Yennefer Morningstar." After a pause, I added, "So enough of these games. Show yourself right this instance, you foolish bloodsucker." In an instant, the world around me turned still. The whimpering cries of my daughter and the worry etched on my wife's face froze, as though they were lifeless mannequins. Time itself appeared to have come to an abrupt halt as a thunderous voice echoed throughout the world, almost shattering my eardrums, saying, Why couldn't you simply accept the peace I offered? 7 long years, you've spent 7 years in this life, and still you refuse to let go? Surrender, and I shall grant your every wish. This world can become your utopia, your paradise." Clamping my teeth together, I responded with a sardonic smirk. My eyes were devoid of any emotions and looked like 2 dark pools. "This world is not real. Your so-called peace is nothing but an illusion. Your utopia, your paradise is fake." Silence hung in the air before the voice rang out once more. "Very well, I gave you peace, and you rejected it. Brace yourself, for now, you've incurred my wrath. Only nightmares shall haunt you now." Dream after dreams, I was subjected to living in one illusion after another. These intricate nightmares made me go through several lives, each one familiar yet new, but it didn't matter. No matter how layered and complex an illusion was, it didn't trap me for too long. As soon as I remembered my true identity, the dream would shatter, and my death would follow. The illusion that held me captive for the longest time was the one where I had almost everything: a caring wife, a lovely daughter, more than enough wealth to last generations, and literally anything else I could have asked for. It was a perfect life, and that's why it was the most difficult illusion to break. I was hesitant to leave all that behind. Yes, it was a monotonous life, a broken bar, but it was beautiful. After that pleasant illusion, I was thrown into harrowing nightmares. Only torment, suffering, and agony followed me in those distressing illusions. I became a soldier who watched as a godlike demonic killed my comrades and lover right in front of my eyes. I became a tactician who was betrayed and killed by my own second-in-command, a vampire disguised as my confidant. After that, I saw a world where the long war had ended, but half the world lay in ruins. Before we could even start to celebrate, however, an ebony dragon descended upon our planet, wreaking unrestrained havoc before killing us as insignificant insects. Then, in another illusion, I became a nobleman's son. I went to a military academy, and there I met a talented young man who sparked my insecurities. After all, I was an elite, while he, a complete nobody, surpassed me in literally everything. My one-sided jealousy found its way to him, and we turned into bitter enemies over time. Eventually, however, I realized that only he alone was capable of saving our war-filled world. That's why, when we found ourselves in a perilous situation, I sacrificed myself to ensure his survival. But before my death, I realized that my sacrifice was insignificant and that the world was destined to meet its end anyway. We couldn't stop the apocalypse broken bar after that. In the next illusion, I found myself getting squashed by the same giant ebony dragon once again. Then, I was killed by a vampire foot soldier, and then, I tried to battle a vampire king and met my demise. One after another, I was killed over and over again. Yet, the worst part was that I couldn't move on to the next illusion without experiencing the previous one to its end. I realized that my deaths and sacrifices never held any meaning, as the world would inevitably come to an end regardless of my actions. Well, at least breaking those illusions wasn't as difficult as that 7-year one. Remembering myself within that chaos came easily. As soon as I remembered myself, I would be killed. Sometimes, I only remembered myself at the brink of death. It was a nightmarish loop. However, I never came close to my breaking limit. After a certain point, nothing I saw or experienced affected me anymore. The illusions stopped having any impact on my mental state. Yes, it was still a grim sight, especially witnessing them consecutively, endlessly watching my loved ones die, but something inside me was soon broken. Eventually, I stopped living those nightmares and began spectating them as if I were watching a first-person POF movie play out before me. I felt disconnected from reality, or whatever that could be called. The last torturous illusion I endured revolved around witnessing my loved ones die before my eyes, yet again for the millionth time. Not a flicker of emotion flashed on my face as I listened to their agonizing cries. The vampire monarch, the cause of all that destruction, took my life along with theirs. This time, however, after I died and the darkness of death claimed me, I didn't wake up to live another nightmare. Instead, after a while, two shiny eyes resembling bright pools of crimson appeared in the darkness before me, gazing at me with a mixture of contempt, rage, pity, and indignation. The pair of eyes remained suspended in the air. After some time, an authoritative voice resonated through the darkness and asked a question. Why can't you just rest? Haven't you already endured enough pain? Haven't you witnessed enough death? Just stop. I don't want to hurt you. A bitter smile lit up my face as I stared at the brilliant pair of crimson eyes. "I didn't succeed in killing you, did I?" I heard a soft, affirmative sigh before it all. A gaunt figure stepped out of the darkness ahead of me. It was the vampire in the red dress from the cafe. "When did you trap me in your illusion?" "I just remember I avoided direct eye contact with you," I asked, my tone indifferent. The vampire looked at me with an odd expression. In response, she stated, "You were ensnared the very moment you stepped into the cafe." Chuckling softly, I nodded. "Ah, I see. I suppose I underestimated your abilities." "You certainly did," the vampire agreed. "I had heard quite a bit about you, you know. After the King's tournament, you gained a reputation as a genius strategist, and once again people started calling you a prodigy." After a brief pause, she continued, "Naturally, when I saw you, I was more than slightly concerned, but defeating you turned out to be rather easy. However, to double-check, I asked about your plan of action, only to find out you had none." Amelia had indeed asked me about my plan, so, that was an illusion as well? "But even after I trapped you in my illusions, your subconscious stubbornly resisted, manifesting itself to remind you that you were in a dream. If only you had surrendered, if only you weren't so fucking relentless." The vampire's words were tinged with frustration. Through clenched teeth, she continued, "I made a promise to my beloved that I wouldn't harm a human, but were broken by you're far too dangerous to be left alive. I apologize, hero, but I have no choice but to end your life." "Hero?" I raised an eyebrow in skepticism. "Indeed," the vampire replied, tilting her head back slightly. "Your memories are fragmented. Someone has sealed off your memories using arcane magic. It's rather ironic that the only individual aware of the truth of the world knows nothing about his own self." My forehead greased in confusion as I asked her to explain further. "What do you mean?" With a sigh, the vampire elaborated, "I tried to look into your memory so broken bar, but I was taken aback by the state of your mind. Those illusions I made you through, they weren't entirely crafted by me, they were your own memories. I just based my illusions on them." "What?" I practically gaped at her revelation as even my eyes almost bulged out. "Those dreams are broken bar. I can't remember them vividly, the faces and much of the events are blurrier, but I do have a general sense of their content, but they couldn't be my own memories. I never had a wife or a daughter, I never saw so many of my loved ones die like that, and I certainly never experienced multiple deaths myself or broken bar. At least not in this timeline." The mere existence of Kai was proof enough that there were multiple timelines in this universe. Was it possible that memories from other timelines were also locked away within my mind? But why? Why did Lucas have memories from other timelines? My bewildered train of thought was only interrupted when the vampire's voice rang out once more. "I was as confused as you are right now. Who would have guessed that you held so much hidden knowledge about this world? Unfortunately, your mental strength is too strong for me to break." The confusion on my face turned into a pained grin as I spoke. "So, you're going to kill me then?" It wouldn't be hard for her to kill me. In the real world, I must be completely still and vulnerable. In that hypnotic state, she could easily plant her claw in my chest and rip my heart out. The vampire nodded. "As I've told you, I promised to not kill humans, but you have left me no choice. I will have to break my promise. I'm sorry, hero, but you'll die here along with the girl you've brought with yourself." "Why her?" I questioned. "She broken bar shouldn't be allowed to live." The vampire shook her head. Without asking any more questions, I let out a deep breath and raised my head to look the vampire directly in her eyes. After a bit of thought, I said, "You should have listened to me." The vampire frowned in confusion, not knowing what I meant by that remark at all. "What?" The grin widened on my face as I started speaking. "Fine, let's take the long way." Quickly, I followed up with, "You said I left you with no choice. I'll give you one now. Release me and my friend, surrender your relic to me, leave Wolfshire within a day, and I will spare your life. On that, I give you my word." "How very noble of you. Despite knowing the fact that you are completely helpless and vulnerable in the real world, you want to show me mercy?" The vampire sneered. but her sneer wasn't filled with contempt. No, it was almost like she was pitying me. She added, in response to your noble, almost delusional, demeanor, I'll give you a quick, merciful and painless death. On that, I give you my word. The grin on my face turned into a one-sided smirk as I cocked my head to the side. What is your name? The vampire replied proudly. I'm the daughter of the setting sun family of noble vampires. My name is Sophiana. As soon as I heard her response, a burst of chuckle escaped my lips. I tried to stifle it but failed entirely. Soon, I completely lost control and threw my head back before bursting out into full-fledged pitiful laughter. The vampire was left stunned at my erratic behavior. She tried to speak but received no window in between my wild chuckle. After a long time, I calmed down and extended an arm. Pointing at the vampire, I spoke with a bitter smile on my face. Setting sun family, huh? How ironic. It's almost a broken bar fated that you met me. Oh, they're right. Fate really has a twisted sense of humor. I locked my gaze with the confused vampire again and continued, I see yours in a broken bar instantly. I turned the finger I was using to point at Sophiana at our right and finished my sentence, and I raise you one. Volume 4. I see yours in a broken bar and I raise you one. Sophiana looked at Lucas with confusion etched onto her grotesque face. As the silver-haired boy pointed to their right, she suddenly felt a chill creep down her spine. A sense of urgent dread took control of her senses as her vampiric instincts rapidly screamed at her, alarming her of some unknown incoming danger. Instantly, she pulled her consciousness out of Lucas' mind and returned back to the real world. There, she looked around with a sense of veiled panic hidden deep in her crimson eyes. It only took her a split second to take in her surroundings and scan for any underlying danger, but no matter how cautiously she looked, Sophiana found nothing that could pose her any harm. But then why were her instincts in such an anxious state? Something here was so out of place. A broken bar, so wrong. A broken bar, but what was it? The cafe looked just how it was a few minutes ago, with everyone sitting quietly in their chairs, their pale faces wearing a lost expression. Their eyes resembled black puddles, void of any light and emotion. All of them were entranced by Sophiana's illusions. All of them sat in silence, eating their food without a word. Among them were Lucas and Amelia were ensnared as well. Both of them were defenseless, yet something felt amiss to Sophiana. A chilling, almost primordial fear settled deep within her heart. She didn't know the source of it, and she didn't want to find out either. She realized one thing, however, her survival depended on it. She understood that she had to swiftly kill both Lucas and Amelia. In an instant, Sophiana stood before Lucas and Amelia's table, her long obsidian nails gleaming with intent. She threw her claw forward, aiming to rip Lucas's heart out, but before her claw could inch anywhere near the silver-haired boy, a radiant white light entered through the cafe window on her right. As the cafe's temperature rose, the unknown, unsettling feeling in Sophiana's heart dangerously intensified. She turned her head around to look at the window and saw a sphere of blazing silver flames hurtling toward her, looking like a miniature sun more than a fireball cast by a magic spell. Before she could react, however, the ball of incinerating silver flames crashed through the window with explosive speed and hit Sophiana squarely in the chest. Quack! Sophiana coughed a mouthful of blood as she felt the conflagrating flames burning a hole in her chest. She had no time to cast magic and no means of defending herself at this point. Was this her end? Was this how she would die? But how? That Morningstar brat, did he cast a spell before being trapped in her illusions? No, that would be impossible. People below the platinum rank could not control their magic with such precision. So then a broken bar, how? Thinking that, Sophiana looked down at the sphere of blazing silver flames and saw a sight that left her agape. Shrouded beneath the halo of blinding silver flames was a mythical bird with red and silver feathers adorning her build. Its bright, scarlet eyes were ablaze with fury and its long, sharp golden beak was impaling Sophiana's chest. So that's how it was. Although Sophiana saw Lucas' memories, she didn't go look at the recent ones. After all, in his head, Much more arcane and mysterious secrets were hidden, so naturally, she decided to focus on them. She got to learn about the things she didn't even know were possible, let alone existed, hidden in plain sight. This world of Broken Bar was much more complex and mysterious than she thought, but perhaps, she should have focused on the much more immediate task. She should have searched through Lucas' recent memories and made sure he didn't have a hidden ace up his sleeve. If only she had done that, she would have seen that Lucas ordered Sarah to jump in and deliver a final blow to the vampire while she would have her guard down. Well, to be really honest, it wouldn't have made much of a difference because Sarah was ready for that scenario. She would have attacked had Sophiana discovered their plan. With her speed, the Phoenix would have killed the vampire before the latter could have done anything to avoid her demise. In a way, her fate was already set in stone the moment she refused Lucas' offer of mercy and peace, but she didn't know that. In her mind, she made a mistake, a blunder that caused her life. Right, they do say that curiosity killed the cat. As that thought flashed through her mind, Sophiana stumbled back and the blazing ball of silver flames pierced right through her chest, erupting from the other side of her body. The glaring silver flames around Sarah soon diminished before completely dying out as she soared toward the ceiling and landed on a modern styled chandelier there. Trapped in her beak was a thumping chunk of bloody flesh or broken bar, a heart. It was a beating heart. Blood gushed out from its severed veins each time it beat, yet instead of showing any sense of revolution, Sarah just started chewing on it, our broken bar, devouring it, slowly savoring the taste of her first real victory over a vampire. She looked down at Sophiana from above with cold indifference in her eyes. Sophiana, on the other hand, staggered and fell onto her knees. As she continued to violently cough up blood, she looked at the Phoenix above and then turned her gaze to Lucas, who was still trapped in an entranced state, but not for long. A broken bar soon, his scarlet eyes fluttered and a glint of light sparked in them. Gasping his mind back from the clutches of the vampire, he took a deep gasp and looked around. All around him, patrons were still trapped in intricate illusions designed to keep their minds ensnared and under the control of Sophiana. Lucas was the first one to break free as Sophiana struggled to maintain her illusion-casting relic, Enigma Sightstone, active. After he completed scrutinizing his surroundings, Lucas calmed her ragged breathing and stood up from his seat. With slow, menacing steps, he walked toward the kneeling vampire and stood before her, towering above her like a god. After a bit of reluctance, he said, "You should have listened to me." These were the same words he had said to her before. Sophiana clenched her eyes shut in agony, as her life started to fade away from her grasp like grains of sand. She was dying. She could probably try to fight, but there was no point. She knew Lucas was capable enough to stall her until she bleeds to death from the gaping wound in her chest. Yeah, no matter how she may look at it, this was a checkmate for her. She was the one who underestimated Lucas all this time. She lost. Using her last few final breaths, Sophiana painfully parted her lips and managed to choke out a few words. "Don't a broken bar, don't trust that girl, a broken bar," she said before Sophiana could complete her sentence. However, an arrow whipped through the air and struck the vampire right in the center of her skull. White, gooey brain matter or sticky blood spurted out of her wound, and instantly, the life in her eyes was snuffed out. Sophiana was dead. Lucas looked over his shoulder in mild confusion. He saw a black-haired young woman standing a few steps behind him with a war bow grasped in her hands. It was obviously Amelia who had shot that killing arrow. She was the second one to break free from the illusions after Lucas. As her bright emerald eyes met Lucas, she asked a single question in a voice laced with concern. "Are you okay?" Lucas nodded his head. "You?" Amelia nodded back before asking, "Was she saying something?" Lucas looked at the corpse of the fallen vampire. Her canines fell loose from her mouth and gazed back at Amelia. "Yeah," he replied, "but you killed her before I could understand what she was telling me." Amelia arched her eyebrows, scratching the back of her head. She mumbled, I'm sorry." Lucas shook his head dismissively. "It's fine. Anyway, do you have a knife?" Amelia walked closer to Lucas and summoned a short combat dagger before handing it over to Lucas. Grabbing it from her hands, Lucas proceeded to do what he had already done once before, albeit in a dream. He gouged out Sophiana's right eye, crushed it, and retrieved a small, intricate violet orb. He had finally done it, for real this time. He had acquired the Enigma Sightstone. Lucas looked at the violet orb with a dark expression deeply etched onto his face. Although he didn't remember most of them, the dreams he saw left a bitter taste in his mouth. Noticing his discomfort, Amelia gently rubbed Lucas' back and asked, "Was this really the only way?" In truth, before entering this cafe, Amelia presented Lucas with a suggestion. She told him that they could try to take the vampire inside the cafe by surprise, but Lucas disregarded her suggestion almost instantly. In the novel, Nero tried opting for the same tactic. He took Sophiana by surprise but failed to end her in one blow. The battle that followed was bloody and chaotic. So many innocent patrons died in its aftermath. Lucas doubted that his attempt wouldn't be much different. Thus, he came up with a foolproof plan. It involved him and Amelia getting trapped in the vampire's illusion, giving her a false sense of security. And right then, when she would feel that victory was just in her grasp, Sarah would chip in and finish the bloodsucker. Of course, back then, he didn't think that the illusions would take such a toll on his mental state. However, in the end, no patrons were hurt and the battle ended as quickly as possible. Indeed, it was the perfect outcome. Yes, this was the only way, Lucas replied. Item, or rank, divine name, Enigma Sightstone description, a one-of-a-kind relic. Enigma Sightstone is a testament to the craft of the long-forgotten gods. Forged from the tears of 1,000 crying angels, this mysterious pearl offers the user enhanced sight, the power to cast intricate illusions, and look through all kinds of deception so that they could peer into the unknown. After inspecting the Enigma Sightstone, I placed it in the pocket space storage of my dimensional ring that I acquired from the Vampire King after killing her. After Leo caught me back when he was investigating the unfortunate incident of Silversrine City, I had been more than a little reluctant to put relics or any other object that could lead trails back to me from an event I don't want to publicly associate myself with inside my smart bracelet. That's why I had been using the storage ring I got from Raina's corpse after killing her. A broken bar. Remembering that event still leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. I was pulled out of my train of unpleasant thoughts when Amelia, once again, put a hand on my shoulder, pressing on it gently. I glanced at her over my shoulder. Locking her gaze with me, she questioned, "What do you want to do about these people?" I cast a quick gaze around and saw people opening their eyes and slowly regaining their consciousness. Their previously dark, expressionless eyes lit up and hesitantly displayed a myriad of feelings ranging from mild confusion to utter panic. Before they could fully regain control of their mental state, I turned back to look at Amelia and said, "Let's get out of here. I don't want to deal with the military police and all their useless queries." Amelia arched an eyebrow and pointed at several security cameras in the cafe one by one before uttering, "Isn't it too late for that to be your concern now?" The cameras had already captured the footage of what happened here, broken bar, and how you extracted an orb from the vampire's eye. A smug smile tugged on my lips before I responded to her remark, proudly pointing at my face. "You see this? I told you this disguise would help me, but you called it stupid. I told you to also get one, but you refused. Look, Amelia, look who's laughing now." Oh, karma is indeed real. Now the military police would get you to answer their long, useless queries, while Sarah and I would be what? Why are you smiling like that? Cut it out, it's giving me the creeps. Just as I was in the middle of my lengthy monologue, Amelia's smug grin, which very much mirrored mine, caught my attention and I stopped speaking. Amelia finally parted her lips and said, "I think you would want to touch your face." Frowning, I brought them up to my face and gently traced them round the length of my visage. A broken bar, my moustache glass. A broken bar, it was not there. My eyes widened at this unwanted surprise as I realized my genius disguise must have slipped and dropped somewhere during all the chaos. Ugh, Damn it, without it, the cameras must have captured my face in their footage, which would allow the military police to trace me. They would probably ask me about all the useless stuff like what I took out from the vampire's eye. Eventually, they would find a way to seize Enigma Sightstone under their protection so that they could later just award it to an officer in their ranks. Yeah, no, thank you. Even I didn't get to use it, so I was sure as hell not going to let a bunch of fat, corrupt officers snatch it away from me. For a split second, I thought about binding it to me. Yes, much like my very first relic, Phoenix's Embrace. The Enigma Sightstone also binds itself to its user. This means, much like my semi-divine armor, no one could take the crystal orb away from me. However, that would still not solve my problem with the military police. They would still hold me, this time under suspicion. That would be unacceptable. Thinking that, I brought up my smart bracelet and asked Athena to call Kai. After my call connected, a deep, raspy voice sounded from the other side of the line. Hey, what's up, my guy? I asked, forcing a warm smile even though he couldn't see it. Instructor Matterhorn, a broken bar. That madman is still training us like rabid dogs. Kill him, I will kill him. A broken bar anyway, what do you want? Kai replied. Geez, calm down, Kai. Killing someone just because they're harshly training you is a bit insane, even for me. Hey, commenting that in my mind, I asked, what do I want? You say, can't I just call my best buddy in the world, after Kent, without any need? Kai remained silent for a while before answering, Anyway, what do you want, Morningstar? Damn, we're going on the last name basis now, huh? Sighing, I quickly got on topic. Yeah, so, I'm in this cafe. I'll send you my location. I killed a hot vampire here. I'll tell you the rest of the details later. Catching my breath, I continued, remember you told me you have a tech genius under you. I want you to ask them to remotely erase all the security camera footage in my locality. Also, erase anything relevant that could potentially trace the military police back to me. Kai remained silent for even longer this time before he warily posed a question. Just what the hell did you do? You know what, I don't even want to know. Your work will be done soon, but I would advise you to avoid these kinds of situations. I mean, you do know we are supposed to be Ekavator. Before Kai could continue, I chipped in. Kai, you're on speaker. This time, Kai was silent for a dreadfully long amount of time before he finally spoke. See you soon, and ended the call. Amelia's curious voice reached my ears next. That was Kai? You two really became such close friends, huh? I mean, it was kind of obvious after the match between the two of you at the King's tournament, but I couldn't have guessed you two were buddies now. I squinted my eyes before shaking my head. No, we both are just allies, kind of close allies. That's it, nothing more. Amelia shot me a dubious glance and said, right, a broken bar. We managed to scurry away from the cafe unnoticed before all the patrons could fully come to their senses. Right now, all of them must be in a state of complete panic. Gladly, we managed to somehow avoid getting stuck there. By the time the military police would eventually make it there, Kai would have already erased the footage from all the security cameras in that locality. Now I don't know how the military police would react to this situation, but I couldn't care less about it. I got myself the divine ranked relic I had been wanting to get my hands on from the start of my transmigration, and that's everything I need. Right now, we were walking down the street leading to the heart of the Wolfshire. I thought about taking a cab, but for some reason, walking around in this city felt so relieving. Even though I couldn't remember a thing about these streets, this place felt like a long-lost home to me for some reason. Sarah soared the skies above us, looking down at the bustling city in all its evening glory. As the sun settled behind the horizon, painting the sky with an orange glow, Amelia turned to me and asked a question. Why were you so determined to have that relic anyway? I mean, there are many powerful relics capable of weaving illusions, aren't there? I shook my head, a smile tugged on my lips as I said, none of them are as strong as this one. In the novel, Nero possessed the Enigma Sightstone. He acquired it after killing Sophiana, until the day he lost his eye to Quinn, and lost Enigma-Sight Stone with it. Nero used this relic to win countless fights and dominate numerous enemies with a single glance by obliterating their minds. He was a menace. Well, he had always been a menace, even after he lost his eye against Quinn, but he was especially fearsome when he possessed Enigma-Sight Stone. But what I meant to say was a broken bar divine rank relics are one-of-a-kind powerful artifacts. There are only a handful of them in this world, and most of them were created by old legends or forgotten divine beings. There is no way I could ever find anything else comparable to Enigma-Sight Stone. Amelia lingered for a few moments before remarking, "Well, if you believe it was worth risking your life for, then it must have been. So, what's your plan now?" I pondered her question for a short period of time before responding. "I'll head to my family mansion, begin my search there, and seek out any clues." "All right, I'm going to head home under broken bar, enjoy my break, but if you find anything, feel free to call me. I'll be in the city for a few days." I narrowed my eyes at Amelia. Here I was struggling to unravel the mystery behind my fragmented memories, and she was ready to enjoy her break. "Nah, no way, I won't let her off the hook so easily. As soon as I find a clue worth investigating, I will put her to work." With that thought in mind, after around 30 minutes, we arrived in front of an expansive estate. Giant obsidian gates barred our path of entry, and numerous guards clad in military uniforms patrolled the area surrounding the property. Amelia said her farewells and headed home, while I gazed at the property before me. Even from beyond the gates and perimeter guards, I caught a glimpse of the roof of a magnificent mansion. How a broken bar, a broken bar. It was time for me to step into the wolf's den. "Alua Lucas? Look, is that young Master Lucas?" "No way, that's impossible. Why did he return here after what happened the last time?" Well, I'll be damned at a broken bar, so, what should we do? Turn him away from the gates? Idiot, he doesn't have any noble titles, but he still has Morningstar in his name, doesn't he? We don't have the authority to turn away the general's son, the son that the general himself disowned, though. He didn't strip away his family name, did he? But he banished him from the western continent. Stop, you two, he's here." Seeing my approach, 3 guards banded together and started whispering to each other, throwing furtive glances at me. As I drew closer to the gates, they stopped muttering and turned to face me, feigning as if this was the first time they noticed my presence. "Oh, young Master Lucas, a broken bar? No, wait, I guess it's Cadet Lucas now. Apologies, it's a bit confusing to address you properly after a broken bar, you know." One of the senior guards in the military uniform spoke to me with a bright smile on his face. The military uniform these soldiers wore had the Morningstar family's insignia on their shoulders. For a moment, I nearly felt relieved that Sarah was not here. She was soaring freely in the open skies, as otherwise, she might have just tried to nab those shiny emblems. These insignia represented their status as part of the Western Continent's troops under my father's command. Each of the 4 ruling families has an elite military division placed under their direct command. However, not all ruling families could independently move their troops for military operations without the permission of the central government. Yes, there are specific scenarios in which the ruling families could assume full command of the troops under them. For example, if their continent came under an unexpected attack from the vampire forces. However, if the overlord of the continent or the head of the ruling family held the military title of general or a higher rank, they were free to move the troops under their command as they saw fit. They couldn't, however, march their troops to the central continent or engage in any questionable military operations in civilian areas. Well, in any case, noticing my silent response, one of the other guards standing before me arched an eyebrow and whistled in surprise. "Would you look at that? I guess the rumors were right. The brat has changed," he remarked. The third guard standing there smacked him on the elbow, gesturing for him to shut his blabbing mouth. I merely gave him a short glance and then turned my attention back to the first guard who spoke to me. It was not like I couldn't do anything to get back at him, it was just that dealing with such insects would be beneath me. That's right. As one of the apparent 3 heroes, I must maintain a sense of nobility and decorum. Wow, did I somehow sound even more narcissistic than I usually do? This whole prophecies thing must have been getting to my head. Internally shaking my head, I locked my gaze with the first guard and spoke, "Clearway, I wish to head inside the den. I'm afraid that's not quite possible at the moment, Cadet. Young Lady Yelena hasn't returned from the academy yet while both Master and Mistress aren't home. If we let you inside without their permission, we might face a punishment." I looked at the guard with a deadpan expression before a slight smirk appeared on my face. After a few seconds, I parted my lips to speak in a calm, indifferent tone. "I think you should take a look at. Is that so? Now just imagine what would happen if I break in with all of you here. If that happens, it would lead to much, much harsher punishment. No?" The smile disappeared from the guard's face, who had been conversing with me as all the other soldiers present there also turned serious. "You think you can break in while all of us are standing right here? Ha, I was wrong. Maybe the brat hasn't changed that much." The one to speak first and break the tense silence was the uncaring second guard who remarked about me before. The smirk on my lips widened until it practically turned into a bright grin before eventually vanishing and leaving nothing but a callous look behind on my face. "Don't worry, if you keep standing in my way our broken bar, then you won't be standing for long, soldiers." How dare! Before the insects could continue their chirping, I took a single step forward, unloading my bloodlust in all directions. Suddenly, an oppressive pressure descended upon the shoulders of every military guard present here, threatening to crush them where they stood. Their feet felt anchored to the ground as the temperature around them began to surge dangerously. It was as if the very sun itself had drawn nearer to the planet, burning their lungs and suffocating them with its searing heat. "Not a bad trick, huh?" I chuckled with amusement in my voice. "I learnt it from my sister." "Well, actually, it was my master who taught me, but it looked pretty cool when Yelena used it, so I had to learn it too." I know I had just talked about decorum and nobility, but who doesn't enjoy a bit of face slapping from time to time? Am I right? Gather yourselves, it's just killing intent. One of the three guards standing directly in front of me shouted to his comrades. Yeah, I had to admit, even if these soldiers were just side characters, they were all seasoned warriors, a broken bar real soldiers. Most of them must have experienced real warfare on the border. My killing intent, while overwhelming, wouldn't do much harm to them. It did take them by surprise, so that was fun to watch. Hey, almost as if waiting for me to realize that, one of the soldiers summoned his weapon, and soon, everyone followed suit. Suddenly, I was up against several dozen guards with their weapons in hand and armor cladding their bodies, nearing me to put me under arrest. "Very well," I said with a smile, summoning the bringer of lost flames into my hand. They were indeed real soldiers, but so what? As long as my opponent's name didn't start with Leo and end with Kurogami, I had confidence in my ability to face anyone. With that, I tightly gripped my spear, setting it ablaze with brilliant crimson flames as I stepped forward to face the approaching soldiers. However, just as our weapons were about to clash, the spells we had cast to enhance our bodies and weapons somehow just a broken bar dissipated, dismissed. Our magic vanished. It felt as if the very mana around us had been drained away by some unseen, unnatural force. Any mana I tried to channel from my body to cast spells or enhance my abilities was also quickly absorbed by this invisible force. The other soldiers were suffering from the same phenomenon, but unlike me, they didn't look confused. If anything, they seemed frightened at a broken bar like sheep in the presence of a wolf. In the next instant, an authoritative voice boomed through the area, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. "Cease this nonsense immediately." I whipped my head around to look at the source of the voice, but what met my gaze left my eyes widened in shock. Beads of cold sweat formed on my forehead, my brows quivered in nervousness, and my heart slammed against my ribs like a wild beast. Before me stood a young man with an aura of darkness that seemed to emanate from his very being. His golden hair hung down like molten strands, falling around his angular face, which had a cruel, twisted smile. But what truly struck uncomfort into my heart were his eyes, a shining orbs of pure malevolence. His eyes were the same as mine, a vivid shade of crimson, but he seemed to pierce through one's soul. In those gleaming red eyes, one could see a hunger for power and a merciless cunning. My instincts told me to run a broken bar. It was a feeling I was experiencing after a long, long time, yet it was something I was very familiar with. It was fear. However, this fear wasn't mine. It was an alien feeling that was being forced onto me by the previous owner of this body. These instincts weren't mine, they actually belonged to Lucas. Overcoming the forced sensation of dread, I forced my heart to calm down and locked my gaze on the golden-haired boy in front of me. Adele, I forced a one-sided smile and spoke through gritted teeth, barely keeping my emotions in check. Yes, the young man before me was none other than Lucas' younger twin brother, Adele Morningstar. After long years of living in Lucas' shadow, Adele changed when they both awakened their mana codes. Adele made his life hell after Lucas acquired a lower ranked potential than him. He did anything and everything to inflict as much mental and physical pain as possible on Lucas. Not a day went by without Lucas returning home with bruises covering his face and body, the marks of his own brother's cruelty. Adele never hurt him himself, as if he was above such things. Instead, he just put his goons up to the task, and his underlings were more than happy to oblige. After all, who wouldn't want to relish the chance to put a smug, know-it-all brat in his place? Everyone wanted a piece of the fallen genius. Everyone looked forward to seeing the prodigy fail. Remembering all that, the slipping fear in my heart turned into seething rage, but I acted wisely and forced myself to calm down again. I was only here to investigate. It wouldn't do me any good if I killed my twin brother here, would it, Lucas? Adele sneered, retracting his aura. He walked up to me and stood face to face. We were roughly around the same height, but it clearly felt like he was looking down on me as if basking in the sense of his own superiority. After assessing me with a measuring gaze, Adele remarked, "You have grown stronger. Are you finally taking your training a little seriously again? Though, why bother? No matter how hard you try, you will never be able to match my potential. Why try at all? And besides, look, little brother," I interrupted Adele mid-sentence and hurriedly tapped his shoulder. "I would have enjoyed indulging in your taunts, but I'm only in the city for a few days. I need you to grant me entry to the den." Adele was naturally a bit taken aback by my sudden request. Clearly, he didn't expect this to happen. After recovering from his startled state, Adele began to speak in a tone laced with venom. "Why would I do anything for you? Father banished you from the mansion. Hell, you shouldn't even have come to show your face in the West. And not to mention..." Adele abruptly stopped speaking as his mind suddenly wandered off to someplace else. He lingered for a few moments before his lips pursed up into a wicked smile. His eyes gleamed with a cold, deadly glint as he continued, "You know what? Fine, I will permit your entry, but should further decide on an even harsher punishment for you this time, like stripping our family name from your unworthy self. Don't blame me for it." "Big brother," I suppressed a scoff from escaping my lips. "Of course, that's what he would want, of a father to strip away our family name from me." I didn't have any particular problem with it, but the name Morningstar had kind of started to grow on me, but it wasn't something I was unwilling to sacrifice. In fact, I could think of an even cooler surname if they take it away. Yeah, totally." Taking my silence as an answer, Adele smirked and turned around to walk in through the gates. It was only now that I noticed the white and red uniform he was wearing. It must be the Ethereal Academy's uniform, so he came here straight from the academy without even changing. Huh? "Step away." Adele looked at the guards and commanded in a low, irritated tone. The guards moved away, making way for the future head of the family to enter the wolf's den. As soon as Adele stepped closer to the premises of the expansive estate, the giant obsidian gates swung in to reveal the Morningstar family mansion. The place was a blend of futuristic splendor and modern architecture with a touch of fantasy. Amidst a huge lush circular lawn stood a towering mansion. Its outer walls gently shimmered with crystalline panels, akin to dragon scales, and ancient elven-style turrets adorned the roofline. Adele stepped in through the gates first, and I soon followed behind. As soon as we passed through the gates, two huge canines, bearing a striking resemblance to deer wolves, rushed at us from somewhere within the lush lawn and leapt at Adele. Yes, they looked like the extinct species, dire wolves, but their fur was dyed in the lightest shade of azure. You two have grown, Luna, Celise. Adele staggered back slightly from the impact of the two giant wolves jumping on him like that, but he managed to stay on his feet. He gently ruffled their fur and lovingly caressed their necks before shooting me a smug look. There was a reason behind that look. The thing is, all Morningstar children are asked to tame a wind wolf. Celise, one of the wolves Adele was currently petting, used to belong to Lucas until he was deemed unworthy of taming a wind wolf by his father. It was the right decision since the wind wolves are formidable mana beasts. They would never submit to a weak master. Yet, the day they took his pet cub from him remained one of Lucas' most painful memories. Seeing Adele smugly pet Celise ignited something within me. I had an overwhelming urge to punch this guy. How a broken bar whatever, I have a phoenix now anyway. I went ahead and entered the mansion first. I had a few recollections of this place, so I knew where I was going. More than memories, it felt like I was driven by instincts. I knew just where to go even though technically I had never been here. As I headed to my room, I passed several whispering and gossiping butlers and servants along the way. Naturally, all of them were confused. Some even wanted to stop me and ask me to get out of here before their lords returned, but none of them dared to carry on with their foolish thoughts. After ascending a spiral staircase and walking down a uselessly long, lavish hall, I arrived in front of a particular room. Taking a deep breath, I twisted the doorknob and swung open the door. Entering the room, it was a huge room, almost twice as big as my current dormitory apartment in the global city. Opulent and luxuriant were the two words that popped into my head at the first sight of my room. Luxurious items like custom furniture, modern art pieces, all kinds of high-end state-of-the-art electronics, regal carpets and rugs, and things like that filled the room. However, the one thing that caught my attention the most was an enormous silver mirror with all kinds of precious stones like diamonds and rubies embedded in its frame. The ornate mirror was set in the middle of the room, taking almost 1/3 of the space in the room. Damn, he really was obsessed with his appearance. Well, to be fair, I'm obsessed with this appearance too. How could anyone not be? No, focus. Shaking my head, I walked up to a window and leaned back on the wall. The front side lawn view was clearly visible from my room. I could see Adele there, still with his wolves. Looking up through the glass, I saw a black dot circling around the mansion in the vast, clear blue sky. It was Sarah. Should I call her down? After thinking about it for a while, I decided to leave her for now. After all, I had something I had to do first. With an exasperated sigh, I strolled over to the giant silver mirror standing in the very middle of the room. Damn it, I cursed. The reason I cursed was that I had finally decided that it was time to bind Enigma Sightstone to me, a broken bar, and it was going to be very painful. I don't like pain. Releasing another sigh, I summoned a knife that I took from Amelia and raised it up. Slowly, I brought it to my left eye and tightly clutched the helm of the knife, clasping it in a firm grip. The only way to bind the relic to me was to rend my eye and stuff the violet crystal orb in place of my iris. The relic would then heal my eye, and grant me supernatural sight along with the powers to thrall someone with a single glance. Gritting my teeth, I positioned the tip of the knife right in front of my left iris and gradually started drawing the knife closer. I felt a chill crawl under my skin as the tip of the knife began to get bigger and bigger in my vision with each passing second. A broken bar until it was almost about to touch my eye. Arghh! The moment the knife made contact with my eyelid, I screamed like an elementary school girl and pulled the knife back. Gah! Gritting my teeth, I took in the fact that I was just about to rip my eye open. Through deep breaths, I calmed myself down a little. Why am I scared? It's just a broken bar, a stab in the eye. I had been stabbed plenty of times before. Hell, I had been bashed, slashed, and stabbed together, right? This shouldn't scare me. Taking a few more deep breaths, I brought the knife close to my left eye again, but just like before, when the knife brushed against my eyelashes, my mind involuntarily pulled my hands back. Come on. Grunting, I threw my head back and cursed a few times. Why is inflicting a wound on myself so hard? I mean, I know the biological reasoning behind it, but I've sustained far worse lacerations. Hell, I've even been shot to death once, so then why is my body scared of a small injury that'll heal instantly? Voicing my irritation again, I clicked my tongue. Once again drawing a few deep breaths, I started to iron my resolve. Come on, you've fought a former vampire king. You've dueled the fated protagonist of this world to almost a tie. I think you should take a look at you've killed so many high vampires. You've got every talented cadet in your academy working under you. They call you the fallen angel. Well, what's a little pain an angel, right? Right. So, get that knife and stab it right through your iris. Do not hesitate. Okay, okay. I nodded and gripped the knife tighter in my hand, but this time, instead of taking my time, I brought it to my eye and pierced it in one fluid motion. Akakang. I bit down on my lower lip in order to desperately stifle the excruciating scream that threatened to escape my mouth. Soon, the metallic tang of blood assaulted the taste buds on my tongue as my teeth sank into the tender flesh. A soft mule still managed to escape me. In the mirror, I saw blood gushing out my left eye, coursing down my cheek as if I were crying tears of crimson. Some of it was smeared across the silver mirror in front of me, in which I saw my face was contorted in unsightly agony, my teeth still digging into my flesh, letting the blood drip out from my lips too. Yes, it was a mess, to say the least. The knife was still plunged into my eyes and I didn't have the resolve to take it out. In fact, I didn't even know how I was standing. By all logic, I should have crumpled down on my knees after being subjected to this level of intense pain, but somehow, I managed to not gracelessly fall back first onto the ground and start wailing like a scolded child. What are you doing, fool? Pull it out and place the relic there. I'm trying. Talking with myself, or rather cursing myself, I mustered my remaining strength and pulled on the knife that was still planted in my left eye, practically jerking it out. Arghh! Screaming this time, I fell down to my knees and started hitting the ground in pain, practically crying. It's fine, it's okay. The worst a broken bar, the worst is over. Well, a broken bar for the most part, a broken bar. Telling myself that over and over again like reciting some sort of a mantra, I ignored the scarlet blood trickling from my eye, or at least what remained of it, onto the luxurious, furnished carpet below, staining it in a revolting patch of crimson. I resisted the urge to summon the silver flames and heal myself right here and now, since my task was still unfinished, and doing so would mean experiencing this entire harrowing ordeal from the start once again. Through my labored breath and pained whimpers, I once again gathered what little strength I had left in my body to move my arm. In the very next moment, I channeled mana into my dimensional storage ring and summoned a violet mystical marble in my hand, its surface adorned with intricate patterns so bewitching that one could lose their mind if they stared at it for too long. Gasping, I left my mind blank and brought the violet orb to my injured eye, a broken bar, then inserted it into the gaping wound. Arghh! Arghahaha! Ahahaha! I didn't get it in on the first try, so I had to try again. When I finally succeeded, the excruciating sensation of the tiny marble stretching the tear in my eye was so intense that I just wanted to cry. By now, there was a puddle of crimson beneath me on the carpet, but finally, the organ-rending pain that had numbed all my other senses finally started to diminish a little. Slowly, after I successfully inserted the enigma sight stone in my eye, the open wound quickly started to heal. Gods! Finally a broken bar through relieved pants. A slight chuckle escaped my lips. Finally, it was over. To be honest, inflicting a wound wasn't that painful. A broken bar, the expectation of incoming pain was just fear-inducing. A smile appeared on my face as my vision finally returned to my left eye and the pain fully subsided. Letting out a comfortable sigh, I staggered back and exhaustedly reposed on the bed, shaking my head. I missed. Gods, why couldn't binding it have been as simple as when I bind a phoenix's embrace to me? I mean, I literally just had to enter the mouth of a talking tree and touch a glowing orb to bind Phoenix's embrace to me. It was that simple. Scoffing, I threw my head back on the pillow and closed my eyes. I wanted to test out my new relic and the enhanced sight it had granted me, but I was extremely lethargic. I had to sleep first. I didn't even know when my tired mind let go of my consciousness, and I slipped into the embrace of sweet slumber. A broken bar, but when I woke up, I wasn't in my room. I was in heaven, a broken bar standing before a god. After long, comfortable hours of peaceful slumber, I decided it was finally time to wake up. I rubbed my eyes, waking up from my sleep. But to my astonishment, a broken bar, I wasn't in my room. I wasn't in my bed. I blinked my hazy eyes and looked around with an incomprehensible gaze. Very soon, a confused frown was strewn across my face. Instead of my comfortable, king-sized bed, I found myself standing in an open castle hall with nothing but a vast blue sky above me. Perplexed, I opened my eyes wide as the vestige of sleep disappeared from my tired mind, and I took in my surroundings. Giant white marble pillars were erect all around me, bearing intricate patterns engraved in pure gold. Countless books filled this space, neatly arranged in lavish bookshelves that adorned this giant castle hall. For a moment, I entertained the thought that I had somehow sleepwalked into the Morningstar family's library. However, that it was just the remnants of my sleep and nascent shock clouding the logical part of my brain. The thing is, this library, or whatever it was too huge to be the Morningstar mansion. This hall stretched as far as my eyes were able to see. Moreover, above me was a vast blue sky, when it should have been night or at least evening by now. Yeah, I had to face the truth that I was definitely not home. So, the pressing question remained, where was I? Just as that thought crossed my mind, a voice rang in my ears, causing me to turn around. "Welcome, Lucas Morningstar." Startled by the sudden noise, I spun on my feet and saw a graceful silhouette seated atop an immense, high-rise throne that seemed to pierce the heavens. The being's appearance defied logic. His figure was enveloped in a halo of divine radiance and unholy darkness, an aura that seemed like a mixture of both profane and pure. It was a being that ignited a myriad of feelings in my heart just from a glance. A broken bar, everything ranging from reverence to fear surged forth, and I staggered back. His skin shimmered with an ethereal luminescence, reminiscent of the soft glow of twilight. With each breath he took, the air around us hummed with an otherworldly energy, carrying a subtle fragrance of unknown blossoms. His eyes, deep and enigmatic, held a wisdom that hinted at secrets far beyond what my mortal mind could ever comprehend. The silhouette was cloaked in robes that shifted between iridescent shades. He also wore a crown adorned with symbols I did not understand. His hair cascaded like liquid silver, flowing in intricate patterns that seemed to have a life of their own. When he spoke again, his voice resonated through the space around us, its melody both soothing and unsettling, pleasing and revolting, correct and wrong, beautiful and terrifying. "A broken bar, unholy and divine, a broken bar, welcome," he whispered, his words carrying a weight I couldn't fathom. "You wouldn't believe how long it has been since I had visitors." I didn't listen to his words. I couldn't. My mind was too occupied with comprehending the full scope of this being's existence. I had never seen a god. I've seen mortals who were so strong that they were called gods, like my master, but never an actual godlike existence. Yet, I didn't need anyone to point out that what I was seeing before me was indeed a god, or at least the closest thing to one. The radiant and dark halo around the being disappeared, finally making the vision of his visage clear, and as soon as that happened, my eyes widened even more. That man, a broken bar god, a broken bar or whatever, I knew him. The only difference was that the last time I saw him, he was completely and utterly unassuming in each and every way. Ordinary, a broken bar, he was ordinary in every regard. Now, however, a broken bar, it felt like now was the first time I actually looked at him, as if His radiance was hidden in plain sight from me the last time I saw him. Finally, I managed to find some words and choke out a single word. Joe, thank heavens, the god likes being laughed from atop his throne. Shifting and crossing his legs, he spoke again. For a second, I thought you had forgotten the man who graced you with a transmigration chance. I think you should take a look at. I scoffed as a mocking chuckle escaped my lips despite my best efforts to stay silent. Graced me? You killed me. You shot me to death with a gun. I refused, and then dumped me in the body of a side villain. Not even the protagonist. Oh, I think you're selling yourself short. I believe everyone is the protagonist of their own story. Joe waved his hand with a dismissive smile. Is that so? Is that what you think? Then why give so many cheat abilities and plot armor to the protagonist? I yelled back. The godlike being before me stayed silent for a few seconds before replying. Okay, I guess that's a fair point, but I gave you a cheat too, didn't I? That's not the point. I spoke through gritted teeth. I stayed silent for a while, looking around, then asked in a calm voice, "Where am I?" Joe smiled at my question, lingering for a few seconds before getting up from his throne and saying, "You are behind Heaven's Gate. Rejoice, mortal, for you are the first of your kind to step into Arcadia, the land of gods, while still alive." Arcadia? I frowned, noticing the look of confusion on my face. Joe began to explain, "It's the name of this realm. There are many realms in this world, some belong to gods, and some don't. Arcadia is the realm where gods were created." Created? The frown on my face grew deeper upon hearing that word. So not only were the gods real, as I had suspected, but they weren't born. They were broken bar created into existence, but then a broken bar who was powerful enough to create gods, who themselves were said to be the creators of everything according to the elves. As if reading my mind, Joe spoke, "That is not important right now. You will soon get to learn everything, anyway." I craned my neck up and looked at the being standing there on a high-rise throne. I stayed silent for a few seconds before finally speaking. "So you were indeed a god, just like I thought." "Yes," Joe gracefully nodded in reply. "My real name is Webnovelsaudibook. I am one of the few last remaining true gods and the first son of the primordials, order and chaos." After a brief, dramatic pause, he continued, "I'm the god of knowledge, wisdom, fate, and existence, the sole king of Arcadia." I looked at Webnovelsaudibook with a deadpan expression for a few long minutes before smacking my lips and saying, "So you're a big shot, is what you're telling me?" The so-called god of knowledge, wisdom, fate, and existence stared at me for a few seconds before replying in an irritated tone, "Yes, Lucas, I'm a big shot." Nodding, I asked, "Okay, so Mr. Big Shot, why am I in heaven? Surely, I am not dead yet, am I?" "You are not dead." Webnovelsaudibook shook his head before whispering in a barely audible tone, "Well, not entirely." My ears perked up at that whisper as I yelled, "Huh? What? What does that mean?" Webnovelsaudibook made a guilty expression and said, "Well, mortals can only come to this place if they're chosen by the gods here, but even then, they had to be dead. Even as the king of the place, I can't change the rules of the realm, so I kind of had to kill you in your sleep." A broken bar just for a few seconds, though, "So don't worry, don't worry, don't worry," he said. I wanted to bark and shout and curse at this man. Throw pebbles at him, reject one more of his novels from a competition. Killing me once wasn't enough that he had to kill me again, but since the man before me was literally a god, I choked down my curses and stayed silent, wearing a forced amicable smile. After choosing my next words carefully and weeding out some angry curses that were going to slip in, I asked in a polite tone, "Okay, so why did you call me here, O King of Gods? Surely, you aren't suddenly in the mood for catching up, are you?" "Catching up?" Webnovelsaudibook scoffed. He pointed to somewhere on the ground before me and said, "I have been observing you ever since. I know all that you've been up to. I don't need to catch up." My gaze darted forward to the point where Webnovelsaudibook was pointing, and I saw a large, circular pool there. Inside it was a clear puddle of water that reflected the clear blue sky above. It wasn't hard for me to imagine what that pool could do, so he had been keeping an eye on me, huh? Well, the edit pen's description did ask me to create changes in the story that would please him. I guessed back then that the him in question was Joe, so, of course, he had been watching me from the start. Just as I reached that conclusion, Joe spoke up again. I wanted to talk to a broken bar about the path that you've chosen. I waited for a moment before speaking out loud, almost in the same authoritative tone as the god before me. Well, I also wanted to talk to you, but sure, you go ahead first. Joe the Aryan put his hands elegantly behind his back as he looked down on me from his high-rise position. After a bit, he said in a somber tone, "Do you know what you're even trying to do? You've already been warned once. I advise you to get stronger instead of searching for the reason for your fractured memories." I sneered before proceeding to answer the man in white robes, and just like I had disregarded that warning, I'll ignore your advice too. You don't know what you're doing, you foolish mortal. You don't know what you are trying to awaken. While he clearly used some sharp, grating words, his tone was anything but. To me, he somewhat sounded on edge for some reason. A broken bar scared of something? For some primal reason, that thought did not sit right with me, so I decided to come right out and ask it. Why, what's so wrong if I want to know what transpired with Lucas before I came to this world and over his body? Listen, I am not a master of the tropics related to transmigration, but these memories in my head aren't natural. I can feel it. What am I doing wrong if I want to investigate it? I asked. You're on a path to discover things that should be left untouched. That's what you are doing wrong. Take my advice, Lucas. Turn away, return to your master, and try to get as strong as you can before the end of next year. Only I know how much you'll need the strength you cultivate now, so do not waste this time playing detective, Joe stated in a stern tone. If you're that worried about my future, then you tell me. Just tell me who is the reason for the fractured memories in my head. Does Lucas have a recollection of his life in other timelines? If so, then, why? Tell me, did Lucas know someone will take over his body in the future? Is that why he wrote all those journals? I inquired. Joe the Aryan massaged his eyebrows before yelling down at me. If I tell you all that, then what will be the point? In those journals, the original Lucas asked you to stop prying, didn't he? So at least he'd his advice if not mine. Drop this obsession and get stronger. I lingered for a moment before replying in an even tone. I will when you tell me. Joe the Aryan looked at me for a moment. He opened and closed his mouth a few times before finally clenching his fists and shouting, I can't intervene. I scoffed at his answer. Ha, isn't it too late for you to say that now? You killed me, twice by the way, threw me into a magical world of your novel, and then gifted me with a golden finger that encourages me to change your plot. Joe the Aryan gritted his teeth and continued to add on his previous statement. I can't intervene, Anamara. Why? I yelled. Because even I can't change the fate I have already weaved. Joe the Aryan exploded. Not without destroying my authority over it. Fate can't be changed lightly. You don't understand the intricate complexity of the red threads. Everything is connected in this world. Everyone's fate affects one another at their births, their lives, their deaths, no matter how insignificant, leaves a mark. I stood there still for a couple of seconds, only silence hung in the hall before I finally uttered some words, breaking it. So, you were the one who weaved it, the fate of that world, I mean? I asked. Joe the Aryan didn't reply immediately. Just like me, he took a couple of seconds before opening his mouth. Yes, he replied in a firm tone, that and all the other worlds and their inhabitants. Joe the Aryan gestured to all the shelves in this hall, his fingers lingering to point at books in them. As I followed his gaze and looked around, Joe the Aryan said, I'm the author of worlds, the creator of realms, the preserver of fate and existence, a broken bar, and the destroyer of all. That means the fate that awaits me and the people of the world I live in are broken bar. I drew in a deep breath. Joe the Aryan nodded in affirmation. I am to blame for it all. Why? I asked, trying to at least appear as calm and collected as possible. Why would you create a hell like that? Jovarian looked away and said in a straight tone, "You won't understand even if I tell you right now." "I don't need to understand anything now," I exclaimed, finally unchaining my suppressed emotions. "We are living in a hell you created. You're the reason for our suffering. That's all I need to know." "Sure," Jovarian shrugged. "Let's go with that." "Yes, Lucas, I am the cause of all your past, present, and future suffering. What will you do? What can you do?" "I will change my fate. I will change the fate of that world," I declared. Listening to my words, Jovarian burst into a fit of laughter. "You, a mere mortal, will change the fates woven by me?" I yelled back. "If you're not observing me with your eyes closed, you'll see that I have already achieved much of my goal. I have changed my fate. Quinn is now on my side, and so is Grace. Their fates are already different. I'll soon have Ella, Asta, Chase, and all the main characters working for me." Jovarian chipped in to cut me off before I could finish my sentence. "Ugh, you poor thing, you think you've changed their fates, have you? You think you've changed your own fate?" As a frown appeared on my face, a smile formed on Jovarian's lips. He looked at me with a mixture of pity and amusement. Just as I was about to ask him to explain himself, the god before me spoke up. "You failed to stop Nero from unleashing his gift before the world. Twice, you failed to stop the massacre of Silversrine. If that wasn't enough, you also lost your duel with Nero. You may have stopped Quinn from changing sides, but his role is already fulfilled. Liz is mortally injured just like she was supposed to be in the future, and Nero has acquired the Seer of Unknown." As Jovarian's words dreadfully began to settle in, my first reaction was to try and retort, to tell him that I had still changed a lot of things, but in the end, my argument remained stuck in my throat. The reason for that was probably because I knew that whatever I had done wasn't enough. My efforts weren't enough, my results weren't enough. Fate can't be broken, a broken bar not, at least without paying a hefty price for it. Jovarian said, "You can change its course, you can alter a few events, but in the end, fate will arrive all the same. So there is no way to change my fate?" I asked, a hollow feeling slowly nestling in my heart. "I think you should take a look at. Of course, there is. Didn't I tell you already? Even fate can be bought with the right price," Jovarian commented. A frown appeared on my face. I had heard that somewhere. Broken bar? Did I once say that? My train of thought was suddenly broken when the god before me continued. "Of course, whether or not you can pay the price is actually questionable. The easiest way to do so is to kill a divine being." "A divine being?" The frown on my face deepened. "Yes, generally a divine being's fate is so massive that killing one of them will impact everything in the world." Dropping my head, I looked down and started thinking over Joe's words. "A divine being," he said. "Where would I even meet one?" Jovarian stopped and lingered for a moment before continuing. "But the fate that you want to change is too complex and vast for it to be changed by even that. If you want to change your fate, then you'll have to kill the one who made it." My eyes widened as realization dawned upon me. I slowly looked up to face God, who still eyed me from above. "Yes, you'll have to kill me." Without a speck of hesitation, I instantly tried to summon my spear, but soon found out that I couldn't do it. Jovarian laughed as he said, "You dared to step into my domain, and try to kill me? A broken bar here? No, Lucas. Unfortunately, killing me won't be easy. If anything, it's impossible. If that's the case, then why did you bring me to this world? What is my purpose?" I yelled out. "Purpose, Lucas? This is your punishment. I will watch you, the mortal who insulted my creation, suffer. I will see you try and make changes to the plot, but fail in the end. In your last moments." A broken bar? Jovarian abruptly stopped as if he made a mistake and quickly corrected himself, his tone growing ominous and cruel. Until your last moment, you'll entertain me in my solitude. That'll be your glorious purpose, Lucas. You'll entertain me with your survival, until the apocalyptic ending I've written for you arrives." Left devastated by those words of finality, I somehow pushed aside all my rational thoughts and lifted my hand, extending an open palm toward Joe. I uttered a silent chant and cast my fastest and strongest magic spell, Flame Lances. Without holding anything back, I conjured 7 pillars of incinerating blue flames around me. As Jovarian raised an eyebrow, I sent my flame lances hurtling forward at him with a mental command. In a burst of speed, the lances reached the god draped in white robes, exploding upon impact like missiles and sending massive shockwaves rolling throughout the hall. High on the throne, it appeared as though a sun had spawned. Brilliant blue flames raged beneath the rising mushroom cloud. I had little doubt about whether my magic would work here in the throne room of Arcadia, but since I could feel mana in this place, I thought about at least giving it a try. In the next moment, however, any joy I felt when my spell hit Joe vanished. Nice try. Broken by a booming, authoritative voice rang out through the world, and the blue flames were instantly snuffed out. Joe's figure became visible once more through the thin plumes of rising black smoke. Clearly, my strongest spell had no effect on him. Jovarian, like the god he was, continued to look down at me, savoring his apparent superiority as he added, "But it will take you to live through thousands of lifetimes to kill me." With that, he flicked a finger in my direction, and the next thing I knew, I was gazing at the vast blue sky above me. My entire body was flippied, and no, not my whole body, just my head. He severed my head, just like when he killed me the last time. The last thing I saw before darkness claimed my vision was a vicious grin plastered on my killer's face. As soon as Lucas' detached head hit the ground and rolled away with a thud, the remnants of his body vanished from this divine realm in a cascade of ethereal light sparks. Suddenly, as if awaiting that signal, the god draped in heavenly white robes began to cough up blood and staggered back, collapsing onto his throne tiredly. "This man will be the death of me." Casting time reversal and parallel timeline rebirth to transmigrate him had already exacted a great toll on Jovarian. He suspected that now he had just enough life force to endure only a few more years at best. The throne of Arcadia would then be without a ruler. And that meant breaking Heaven's Gate would become much, much easier. "This won't do," Jovarian muttered, wiping the smeared blood from the corner of his lips. He exhaled deeply before settling back comfortably on his throne. After a while, he extended his hands forward and started moving his hands in a ST range, erratic motion. God returned to crafting his grand plan, weaving the threads of fates, forging the cosmic destinies, and writing the stories of existence itself. That bastard, Arghh, that fucking bastard, damn it, fuck, I'll kill him. The weather outside was pleasant, basked in the fervent glow of the moonlight. The urban jungle teemed with life. People went out to savor the nightlife of the city to the fullest. Meanwhile, the military police were rattled by a particular case centered around a cafe. Copyright that, as it happened, was haunted by a vampire until very recently. How did the vampire get there? Who killed that vampire, and how? How did the vampire manage to keep her activities hidden until now? No one knew the answer to these puzzling questions. There was no evidence, nothing out of the blue, and no security footage either. Someone erased everything, but who? No one knew. So while the military police struggled to find a lead in their newest case, nobles, too, were busy in their bustling lives, especially those nobles who were in charge of the area where that cafe. Copyright was. Hardly anyone in this splendid city had the time to pause and admire the full moon gracing the night sky tonight. Within this beautiful city, if one were to peek through a particular window of the mansion belonging to the West's overlord, the morning stars, they'd see a young man yelling and wailing, shouting a chain of profanities and coarse as he pummeled his pillow. Like a man possessed, he continued to rain down punches on his pillow until it turned into nothing but tattered fabric and cotton. He still didn't stop punching, however. If anyone were to see the crazed glint in the handsome lad's eyes, coupled with the way he drooled while relentlessly punching the remnants of his pillow, they would surely label him as a deranged lunatic. The deranged lunatic, well, that would be me. Yeah, I was the one cussing and punching my pillow. Well, can anyone truly blame me? If they can, They've clearly never been killed by the hands of a god, not one but 3 times. Yes, for anyone audacious enough to question my crazy behavior, I want them to get shot, killed in their sleep, and have their heads severed by a divine being. Arghh, damn, I'm so angry. Arghh, I'll kill him. Who does he even think he is? I don't care if he's a god or anything else. How dare he kill me again? After fuming for a long time, and breaking a few items, like some electronics and those ornate gold vases, I finally managed to regain my composure. Solemnly, I reflected on myself and surveyed the wreckage in my room. Letting out a heavy sigh, I said to myself, when did I begin smashing things? When I got angry. That's some rich spoiled brat behavior. Shaking my head in self-disapproval, I fell back on my opulent bed and blankly stared at the intricately designed ceiling above. My mind was still occupied with what just happened. So, my theories were true. I was correct. Gods do exist. Joe was one of them. He threw me into one of his creations, his world, all because I insulted him. A divine retribution. A broken bar. Yeah, no, I'm not buying it for a second. A god took offense at the words of a mere mortal like myself. Ha, as if I'm not foolish enough to believe such a feeble lie. Besides, there's that thing he said before he shot me in my previous life. Though I can't recall his words clearly, I distinctly remember him muttering something along the lines of, casting time reversal and parallel timeline rebirth will take a toll on my body. I may lose half of my life essence, but I'll make you remember. I'll make you remember what it's like being alive. Back then, I didn't focus on his words too much because for me he was just a crazy author holding a gun to my head. After my transmigration, I suspected him to be a god of some kind, but I had no clear proof. I think you should take a look at now. I do. Now I could recall each and every word he said and analyze them. For instance, he said he was going to cast time reversal, which tells me that this timeline has already ended once. The only reason these people are living again is because the god of existence reset the timeline. But is this the first time he reset it? I mean, Lucas had memories of alternative timelines, although all of it is currently locked somewhere in my head. Kai has them too. What if our broken bar instead of alternate timelines? What they remember is just their lives in previous timelines. I talked to Kai about it once. He dubbed those timelines where the world was destroyed as ruined timelines. Regression, a broken bar. After that, Joe also mentioned he'd also be casting parallel timeline rebirth. If it means what I think, then the Earth from my previous life was in a different universe. This proves another one of my theories. The multiverse is also real. Now finally, the question is, why? Why did Joe kill me and throw me into this world? Before he shot me, he looked disappointed that I insulted his story. He didn't kill the other editors, only me. He said that I've forgotten what it's like being alive and that I'll remember how to live if he sends me back. Wait, a broken bar back? I'm not sure, but I remember he said he'll send me back a broken bar. But a broken bar back where? In his novel? In this world? Sitting up straight, I widened my eyes slightly and drew a few deep breaths to stay calm. I know I could very well be overthinking, but it's certainly possible that I originally belonged to this world. If gods are real and transmigration is possible, then so must be reincarnation. Maybe, after this timeline ended and I died after the world ended, I reincarnated in a different universe, on a different Earth. Maybe I had always been Lucas. That would explain so many things. For example, our similar intelligence, taste in material things, thought process, and other things like being overly handsome. A broken bar. Okay, maybe not the last part, but yeah, it is possible. But then, I have 2 more questions. In Lucas' journals, he wrote my name, so how did he know about my previous life? How did he know someone named Noah was about to possess his body? But that's not the only thing. What did Joe gain through all of this? If what he said was right, then he lost so much of his life essence just to make me transmigrate, a broken bar or reborn, whatever. Why did he do that? I've found the answer to 1 question, only to be swamped with 4 more. And people wonder why I hate the mystery genre. The relentless, Hushed patter of footsteps echoed in my room as I circled around the center table positioned in front of my bed. Before long, Sarah returned from her flight, politely knocking on the glass window. I was confident that by now, she must have thoroughly explored the entire city. With a smile, I welcomed her in, and she gracefully settled on my bed. Taking a seat next to her on the bed, I summoned 2 baskets laden with fruits and meatballs from inside the dimensional storage of my smart bracelet. Picking up a handful of meatballs and fruit berries, I started feeding Sarah. I knew she was perfectly capable of eating on her own, but feeding her with my own hands like this made me feel comfortable. Besides, Sarah seemed to like it too. Well, in truth, she liked anything that gave her a sense of significance. Basically, she liked feeling important. She liked it when I gently patted her head and lulled her to sleep. She liked being fed. She liked it when I ruffled her crimson and silver feathers. She liked it when I groomed her plumage. Truly, a princess's behavior. So either she was exceptionally clingy or perhaps, she had inherited my very own narcissism. I doubt that it was the latter. I mean, our souls were linked, so it would be rather strange if she didn't adopt my most distinctive trait, a narcissism. Hey, sighing, I shook my head and started thinking about other things. I still had too much to think about. Aside from investigating and finding the person responsible for the fractures in my memories, I needed to think about my parents. Reynold and Yennefer would be home any moment now. I needed to think of a good excuse that I could give them. I mean, after all, I had to justify why I was here despite being unofficially banished from the West. Besides, there was one more thing that had been pestering me since the evening earlier. After I killed that vampire in the cafe copyright well, to be precise, when Amelia killed her she was on the verge of telling me something. What was she about to say? Before she could finish her sentence, Amelia shot an arrow and silenced her forever. She told me not to trust her. Did she mean Amelia? She had to mean her, but there's a very real possibility that the vampire was just trying to create strife between us. Perhaps her goal was to sow confusion in my mind and strike when my guard was down. However, even she must have realized that any kind of resistance in those final moments was entirely futile. So, what was her plan? Was she genuinely trying to alert me about something? But why? Why would a dying vampire try to help a human? Even if Amelia posed a threat to me, a vampire like Sophiana had no real reason to make me her killer. Aware of that fact, I remember when I warned Sophiana and asked her to let us go, she responded by saying, that girl shouldn't be allowed to live, referring to Amelia. But why? Why was Amelia so important? I'm fairly certain there's something in my memories about Amelia. While peeking in my head, Sophiana saw it. She saw something that made her shift her focus from me to Amelia. Even though I lack evidence, my instincts are urging me to heed the vampire's warning. This is difficult for me. For some reason, I wanted to trust Amelia. I mean, I'll still trust her, but not blindly. I'll keep an eye open and use caution around her. Arghh. Scratching my head, I sprang up from my bed and groaned in frustration. All of this mystery would be solved if I could just take a look inside my head. Unfortunately, the only relic capable of accomplishing something like that was in my possession, linked to me. I think you should take a look at. Yes, I thought about using it on myself, but I knew all too well it couldn't be used in such a manner. After all, at one point in the novel, Nero tried to do just that. He wanted to erase some painful memories by employing the Enigma Sightstone on himself. But, as I mentioned earlier, it didn't work. He couldn't even activate it on himself. Quite ironic, isn't it? In the novel, Nero yearned to forget, while here, I needed to remember. Mockingly scoffing at the twisted humor of fate and its god, I walked over to a study desk tucked into the corner of this large room. Tilda? Sarah chirped confusedly when I didn't return to her side, as if she was calling me and asking if I was fine. I offered her a reassuring smile. No, I'm fine, Sarah. Go ahead and rest. I'll wake you up if I want anything. As if she was waiting for my command, Sarah nestled beneath the cozy blankets of the bed and gently closed her eyes, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Smiling at her once more, I turned around and summoned a bunch of journals. One by one, I put them all on the desk. After arranging them in front of me, I called out to my smart bracelet, "Athena." Instantly, a mechanical yet distinct feminine rang out in my ears. "Is there something you need my assistance with, first-year cadet, Sir Lucas?" "Yes, actually," I replied. "Athena, I want you to scan these journals, analyze their content thoroughly and tell me when the author's personality started changing. I also want you to provide me with any other details you find worth telling me." "Are these your journals, sir?" "Yes, Athena, these are my journals. If you don't mind me asking, what is your objective, sir?" "Investigation. I want you to pinpoint when my personality started changing in an unnatural manner. Is that possible?" "If it happened abruptly, then yes. There could be a few ways, like analyzing the writing style, event details, and more such things." "Good," I nodded before sitting in front of the desk and opening the first journal. "Let us get to work then." It took me just over an hour to go through all the journals and let my smart bracelet scan every page. I personally skimmed through most of the content. I didn't need to read every entry manually. I had asked Athena to analyze and provide me with a summary of everything. Currently, Athena was analyzing the collected data, searching for any clues about my personality change that I might have overlooked before. Finally, as I continued to lean back in my chair and spin it, Athena's AI voice echoed in my ears, "Sir, I believe I've found it." A smile crept across my face as I heard that, but before I could ask Athena to make her report, a loud, disruptive banging erupted at my door. Damn, Tama! "Who is it?" I yelled, visibly angry. The door swung open and in came a butler impeccably dressed in a formal black suit. He looked at me with sweat dripping down his forehead, bowed a little, and said, "Ah, young Master Lucas, his lordship and her ladyship have returned. They are waiting for you in the dining room downstairs, along with young Master Adele." At first, I only wanted to scold the butler a little for his loud door pounding earlier, but after hearing his news, I felt a strong urge to downright strangle him instead. But suppressing my irritation, I put on a cheerful smile and yelled, "Rise and shine, Sarah, it's dinner time." Before descending the stairs, I took a moment to complete a very important task: a broken bar, changing my watch. The watch I currently had on me was rather cheap and didn't really look good on me. After putting on an expensive piece of watch, I slipped out of my clothes, as most of it was stained red from my own blood. By now, the blood had dried and a sharp metal stench was coming off from me, so after stripping down, I washed up, paying particular attention to the eye I had stabbed, as blood patches were still visible around where the gaping wound had been. After washing up, I put on a luxurious yet simple attire: a black silk shirt, matching trousers, and various golden jewelry pieces like chains and rings that complemented the earrings of the Phoenix's embrace. Only after I was satisfied with my graceful appearance did I step out of my room. Sarah jumped on my shoulder and used me as her personal vehicle. Her feathers were still dyed black, so I didn't have to worry about anyone discovering her identity. However, my concern at this point wasn't about her disguise, but rather her size and weight. Sarah had grown so much, and just one wrong move on her part could easily dislocate my shoulder. Yes, she was that strong now. Fortunately, she was also aware of this issue, so when I extended my forearm, she shifted to perch on it instead. With Sarah sitting on my extended arm, akin to a hawk, I descended the stairs and arrived at the entrance of a magnificent dining hall. Without hesitation, the guards pulled open the gates, granting me entry to the grand room hidden behind. Upon entering, the first thing that I saw was a long dining table set at the center of the hall. The dining table easily had the capacity to host at least 30 people, yet it appeared dwarfed in comparison to the giant dining hall, crafted from luxurious wood that matched the table's material. Numerous seats were positioned in front of it. The ceiling was adorned with majestic chandeliers made of pure gold and real diamonds, while opulent artworks adorned the walls. Several alcoves were embedded in the walls all around. In each one of them, A single guard clad in lustrous metal armor stood like a statue of steel. Damn, those knights look menacing. I commented in my head. Finally, my gaze traveled along the length of the long dining table and settled at the end of it, locking onto three figures sitting there. That they were the revered family of wolves. Sitting at the head of the table was, obviously, my father General Reynold Morningstar, known as the Crimson Wolf or the Wolf Black. He was a man in his 40s with a head full of short, curly golden locks that fell down to his neck and a matching thick beard. His striking bright red eyes, often called the symbol of the Morningstar bloodline, reflected the ceiling light, resembling an exquisite pair of shiny, most clear rubies. Reynold had a tall, robust physique that would undoubtedly give anyone doubts about approaching him carelessly, and he exuded a commanding presence that could compel even kings from ancient times to kneel before him. Even if I hadn't known who he was, I could have still been able to tell that this man was a monster. Taking the rightful position on his right was my mother Yennefer Morningstar, commonly referred to as the Ice Monarch. She, an elven woman in her late 30s, appeared as if time had stopped affecting her, with all signs of aging stopped on her body. Her porcelain white skin, along with her overall fair complexion, made her look as if she was frozen in place, unaffected by the impure, mundane world. Her ageless beauty was evident in every aspect of her appearance. She possessed long, silvery hair that flowed gracefully down to her waist, framing her slender yet graceful figure. Her long ears perked up the moment I entered the hall, and her grey eyes, reminiscent of a deep, frozen lake, shifted to find me, shimmering in the ambient light of the hall. If not for grey eyes instead of red, she would look like a slightly older, more mature version of Yelena. Damn, even I had to admit, elves were beautiful. Believe it or not, but I had never met an ugly elf in this world. Even Kent is drop-dead handsome. Anyway, sitting on Reynold's left was Adele. He looked a broken bar the same as before, I guess. The only noticeable difference was that there was a mischievous smile adorning his sharp face now, making him look even more insufferable. His gaze met mine, a glint of mischief appearing in his wild eyes, as he announced, "Oh, look, father and mother, your prodigal son returns." I spared Adele a brief glance before sensing the twin pairs of eyes belonging to Reynold and Yennefer locking onto me. Without bothering to utter a response, I moved to the end of the table nearest to me, pulled out a chair, and took my seat. Sarah jumped from my arm and comfortably sat on top of the table, leisurely enjoying the gazes she received from the people present in the dining hall. "What are you doing?" Reynold was the first to break the silence after Adele's snarky comment. His gaze held a hint of curiosity as he leaned back in his chair. "Sitting," I replied casually. "Surely you didn't call me here just to stand and watch you all eat. I mean, even you can't be that Betty, right?" To be honest, I was well aware of the underlying meaning in his words and my actions here. In noble families, the established seating etiquette dictated that sitting opposite to the head of the table signified an equally important authority, but in my case, it could be seen as me trying to challenge Reynold's authority. Well, this was merely an informal family dinner, so there was no need to look into it too deeply, but I was certain that my father understood my message. Adele shot me a sidelong glance and spat, his words dripping with venom. "Don't lecture on pettiness when you weren't even invited to step inside this house." Once more, I spared Adele a brief glance before turning my eyes away from him. My indifference seemed to irk him as a nerve popped on his forehead. "Are you trying to ignore me now? You've certainly grown, haven't you, brother?" Adele exclaimed, a crazy grin stretching across his lips. "Woof, woof, woof, woof," as if to mirror his hostility. His two wolves, who were sitting beside him on the floor, started growling and barking. I turned my attention to the fairer of the two wolves, Celise. A pang of regret struck me as I saw him baring his fangs at me. Tilda. Sarah stood up, unfurling her enormous wings as if she was about to pounce on the two wolves before I quickly grabbed her and whispered, "Not here." I couldn't allow her to reveal her powers here. Fortunately, just at that moment, Yennefer chipped in with her icy voice, which seemed to sweep through the dining hall like a chilling blizzard. "Cease this, you two." Let's eat first and then discuss the other matters. Adele blankly gazed at his mother for a few moments, then offered her a polite smile and nodded. "Of course, mother," he said before turning toward the butler standing near the table. "Well, don't just stand there, go ahead and serve the meal." The butler hurriedly signaled to the other servants, who came carrying trays laden with lavish dishes and set them upon the long dining table. One by one, plates were placed before each family member, and their portions were served. "Pass me the chicken," Lucas ordered, extending his hand toward a servant, but right at that moment, Adele chimed in as if it was a competition. "I'll have the chicken." The poor servant, who found himself standing between Lucas and Adele, could practically feel the tension crackling in the air as the two brothers locked gazes, and he was in the middle of them, caught in the crossfire. In the end, in a desperate attempt to save himself from the crushing pressure emanating from the both of them, the servant presented the chicken hot pot to Adele. After all, Adele was still a member of the family, so serving him first seemed like the logical choice, didn't it? Or did it? Throughout the whole week that will follow, the poor servant would question whether or not he had made the right decision that night, but right now, Lucas couldn't care any less. He merely made an expression that seemed to ask, "Are you serious?" to the servant and moved on. Meanwhile, Adele relished his moment of petty victory and rewarded himself with a generous portion of chicken. If Lucas had any lingering doubts before, there were none now. He could confidently say that Adele was unquestionably a very, very petty person. Shaking his head, Lucas ate in silence for a while. To say the food was delicious would be an understatement of the century. Before him were the most scrumptious, almost heavenly, dishes Lucas had ever tasted after coming to this world. Unfortunately, he really had no appetite today. Well, at least Sarah was enjoying the mouth-watering dinner. Lucas wasn't alone. Actually, no one on this table had any appetite today, no matter how inviting the food looked. Adele was only waiting for the discussion that was going to come after this dinner, while Reynald and Yennefer were only eating because they wanted to prolong that discussion for as long as possible. To be honest, both of them were surprised when they were informed of Lucas' return. Neither of them thought they would be seeing their second-born this year. Their surprise only grew into shock after seeing how much Lucas had changed, or rather, changed back into his old self. Reynald was informed by Yelena, but still, seeing Lucas act as confident and proud as he used to be in his childhood was rather a broken bar strange. It almost felt like he never suffered those years of solitude, disparity, and depression before ultimately being disowned. A broken bar almost. The cold indifference in his eyes and his sharp posture were a stark reminder that their son was a different person now, a broken bar, a person they didn't know. Reynald was still curious to know as to what caused Lucas to change again. What was it that made him the genius he used to be? All the talks about Lucas' performance in the King's Tournament, and especially what happened after it, had not eluded his ears. But how could he go about this and talk to Lucas? His son rightfully resented him too much. He couldn't just straight up ask, "Hey, son, I heard you had an amazing academic year, tell your old man about it." Thankfully, his wife stepped in right then. Yennefer turned to face Lucas and made a remark, breaking the silence. "I heard you received a Medal of Honor for your role in stopping the massacre of Silversrine," she mentioned. Lucas glanced at her briefly before returning his attention to the plate of food in front of him. "Yeah, sure." Her attempt at conversation met a curt response, causing Yennefer to fall silent. A pang of remorse gnawed at her heart. She still vividly remembered how Lucas used to follow her all around the house as a toddler, but now, he wouldn't even talk to her properly. What made it even sadder was the fact that he had every right to behave this way after how they both had treated him. Before she could pose another question, however, Adele interjected. He slammed his hands onto the table and exclaimed, "Instead of asking him why he's here, you're asking about his medal?" At that moment, Lucas finally put down his spoon and fork. He looked at Adele and spoke with a smile that was as mocking as it was polite. "You know, if I didn't know you better, I'd almost think you're jealous, brother," Adele scoffed, reclining back in his chair and tossing his cutlery aside. "Ha, jealous? Please, why on earth would I be jealous of someone like you? Lucas shrugged, his smile turning into a daring grin. I don't know, you tell me. You enjoyed bullying me when we were kids. You took delight in taking my things. You also never missed an opportunity to belittle me, even in our younger days. So, I'm curious, why do you have this obsession with me? Adele scrutinized Lucas for a moment before letting out a chuckle. I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to ruin the first dinner I'm having with my family in so long, but you won't get under my skin. Your family? Lucas arched an eyebrow, not missing how Adele put emphasis on the word my in his sentence. What, you still think you have a place on this table? Adele sneered. You've been disowned. I suggest you kneel and thank my father for not stripping our family name from you. Lucas's mocking grin turned into pity as he responded, you don't truly consider yourself a Morningstar, do you, Adele? Huh? Adele furrowed his brow in confusion as Lucas continued. You were never the first choice, little brother. The position you hold now was initially meant for me. Your father taught the Dawnbreaker to Yelena, not you, the designated heir of this family. If Yelena weren't a girl, she'd have taken your place as heir as well. Do you understand what I'm saying, Adele? You didn't earn your position. You were the only option left. Adele widened his eyes in fury as he attempted to retort, but before he could, Reynolds' authoritative voice thundered through the hall. Stop your quarreling, both of you. Lucas couldn't help but let a grin creep back onto his face as he shifted his focus to the patriarch of the family. With a scoff, he mocked, oh, dear father has finally decided to intervene, and after all these years of turning a blind eye to his children, no less. Reynolds let out a disgruntled huff and averted his gaze. Lucas was about to continue, but in an instant, his younger twin brother took the window. Why are you even complaining? You've been enrolled in the best military academy and were permitted to take bags of all your expensive belongings on your exile for your bad behavior, and now that you have finally come back, no one even questioned your return. This is not punishment, it's practically a vacation, Adele exclaimed, slamming his hands on the table again. Lucas narrowed his eyes at the golden-haired boy and sneered. Is that how you see it? Silence descended in the hall and even the armor-clad knights standing there seemed like they wanted to run out of this room. It was a funny sight. The soldiers of the Morningstar family are feared and revered throughout the world, yet, those fearsome warriors were scared of what was going to transpire in this room. Soon, only Lucas' voice reverberated throughout the deafening silence that filled the grandiose dining hall. I was forced out of my own home. You are right, Adele. This is indeed your family because I lost mine years ago. I haven't eaten in this dining hall since the day I awakened my maniac. This is the first dinner in years I'm having here. Gritting his teeth, Lucas rose from his chair and slowly started walking toward Adele, who looked back at him without a speck of expression on his face. I used to be upstairs in my room, crying while listening to you guys talking here. I yearned for you all to look my way and acknowledge my existence. I felt like a stranger in my own home, with no one to talk to. Stopping right before Adele, Lucas continued, and you were broken by you were my brother, but you made my life a living hell. You had no idea how painful it was for me and how easy you had it. Adele rolled his eyes, a frustrated look plastering itself on his face. Easy, he scoffed. I spent my life living in the worst kind of hell there is before I finally got my chance at life, before the heavens finally took pity upon me. Lucas threw his head back and laughed erratically before growing silent and asking through gritted teeth, oh, what could possibly be worse than what I had suffered in this mansion? Adele slammed his hands on the table again and rose up to come face to face with his older twin brother, sharing the same birthday as you. After a bit of pause, he recomposed himself and continued, turns out when your twin brother is an angelic prodigy, you have no choice but to live under the shadow cast by his silver wings. Adele took a menacing step forward, bringing his face barely an inch away from Lucas, and bellowed, so you were ignored after your awakening? Well, boo-hoo, Yelena and I lived like that until your awakening. You and I share the same birthday, but no one remembered mine until I finally outshone you. No one paid any attention to me until I finally surpassed you. Not even my own parents acknowledged my existence until I finally stepped out of your shadow." A manic giggle escaped Adele's lips as he continued, "So please, hold it against me for the rest of your miserable life, but I relished the moment when you awakened with low potential. I reveled when I saw the despair in your eyes. I cherished the fact that you could never surpass me. It's ironic, but your worst day was the best day of my life, big brother." Lucas glared at the young man before him for a few moments before bursting into laughter. Adele stared at Lucas in puzzlement until the silver-haired boy's laughter subsided and he began to speak. "And you said you weren't jealous? Well, this, my dear brother, is jealousy, you idiot. Throughout our lives, I was in the spotlight, and you hated me for it, but even after I was forced out of it, you were not the center of everyone's attention, were you? You still share that spotlight with Yelena, and now, with my recent rise in fame, you must be feeling threatened, am I right?" Adele clenched his jaw tightly for a moment before parting his lips, revealing his pearly white teeth as he spoke with mockery and determination present in his voice. "I don't need any more validation. I've already surpassed you. I've defeated you several times. You're not a real threat to me." Lucas couldn't help but smirk. "Your actions seem to suggest otherwise." Adele balled his plans into fists as he retorted, "Is this newfound confidence of yours the result of Leo Kurogami taking you under his wing like a dog? The same man that my father defeated years ago for the throne of the West?" The smirk on Lucas' face vanished as he uttered a challenge. "Okay, enough talk, summon your spear," Adele scoffed, dismissing the beckoning of his brother. "You don't have the nerve." Lucas shook his head. "Take out your weapon, or your courage will be splattered on the floor with your blood in the next second." Before they could continue, however, Reynolds stood up from his seat. The mere act of his rising up from his chair sent an obliterating pressure rolling throughout the hall. Both Lucas and Adele gritted their teeth as they felt their own father's bloodlust. In the next moment, Reynolds yelled out and retracted his killing intent. "Return to your rooms, both of you." Both Adele and Lucas objected immediately. "What? Are you really grounding me?" He started it. "You've disowned me. You can't ground me." Reynolds' eyebrow twitched as he shouted, "I can and will do whatever I want to the two of you as long as you're under my roof. If you have a problem with that, I can just arrange rooms for both of you in the nearby barracks. TSK, come, Celise, Luna, TSK, Sarah, stop stuffing your mouth and come." Both Adele and Lucas fell silent at that suggestion, clicking their tongues before calling their beasts and finally exiting the hall. Once they were gone, Yennefer looked at her husband and let out a wistful sigh. "They've grown so much, haven't they?" Reynolds remained silent for a moment before leaning forward to take support from the dining table and responding, "I wish there was another way." Yennefer nodded solemnly, rising to rub her husband's back, which was currently carrying the weight of the world. Seeing this, the guards and servants left the dining hall to grant their lord and lady some much-needed privacy. Yennefer hesitantly brought up another topic, saying, "He's back. You understand what it means, don't you?" Reynolds hesitated before finally nodding. After a long pause, he muttered with a heavy heart, "It's starting a broken bar, isn't it? Arghh, fuck, I hate that guy. Actually, no, I hate everyone in this fucking family." Entering my room, the first thing I did was kick my study desk in an attempt to vent out some frustration. Then I started shouting a barrage of curses directed at my family, which I am sure at least the servants outside this room must have heard. "Crook Tilda?" Sarah perched on top of the desk and chirped in confusion. Seeing her, I calmed down a little and ruffled her head. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Letting out a wistful sigh, I sat on the desk chair and started spinning it. After a while, I dug my hands into my pockets and pulled out my smart bracelet. "Athena, give me the report you were about to provide earlier." The screen of my smart bracelet lit up and almost instantly, a feminine mechanical voice resounded from it. "Yes, first-year cadet, Sir Lucas. After a meticulous analysis of the entries spanning 14 years of your life, 2 events stand out. The first occurred when you awakened your monarch core on November 28, 2717. After your family shunned you, your mental state began to deteriorate. However, there was a certain point in your life when your speech and behavior took on an almost unnatural flip. Between March 31st and April 15th in the year 2719, you went through a sudden and dramatic change, as if some unknown catalyst had triggered it. So, between those 16 to 17 days, I mused, gently scratching my chin. All right, anything else you want to share with me? Affirmative. During that time frame, a particular bar name appeared repeatedly in your journal entries. Oh, really? I arched an eyebrow. Go ahead, don't keep me in suspense, tell me. Athena quickly complied with my request. The bar's name is Last Call, and it seems that your visits there coincide with the start of your transformation. However, please note that this is still a suspicion undergoing analysis on my part, so it might not be entirely accurate. Nodding in acknowledgement, I deactivated my smart bracelet. While I myself had no recollection of that bar, I did notice its name mentioned a couple of times in Lucas' journals, and besides, considering the potential of a supercomputer program like Athena, I thought starting my investigation there might not be a bad idea. Sighing softly, I turned on my smart bracelet once again and called Amelia. After a few rings, she picked up and answered from the other side. Lucas, got any clues? I want you to do something for me, I told her. Go to the bar named Last Call and try to investigate my past visits there. Last Call? Amelia's surprised voice instantly piqued my interest. I arched an eyebrow and asked softly, why, do you know something? Amelia's answer was quick. Yes, we're Broken Bar. Arghh, Broken Bar. It's a place famous among noble kids in this area. We're Broken Bar used to visit that place very often. You don't remember that either? As a frown crept up on my face, I replied, I don't. That's why I want you to go there. Tell me everything, from how much time I used to spend there to what company I kept around me. Okay, I'll head there right now. With that, I disconnected the call and leaned back in my chair. I knew it wasn't a good idea to send her there alone, not because I was worried about her beauty Broken Bar but because I needed to also be cautious of her. I knew I shouldn't let a vampire play with my mind, but I couldn't exactly turn deaf to a direct warning now, could I? I swear to God, if planting the seed of doubt in my mind was Sophie Anna's plan then she did well. A Broken Bar did well indeed. Sarah, I turned to the giant black bird sitting on my desk and called her. I want you to go to Amelia and keep an eye on her. Crook tilde, by keeping an eye on her, I meant to help her and confirm if her reports are true. Can you do that, Crook? Sarah energetically bobbed her head up and down in an affirmative nod, prompting me to smile brightly at her. Good, I said, before rising from my chair and opening the room's window. Instantly, Sarah soared out of the open glass window into the vast night sky. I think you should take a look at. Okay, Sarah would keep Amelia in check. I mean, it's not like I don't trust Amelia, I do actually. A Broken Bar, but still, employing a bit of caution isn't ever bad. Besides, Sarah has grown a lot stronger. She even killed a vampire with just one attack, so she would be a big help to Amelia in this investigation too. Right, I just sent her as a backup, that's it. Satisfied with my internal reasoning, I nodded and closed the window. As soon as I did that, I heard a loud banging coming from the room's door. Damn, Tamma! Exclamation mark. Oh, who is it now? Startled by the sudden loud noise, I turned to the room's door and yelled, come in. The door swung open and in came a butler in a crisp black and white suit. It was the same butler from before. You again? Dude, you'll break the door one day. Bowing deeply, the butler apologized. I'm deeply sorry, young master. It's just that a Broken Bar his lordship has summoned you to the mansion's front garden. I frowned and cast a gaze at my watch. It was already around 11:03 p.m. I knew he wanted to talk to me, but couldn't he have just waited until tomorrow? Rolling my eyes, I nodded and answered the butler. Fine, tell them I'll be down there in a few minutes. The butler gasped, his eyes practically bulging out of his sockets at the prospect of me making General Reynold wait for a visit. However, the butler knew better than to bother me about it. He turned around and left the room upon receiving my response. "Ha, let's do this." I walked into the front garden, crushing the fallen leaves beneath my feet with each step, letting its satisfying crunching sound echo throughout the stillness of the night. The garden itself was a lush oasis, awash with all kinds of vibrant plants. In its heart lay a serene pond, the calm water inside it reflecting the fervent moon above. A symphony of insect chirrups filled the area, mingling with the gentle, rhythmic harmony of a bamboo fountain continually tapping the ground. The radiant moonlight filtered through the dense canopy of tree leaves, casting its silver glow upon the man who stood by the calm pond, as though nature itself had chosen to shine the spotlight on him. He was a tall, burly man, with a heavy grey fur military coat hanging over his broad shoulders. Even from this distance, I could make out a couple of scars tracing their way up the back of his neck. With a sigh, I walked over to him and wordlessly stood beside him. A peaceful silence enveloped us, only to be broken when Reynold finally parted his lips to speak. "Do you remember this garden?" he asked. Vaguely, I answered, my gaze fixed on a distant tree as a nostalgic feeling washed over me. Reynold frowned at my words. "But you used to spend all your time here when you were young." I pointed at the distant tree that I was watching and said, "I remember when I tried to climb the tree and fell on my nose." Reynold suppressed a smile from appearing on his face as he nodded. "Yeah, you broke your nose. Your mother was so worried about you." After a bit of pause, I added, "But you weren't. Instead of treating my wound, you pulled me up and asked me to climb that tree again with blood trickling down my face." "You ended up climbing it," Reynold added. I narrowed my eyes and turned to glare at him. After a brief moment of silence, I spat in a furious tone, "After falling 3 more times, I'm lucky I didn't permanently scar my handsome face that day." This time, Reynold allowed himself to smile a little and said, "You ended up climbing it though. You even made a tiny treehouse up there, called it your castle, and named yourself the king. You called it your treedom." As Reynold let out a soft chuckle, I exclaimed, "Shut up. Treedom was a good name for my first kingdom." "Ha ha, yeah, sure." And with that, the silence returned to haunt the air between us. After a few long minutes, I spoke up, "Yeah, fine, I do remember this place. But do you remember that night, a broken bar, that night when you disowned me?" A solemn expression settled upon Reynold's face. He paused for a few moments, then uttered, "Lucas, you knew I had no other option. You left me with no choice. The media was all over me, riots were breaking out, and the public accused me of condoning your criminal acts. They said that I would ignore your wrongdoing and never bring you to justice. Any other person would have served at least 5 to 6 years behind bars, but you were just excelled at gritting my teeth." I couldn't contain my anger any longer and interrupted him, my words bursting forth in a fury. "Okay, fine, I understand you had your responsibilities as the overlord of the West, but answer me this, why did you shun me? Why did you cast me aside? Was my potential the only thing that mattered to you? I was your son, your flesh and blood. You once said that wolves never forsake their kin, didn't you? Well, you did just that." Reynold's fists clenched, his nails digging into his palms, drawing blood. He opened and closed his mouth several times as if struggling to find the words he wanted me to hear. In the end, he simply asked, "Why are you here? Why are you back?" I gave him a look of deep disappointment and turned around to face away from Reynold. "You abandoned me because I was weaker than your other son, didn't you?" I asked, a serene smile slowly washing over my face. "I'll cripple him." What are you saying?" Reynold's eyes widened at my declaration, a bewildered shock visible in his gaze. However, I cut him off before he could finish voicing his thoughts. "You know I can do it. My master once claimed to sense the power levels of others. I'm sure you can sense it as well. You should know, I can kill him if we were to engage in combat." "Do you even know what you're saying?" Reynold exploded with anger. "You are talking about committing treason. Not if he attacks me first." My lips curled up into a smirk as I started walking away. Then it'll be considered self-defense. Reynold was on the verge of saying something, however, before he could even start, I preempted him and began speaking without even bothering to turn back or stop walking away. "Why am I back, you ask?" I retorted, my legs never ceasing their movement as I walked away. "Well, let's just say that's none of your damn business. I'll be gone from the city in a few days. You can treat me as invisible like you've always done. But if you want me out of this manor, you'll have to strip our family name from me, ? A radiant archeress with emerald eyes, the last of her kind, a phoenix disguised as a crow, and an adorable puppy with pristine white fur and striking green eyes walked into a dimly lit bar, a broken bar. Amelia instantly frowned. "Wait, doesn't this look like the start of a joke?" Sarah, who was sitting comfortably on top of Amelia's right shoulder, chirped in confusion. "Never mind." Amelia shook her head but then scowled again as soon as she recalled something. "So, did Lucas send you?" Sarah quickly nodded her head up and down in response. Amelia then turned to look at the little white puppy following closely behind her. She met this little creature when she returned home. Her neighbor handed her this puppy and told her that her father left it in their care. Her neighbor also said that her father strictly instructed them to only give this puppy to Amelia when she gets back home. Since then, Amelia had tried contacting her father but he never responded to her calls or texts. "I wonder what's gotten into him," Amelia mused aloud. Obviously, this puppy was a mana beast, but why did her father give it to her, and why didn't he tell her anything about it? Wait, she stopped moving suddenly. It was her birthday in a few months. Was this puppy her gift? But it was still August and her birthday was in January. Maybe he just got a good deal on a mana beast pup and bought it for me, Amelia concluded with a nod before resuming to walk forward. She still didn't know what type of mana beast this puppy was, but she felt herself growing inexplicably attached to him due to his big, round green eyes which looked strikingly similar to hers. Yep, they definitely had similar eyes. Of course, instead of the spark of intelligence, the puppy's eyes radiated harmless playfulness like mundane puppies. It wasn't anything unusual. Yes, mana beasts were known for their heightened intelligence and superior strength compared to the mundane animals from which they had evolved 7 centuries ago, but the difference wasn't too magnificent, at least in terms of intelligence. They had enough intelligence to follow commands or launch crude attacks on small human settlements, coming up with whatever rudimentary plans their primal minds were capable of. However, their intelligence was in no way a threat to civilized society. But this got Amelia thinking. She shifted her gaze to the bird perched on top of her shoulder and mumbled, "You are quite intelligent, aren't you, Sarah?" Sarah proudly glanced back at Amelia with a blush, as if silently responding with a smug thank you. Amelia couldn't help but be amused by Sarah's reaction, covering her mouth with her hands as she chuckled. But jokes aside, she had to admit that Sarah displayed an exceptional, even unnatural, level of intelligence, almost too much for a mana beast. After all, not only did Sarah understand human language, but she could also sort of converse with people. And the scary part of all this was that Sarah was barely a few months old. What will she become by next year or even a few years from now? Maybe the old legends were true after all. Dragons and phoenixes, and all the other extinct mythical mana beasts, were said to be blessed by mana itself. Ancient elves said that mana granted them a wisdom that far surpassed that of regular mana beasts, and perhaps, to some extent, even humans and elves themselves. Maybe the central government's decision to eradicate every single living mythical mana beast wasn't overkill. Maybe the mythical mana beasts were really a threat to humans. Thankfully, not only the mythical mana beasts were scarce in number, but the military had also come up with ways to kill those immortal, almost godlike creatures. Only immortals could kill immortals. Only mythical mana beasts could kill one of their kind. Only a god can kill a god. That's why the military believed. They used the carcasses of dead mythical beasts and made weapons from their remains. Bones turned into swords, spears crafted from their claws, shields forged from their carapace. The blacksmiths weaponized each part of their bodies. The military equipped their strongest fighters with those weapons and hunted the mythical beasts to extinction. The elves, having a close affinity to nature, were not happy with that decision, but since most of the council seats in the central government belonged to humans back then, they had no choice but to comply. The dwarves didn't care much as long as they were paid for employing their best blacksmiths and creating those weapons. Yet, who would have thought that, after all these years, a mythical creature would be born again into this world? Unfortunately, she was the last of her kind. The last phoenix was fated to die in utter solitude, never to experience the warmth of another of her kind's embrace. It was so poetically tragic that Amelia couldn't help but feel pity for her as she lovingly patted Sarah's little head. Exclamation! Just as she was gently stroking the phoenix's head, Amelia accidentally bumped into someone. Ugh! Amelia stumbled backward, startled. She quickly regained her balance and looked up to see who she had collided with. Before her stood a towering, bald young man wearing a black tank top with an ugly scar running down his face. His imposing muscles rippled beneath his skin like boulders of steel, and he cast an irritated look at the black-haired girl before him. But upon scrutinizing her, that look of irritation on his face turned into one of perverted delight. Arching an eyebrow, Amelia couldn't help but be genuinely impressed by the man's physique. Earlier, it felt like she had collided with a solid wall. He might just be the most muscular individual, man or woman, she had ever seen, even more so than Alberto, but her interest faded almost instantly as she uttered, "Sorry, I was looking elsewhere." With that, she began to walk past him, but before she could even take a step forward, the man quickly grabbed her by the shoulder. Amelia's legs stopped moving as she abruptly halted in place under the man's iron grip. A sly smirk stretched across his face. Nah, little girl, that's not the right way to apologize," the young man chuckled, spinning Amelia around with a casual flick of his hand. "Come on, apologize properly with a drink." Raising her eyebrows, Amelia scanned the man from head to toe and offered a polite smile. "I'm in a hurry right now, so I'll have to take a rain check tonight." Amelia sighed heavily. She knew this place mostly only catered to the elites, and this man was also likely among the nobility. "Oh, I'm not asking, darling." The man's laughter was loud, revealing a broad grin as his large hand slid from her shoulder to her neck. Amelia sighed heavily. She knew this place mostly only catered to the elites, and this man was also likely among the nobility. She really didn't want to escalate things here, but it seemed inevitable. In fact, she could already tell that this interaction was going to turn into a fight very soon. Unless a broken bar. Glancing around, she noticed that the upper-class patrons were seated comfortably in their booths, completely turning a blind eye to the commotion. Never mind, her instincts were correct. No one here would intervene. The man's grin widened upon seeing how Amelia was looking around. "Oh, love, no one's coming to your rescue. I'm a cadet of Ethereal Academy and the first son of the Blackwood family, Apollos Blackwood. You don't look like an elite. You're lucky I even offered you a drink. Stop playing hard to get and join us." Oh well, Lucas would have to deal with the consequences. After all, she was here on his request, and not to mention investigating his case. "Hey," a wry smile curled on her lips, playfully lifting her chin. Amelia met Apollos' gaze head-on. "Thanks for this, it was my first bar fight." Apollos, looking perplexed, stammered, What now?" A long, tense silence hung between them. After a while, Amelia's smile turned into a mischievous grin as she said, "Fine, let's do it the hard way." "What?" Apollos tightened his grip around the slender girl's neck, but instantly he felt something slamming against his chin. At first, Apollos didn't even feel anything, but soon the world started spinning and he lost his balance. Huh? Staggering back, Apollos saw Amelia had one of her legs up in the air. "Did she kick me? When?" was all Apollos could think before he lost his balance and crumpled to one knee. "Guys who can't take a hint are not my type, so I'll pass up on that drink, alright?" Amelia flashed a bright smile before she turned around and began to walk away, but once again, Before she could take even a few steps forward, a thunderous roar reached her ears. "Hey, stop it right there!" Letting out an exhausted sigh, Amelia turned around and curiously looked at the muscular young man. Apollos was already back on his feet. This caused Amelia to roll her eyes as she said, "Come on, can't a girl catch a break?" Right at that moment, a few individuals rushed to the bald young man's side and swarmed him. "Hey Apollos, are you okay? Hey, that girl, how dare she? Hey, is she a cadet? I never saw her in our academy. How dare she attack one of us? Hey, come on, guys, let's teach her a lesson." Amelia resisted the urge to roll her eyes again. Were these people Apollos' fellow cadets? Maybe his classmates? If they joined the fight, it would be very troublesome. It was not like Amelia wasn't confident in her skills to take on a group of cadets, but it would be troublesome. With a dubious gaze, she counted the people in front of her. There were 3 boys and 1 girl. Adding Apollos to the total, Amelia was facing at least 5 potential enemies, but thankfully, the muscular bald young man let his immense male ego cloud his judgment for the worse. After all, how could he allow himself to take help in order to beat down a delicate girl? No, he would do it himself. Apollos extended an arm to stop his friends and yelled at them, "Stop it, everyone, just stand back and do not interfere, I will deal with her myself." His fellow cadets wanted to retort and provide their aid, but ultimately listened to him and stood back. After all, they knew Apollos was like a raging bull when he was angry. He would not differentiate a friend from a foe in his current state. The last thing they wanted to do was to stand in his way right now and get caught in the crossfire. If anything, they were worried about the slender girl who was foolish enough to anger Apollos to this extent. Seeing the pity for her in their eyes, Amelia desperately stopped herself from scoffing out loud. Instead, she nonchalantly shrugged and readied herself, raising her arms to assume a combat stance perfected through several hours of hellish training. Sarah flew away and landed on a nearby empty booth table. The puppy also followed the phoenix and got away from the black-haired beauty. In response, the burly young man swiftly jerked his head to shake off the lingering concussion caused by Amelia's kick earlier. Once he was done, Apollos grunted like a wild bull and raised his arms, adopting a combat stance of his own. Tension hung heavy as the air cracked with intensity. However, the noble patrons around them seemed entirely unaffected by the unfolding chaos. It was almost as if such instances were regular occurrences in this bar. Everyone remained seated in their plush booths, sipping their drinks, letting out puffs of smoke, and occasionally erupting into loud laughter, a behavior that hardly befitted their high social status. Meanwhile, the confrontation between the muscular man and the lithe girl continued to escalate as Apollos channeled mana into his legs. His massive calves appeared ready to burst as the pristine wooden floor of the bar cracked beneath his feet. In an instant, the hulking young man vanished from his position and reappeared right in front of Amelia. With lightning speed, he shot his right arm forward, launching a blisteringly fast straight punch toward her, his fist moving in a blur. The black-haired beauty, however, wasn't the least bit intimidated by Apollos' speed. She deftly ducked, narrowly avoiding a punch that could have easily broken her nose. From her low position, Amelia exploded into action, lunging forward and forcefully ramming her shoulder into his abdomen. Though Apollos staggered slightly, he remained largely unaffected. Lowering his arms, he wrapped his hands around Amelia's waist. Then, using his monstrous strength, Apollos lifted Amelia onto his shoulder, holding her in a powerbomb position. What the broken bar? Amelia's eyes widened, but she wasted no time in reacting. Infusing mana into her fists, she let loose a rain of punches upon Apollos, striking blow after blow at his ugly face. However, Apollos remained unfazed despite her efforts. After a few more punches, Amelia's knuckles began to bleed and she felt as if she was pummeling a steel wall instead of a human being. Without hesitation, Apollos spun around and slammed Amelia down onto a nearby booth, causing its table to explode into a burst of splinters. Arghh! Amelia grunted in pain as her back hit the ground and sharp fragments of the shattered wood and table dug into her flesh, but she didn't let the pain get to her. Acting swiftly, She pulled one of Apollo's arms inward and wrapped her legs around his head, locking him in a suffocating triangle. Decided to wear a t-shirt and leggings today. She's using jujitsu? Apollo's eyes widened in shock, but by chokehold. For a moment, Amelia felt thankful that instead of a dress she decided to wear a t-shirt and leggings today. She's using jujitsu? Apollo's eyes widened in shock, but by the time he could even fully understand what had happened, he found himself desperately gasping for air. The pressure on his carotid artery on the side of his neck caused a rapid drop in blood pressure to his head, resulting in his face turning blue from suffocation. However, Apollos refused to yield. Instead of backing down, he mustered up his monstrous strength and once more hoisted Amelia into the air. Amelia, on the other hand, didn't let go of her submission hold on Apollos and only continued to apply pressure to the side of his neck. Arghh! Apollos let out a fierce battle roar, preparing to unleash another powerbomb on the black-haired girl on his shoulder. However, this time, Amelia had a different plan. Just as Apollos was about to slam her onto the floor, Amelia quickly locked her ankles behind his neck and executed a graceful backward flip. Using Apollos' own momentum against him, Amelia expertly flipped the muscular young man, causing him to crash onto the hard wooden floor, landing back first. Meanwhile, Amelia herself ended up landing on her stomach and rolled away to put some distance between her and the monstrous young man she was fighting. At the same time, the wind was knocked out of Apollos' lungs the moment he crashed onto the floor, the wood beneath him cracking from the impact. After a handful of seconds, he managed to regain his breath and recover from the blow he suffered. Arghh! Gritting his teeth, Apollos pulled himself up to his knees and summoned a great axe in his hand. He then shot a fierce glare in the direction of the black-haired girl, who had her back facing him, and declared, "You're dead." Only when the weapons were drawn did the patrons sitting all around them start to worry. They knew that blood was going to be spilled now. Hey, stop them. Someone call the manager. Is he really going to kill her? Panic broke out, but no one dared to step forward to break the fight. Besides, it was already too late. Amelia let out a sigh and looked over her shoulder. She saw that Apollos was already on his feet and had his weapon summoned. Rolling her eyes, Amelia also conjured her bow. She sprang to her feet and turned around, drawing the bowstring taut. Mana spilled out from the tip of her finger and materialized into an azure arrow on the stretched bowstring. In the next moment, she loosened her grip on the bowstring and the mana arrow she had conjured shot forward, hurtling toward Apollos at breakneck speed. In response, Apollos merely took a single step forward and swung his giant axe. As soon as the blade of his axe collided with her mana arrow, the arrow was shattered in a rain of ethereal azure sparks. Without giving Amelia a chance to catch her breath, Apollos dashed forward at a speed inconceivable to the human eye and appeared right before her. Amelia could only widen her eyes once more as she saw Apollos' axe inching closer to her like an inescapable blade of gulletone. Whoosh! Exclamation mark. Huh? However, Apollos could only gape his mouth in utter shock when her axe met nothing but her. The black-haired girl just vanished from his sight. Unbeknownst to him, Amelia was in the air right above his head. She had jumped right in the nick of time to avoid getting cut down by Apollos' axe. Airborne, she took aim and drew her bowstring with an arrow nocked on it. Got you now. Right then, Apollos sensed a presence right above him, but before he could look up or take any other action, an arrow was shot down at him and hit him in the shoulder. The arrow pierced through his flesh and bone and struck the ground, pinning him in place. With a graceful thud, Amelia landed a few steps away from him. Arghh! Apollos let out a pained grunt and broke the arrow, pinning his shoulder down, freeing himself, but Amelia had no intention of letting him stand up again. In a burst of speed, she appeared in front of Apollos and raised her right leg before bringing it down on his face. Thwama! Exclamation mark. Unleashing a flawless axe kick on his skull, Amelia effortlessly knocked out Apollos. The monstrous young man went limp, his giant body falling unconscious on the ground. Thanks for this, it was my first bar fight, Amelia exclaimed with a wide grin on her face before her gaze shifted to Apollos' stunned fellow cadets standing nearby. They stared at her with mouths agape and wide-eyed astonishment. After a few seconds of awkward silence, she inquired, "So, you guys are his friends?" One of them stammered, "Why yes, but, in our defense, we only became his friends a few months ago. I don't even know his parents." Amelia gave them a blank expression before saying, "Fine, get him to a hospital or something." "Why yes, Mom, it took 4 of Apollo's friends to drag his unconscious body out of the bar." The idea of a slender young girl like Amelia overpowering someone as monstrous as him was almost comical. It left everyone in the bar struggling to believe what they had just witnessed. "Hey, you, stop right there." But just as Amelia thought everything was over, a bald, elderly man entered the scene, accompanied by a group of imposing bouncers dressed in sharp black suits. They formed a circle around her. The bald old man stepped forward and pointed a finger at her, scolding, "You are not allowed to summon your weapons in this bar. I'll hand you over to the police here." Before he could finish his sentence, Amelia took a few steps forward and tapped her smart bracelet a few times. What are you doing?" The old man frowned, but his phone suddenly beeped, alerting him of an incoming notification. He retrieved his phone, but his wrinkled old face paled when he glanced at the screen. "I just sent you a couple of thousand credits for the collateral damage and any potential inconvenience I may have caused you and your patrons," she declared, then turned her attention to everyone in the bar and declared, "The entire night's drinks are on me." A long silence fell over the bar for a moment, followed by a cacophony of cheers and applause broke out. "A hell yeah, what an amazing fighter, and so generous too. She's my dream girl. Woo." The old man, initially taken aback, wore a broad smile that would put even the best politicians to shame. He turned to Amelia and addressed her with hands clasped in front of him. "Oh, I had no idea you were a noble, young lady," he exclaimed. "I offer my deepest apologies. Please don't worry about the damages, and thank you for your generous gesture. If you need anything, please do not hesitate to approach me. I am the owner of this humble establishment, and I have numerous connections." Amelia furrowed her brow at the old man's words. She glanced down at her own attire, a deep scowl forming on her face. Why did people seem to assume she wasn't a noble? She dressed nicely, even lavishly. Could it be her appearance? But deep down, despite her reluctance to admit it, Amelia knew she was beautiful. In fact, she was even more beautiful than many noble heiresses she had met in her life. So, was it her demeanor? Maybe she didn't behave like a noble young lady should? She shook her head to clear her thoughts and made a mental note to ask this question to Lucas later. After all, he was a noble by birth, he should know. Clearing her throat, Amelia turned her attention back to the old man and said, "Actually, I do need help with something. I need information about someone. He used to visit this bar often until a few years ago. If I can get what I'm searching for, I will reward you handsomely." The old man's grin widened until it seemed as though his face might split in half. He responded eagerly, "Oh, I know just the person who can assist you." The bald old man walked with Amelia through a long stretch of an underground hall beneath the bar until they arrived in front of a particular room. The old man put on a wide, greedy grin on his wrinkled face and said with his hands pressed together, "You'll find a lady named Minerva inside this room. She's an exalted soldier of the NDF." "NDF?" Amelia arched an eyebrow in genuine surprise. "You mean the Northern Defense Force?" The old man nodded, his smile growing wider with each passing moment. Amelia, on the other hand, found herself even more perplexed. She furrowed her brow and inquired, "Then what is she doing so far from the northern border?" The old man's smile faltered for a split second. He averted his gaze for a moment before answering, She was suspended for a few months due to misconduct, a broken bar. Now that I think about it, don't tell her I told you this, right?" Amelia narrowed her eyes, prompting the old man to put on a wide smile again. "But you should consider yourself really fortunate," the old man assured her. "Why is that?" Amelia asked curiously. "And how could she help me?" "You see, young lady, Private Minerva has eyes and ears everywhere," explained the old man. "Within the army, She's renowned as the greatest information broker and best spy of her generation. Even if she doesn't possess the information you seek, she can extract it within days. This one time, she infiltrated a vampire stronghold." And Amelia cut the old man short before he could go on a reverent monologue about this enigmatic woman named Minerva. "Okay, I understand," she exclaimed and raised her hands, gesturing to the old man to stop talking. "What's your price for helping me?" The old man leaned in, bringing his grinning face close to Amelia before whispering a number in her ear. Amelia sighed as the old man stepped back with a satisfied smile still plastered on his face. Tapping on her smart bracelet a few times, Amelia made the payment to the old man. He checked his phone and nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, young lady," he said. "You can always find me here in the future if you're ever in need of anything else." With that, the old man turned around and walked away to exit the underground hall. Watching the receding figure of the old man, Amelia sighed one more time before turning her gaze to the door in front of her and knocking on it. She waited for a while, but nothing happened. Receiving no response, she knocked again, but once again, no answer came. Growing impatient, she twisted the doorknob and found out that the door wasn't locked. Frowning, she swung the door open and stepped into the room. Inside, she found a cozy wooden chamber adorned with lavish furniture such as a custom-made bed and a large sofa near the fireplace. Apartments? There were underground apartments below the bar? Amelia scrutinized her surroundings with a perplexed gaze. While she was walking around, exploring, another door within the chamber swung open, and a woman came out through it. This woman was strikingly beautiful and tall, with fiery red hair cascading down her back, reaching the length of her waist. She appeared to be in her late 20s and her angular face exuded an irresistible allure, adorned by a pair of dull gray eyes that sparkled with a glint of playful humor. However, the most noticeable detail about her was that she was wrapped in nothing but a towel with her hair and shoulders dripping wet. Did she really just walk out of the shower? The woman cast a curious glance at Amelia, who was staring back at her in shock with her mouth slightly agape and eyes widened. A wide grin spread across the woman's face, enhancing her already ethereal beauty. "Oh, an unexpected guest?" The woman playfully touched her chin. "Tell me, why are you here in my room, Amelia Black?" Amelia furrowed her brow in confusion and asked, You know me?" The woman chuckled. "Don't be startled, dear, you are quite famous these days. In fact, most of your class is." The frown on Amelia's face eased a bit, but before she could respond, the beautiful redhead spoke again. "I'm Private Minerva Hart, by the way," she said before walking over to the sofa and slumping against its soft cushions. "But since you're here, you must already know who I am, right?" Amelia nodded absent-mindedly before continuing. "The owner of the bar upstairs sent me here. He said you can help me." The woman named Minerva crossed her legs, her towel barely reaching her knees, and her smile widened. "Darling, helping people is what I do. Be more specific." Okay, so I need some information on Lucas Morningstar. He used to frequent the bar upstairs," Amelia stated, averting her gaze from Minerva, unsure of where to look. The redhead beauty, still draped in her towel, arched an eyebrow, her smile never fading from her alluring face. After a moment of contemplation, she commented, "I see, you didn't need to introduce him. Who doesn't know the fallen angel of Global Academy these days, right? So, can you help me?" Amelia inquired, prompting Minerva to get up from the sofa and approach her. Coming face to face with the black-haired archeress, Minerva gently tapped Amelia's shoulders before walking past her and opening a wardrobe. Taking out some clothes, she spoke. "I told you, love, helping people is what I do. But what information do you need about him? As I recall, don't you already know him from childhood? Although you two had a falling out a few years back, you should still know more about him than I do." Amelia hesitated for a moment before explaining. "We suspect that someone tampered with his mind and locked away some of his memories." As if suddenly her interest was piqued, Minerva's eyebrows shot up, and she spun around to face Amelia. "Interesting," she remarked. So you think someone used arcane magic on him? Amelia furrowed her brow in confusion. I don't know. What is arcane magic? Minerva touched her chin, considering for a moment before answering. Arcane magic is ancient, long-forgotten magic. It can be used to achieve things that normal magic can't. Amelia's frown deepened. That's a very vague definition. Minerva blankly stared at Amelia for a moment before bursting into laughter. Yes, it is. Just think of it like this: other magic people use in today's world is mostly related to battle. In the old times, during peaceful periods in the elven world, elves used magic for various purposes, not just combat. That magic is now called arcane magic. Tampering with the mind and locking away memories sounds like the use of arcane magic, so it could be the work of an elf? Amelia deduced. Minerva shrugged. It could be, or it could be someone else. Humans can also learn arcane magic if an elf is knowledgeable enough and willing to teach them. I see, Amelia said thoughtfully, rubbing her chin. Can you find out if arcane magic was used on him and who did it? Of course, I can, Minerva exclaimed, clapping her hands together with a grin. But since it's such an old case, it will cost you a fortune. Don't worry, Amelia smirked. Money isn't a problem. It had been a day since I sent Amelia to that bar, and she returned with some information yesterday. However, none of the information she provided was directly related to my case. She simply mentioned that she had hired an information broker among a few other things. According to her, it would take around a day for her trusted information broker to investigate my case. I had no idea how Amelia had managed to contact an information broker, but if she trusted them, maybe I could too. Though I couldn't help but doubt that this broker was as skilled as Shadow Rose. Shadow Rose was a character in the novel and had been an invaluable helper for Nero and his group in the later parts of the story when the war arc started. Regrettably, I had no clue where to find Shadow Rose at this point in the story, or else solving these mysteries could have been so much easier. In any case, Amelia also informed me about the possibility of arcane magics being used on me. Arcane magic was mentioned a few times in the story, however, I had skipped most of the info dumps back when I was reading the novel. That's why, now, I had no choice but to delve into research. After spending hours in the Manor's library and surfing the internet, I managed to gather some information on arcane magic. Apparently, the magic that people commonly used in today's world had been developed specifically for combat purposes over the long span of 7 centuries. Before that, in the elven world, magic was used for various purposes other than just battle. This ancient form of magic, that was nearly dead in today's world, was known as arcane magic. Oh, and let me share an interesting but completely unrelated fact. During my research, I discovered that dwarves had their own unique magic in their home world. It was known as smithing magic. Smithing magic was used for creating enchanted weapons and machinery. It was also used for extracting blessings or gifts from the deceased gifted ones to create relics. Unlike the arcane magic of the elves, smithing magic was not dead in the modern world. In fact, its users have multiplied in this war-torn world. But now the burning question was, who in the world capable of casting arcane magic used it to target Lucas? However, even more perplexing was the why. Why in the name of holy God would someone manipulate Lucas' mind and lock away his memories like that? Hell if I know all that. Anyway, after I completed my brief research on arcane magic, I also started exploring something I had previously made a mental note to investigate. The cosmic womb, a name I came across in Kai's Book of Prophecy. I didn't have high expectations when I searched for it online, but I did find results. In simpler terms, what I read in the articles online was that the cosmic womb is often used metaphorically or poetically to describe the origin of the universe. Essentially, it's the place from which everything in existence emerged, shaping the world as we see it today. In some traditions, the cosmic womb is also believed to be synonymous with the Akashic records. Now, the Akashic records are said to be a cosmic database containing records of every thought, emotion, event, and experience in the history of the universe. The elves theorized that accessing the cosmic womb would grant a mortal the power to become a god. Through the power of these records, one could rewrite everything in existence and create it anew, molding the universe and everything in it according to their own desires, like a true god. Though, I found it hard to agree with the majority of the content written in those online articles. I mean, I'm a staunch believer in science, and scientifically, the universe came into existence through the Big Bang. It was not given birth by some broken cosmic womb. Perhaps, similar to its definition, Kai's Book of Prophecy used the term cosmic womb only in metaphorical terms. If I remember correctly, then the Book of Prophecy only said that the three heroes are chosen by the cosmic womb. As for what exactly it symbolizes as a metaphor, well, once again, hell if I know all that. Maybe it was used as a title or nickname for someone, or maybe it just meant something else entirely. I let out a weary sigh and reclined in my chair, propping my legs up on the study desk in front of me. I whispered to myself, well, if the prophecy about the three heroes holds true, and I am indeed one of them, then I'll find all my answers soon enough. Just as I said that, my smart bracelet beeped, signaling that I had received a notification. Bringing my hand up to my face, I saw that it was a text from Amelia. She was calling me to that bar. Apparently, her information broker had found a lead. I looked at the bed at the far end of the room and saw that Sarah was soundly sleeping there. Deciding not to disturb her sweet slumber, I let out another sigh and spun around before jumping up from my chair onto my feet. Okay, let's go. Meanwhile, Adele was sitting in a quaint cafe copyright, surrounded by 4 young men and 1 young lady. The person directly in front of Adele was a bald young man, whose bulging muscles threatened to burst through the seams of his shirt. It was none other than Apollos Blackwood, the same guy who had ironically. Apollos was currently talking to Adele about that very fight, a broken bar, if that one-sided demolition could even be called, a gotten into a brawl with Amelia Black just the night before last. Ironically, Apollos was currently talking to Adele about that very fight, a broken bar, if that one-sided demolition could even be called a fight. Adele, I'm telling you, that girl was just something else, Apollos exclaimed, a mix of shame and regret evident on his face. Adele rolled his eyes and a look of disgust crossed his lips. You lost to a girl, a hulking guy like you lost to a delicate archeress in hand-to-hand combat. Apollos, I don't think you can come up with anything to excuse your defeat. Apollos clenched his teeth before turning to face his friends who had been with him at the bar that night. And these guys, Apollos pointed at them, they didn't even try to back me up. They should at least share the punishment with me. The young lady in the group was the first to respond. Are you out of your mind? If even you didn't win, then how could we have hoped to stand a chance against that demoness? One of the guys beside her was quick to agree. Exactly. Besides, you specifically told us to stay out of it. Apollos sighed in defeat and dropped his head in shame. After a long and uncomfortable silence, he turned back to Adele and said, all right, I'll accept whatever punishment you deem fit, but mark my words, one day, I'll settle the score with that girl, Amelia Black. Adele smirked. Very well, don't worry, I want to. But suddenly, in the midst of speaking, something clicked in Adele's mind, causing him to abruptly stop. He stared intently at Apollos before asking, what was the name of the archeress again? Apollos looked puzzled but replied, oh, her name is Amelia Black. I did a bit of background check on her, and found out that she's a cadet at the Global Academy. Adele chuckled softly in amusement. Is that so? Interesting. Noticing the intrigued expression on Adele's face, Apollos hesitated for a moment before inquiring, what is it, Adele, do you know that girl? Adele didn't respond immediately, letting the answer linger before finally saying, no, but she's an old acquaintance of my brother. However, it's odd for her to visit a place like that bar. Last call. Last I heard, it's a haunt for nobles, and she certainly isn't one. One of the guys chimed in, but that bar is not exclusively for nobles, is it? Adele nodded. True, it's not, but most commoners tend to avoid going to places frequented by the nobility. Apollos questioned, what exactly are you getting at, Adele? Adele paused again, considering his words before answering. I'm saying that we pay a visit to Last Call and find out why she was there. Walking down the underground hall beneath the Last Call bar, I looked around curiously. For some reason, this place reminded me of Kai's hideout. Of course, this one wasn't nearly as covered and protected as the Wiseman's hideout. I never knew about this place, I mused aloud, trailing behind Amelia. Well, to be completely honest, I don't remember much about anything these days. Amelia glanced over her shoulder and cast a sympathetic look at me before reassuring with a bright smile. Don't worry, you will remember soon. My gaze locked with the lithe black-haired archeress in front of me, and I found myself getting lost in her calm green eyes, reminiscent of a lush forest. Her eyes are broken bar for some reason, they triggered a sense of déjà vu. Before I could even understand the source of that feeling, my lips moved on their own and I whispered a question. You're hiding something, aren't you? Amelia turned around to look at me, urging me to repeat the words I failed to convey. What did you say? Coming back to my senses, I shook my head. I was talking to myself. Don't worry about it. By the way, you mentioned your father gave you a mana beast. Amelia's eyes widened as she nodded excitedly. Oh, yes. Did you see the pics I sent you? I don't know what kind of mana beast he is, though. What's your opinion? I have no idea. I shrugged. Did you ask your dad? I tried, but he's not picking up calls or answering my texts, said Amelia. It's not unusual. Sometimes he visits places with poor reception. I tilted my head back and replied, I see. Truth be told, I knew precisely what kind of mana beast her father had gifted her. In the novel, Amelia's father was only mentioned a couple of times outside of flashbacks. The first time was when he left a frosthound pup, a rare divine-ranked mana beast, in the care of their neighbor for Amelia. Yes, I had just lied to Amelia. I was well aware of the type of mana beast her pup was. I also knew why her father wasn't responding to her messages or calls. He was at the northern border. It wasn't an event related to the plot, and he was also not in any danger. That's why I hadn't told Amelia about his whereabouts, to avoid worrying her. Regarding her pup, she would soon find out about him on her own, but the mere fact that she had received her new mana beast companion meant that all the pieces were falling into place for the beginning of the second volume. Time was running out for me. The second volume was about to begin in roughly 3 months. Lost in my thoughts about the future, I released a deep sigh. Suddenly, Amelia came to an abrupt halt, and I followed suit by stopping right behind her. What's going on? I asked. Amelia pointed at the door to our right with her chin and informed me, this is the room. As soon as she said that, Amelia swung the door open, and I entered the room behind her. Inside, I beheld a cozy wooden chamber that must be a paradise during the winter season. Looking around, I saw a fiery red-haired woman sitting cross-legged on the sofa by the fireplace. She wore a white, backless dress that perfectly complemented her jade-toned skin and snowy white complexion. A playful smile adorned her captivating face, which was capable of enthralling anyone fortunate enough to gaze upon her. With a glint of allure and a spark of humor present in her dull gray eyes, the woman gave me a curious glance and nodded in greeting. Hello, Lucas Morningstar, the beautiful redhead began. Emma, however, before she could complete her introduction, I interjected, my voice filled with a sense of shock. Minerva Hart? Amelia frowned, then turned sideways to look at me. You know her? Minerva's expression of curiosity turned into surprise as her gaze shifted between Amelia and me before settling on me. Finally, she repeated Amelia's question. You know me? I scratched the back of my neck, then awkwardly nodded. Yes, I do know you. They say you're the best spy of our generation. Minerva smirked proudly. Ha, that's absolutely correct. People do say that, but, wait, a broken bar isn't fame the enemy of a good spy? Ignoring her mumbling, I turned to Amelia, my eyes widened in disbelief. Why didn't you tell me that your information broker was none other than Minerva Hart? I questioned. Amelia shrugged, looking puzzled. I didn't think she was that important. Why don't I know about her? I resisted the urge to palm my face. Of course, She was important, but naturally, Amelia wouldn't know about her. In fact, anyone outside of those with family ties to the United Military wouldn't be aware of Minerva Hart. At least, not yet. 2 years from now, Minerva would be known as the Shadow Rose. She would become an invaluable ally to the protagonist and his group during the onset of the War of Union. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Nero only managed to unite the world after the Civil War solely thanks to the aid provided by Minerva Hart. She deftly manipulated the information and secrets of all the major world leaders and presented them to Nero in such a way that left them with no choice but to cooperate with him. Not only that, but she also played a major role during the final struggle against the vampire monarch. Undoubtedly, she was the greatest spy and information manipulator of our generation and of all time. In the novel, aside from the Shadow Rose, she was also often referred to as the Queen of Secrets, but despite her revered reputation, there was no information about her in the novel prior to the start of the war arc. That was the reason why I didn't know where to find her at this point in the story, but who would have guessed that Minerva was right here in Wolfshire, and Amelia had led me to her. If I didn't have my grievances with the god of fate, I might have almost believed in the magic of fate myself. After exchanging initial greetings and a few more words, Minerva insisted that we both take a seat and kindly offered us some tea. Placing a platter full of sweets before us, Minerva began a lively gossip session with Amelia and me. She inquired about the current curriculum at Global Academy and the level of talent among the cadets these days. I had a feeling that she was mostly interested in any confidential information we could provide her about these talented cadets. Truly, she lived up to her sobriquet of the Queen of Secrets. Personally, I had no appetite for snacks or gossip. I was impatiently waiting for her to start talking about my case. However, I did not want to seem rude, so I let her continue the gossip session and did not interrupt. After all, aside from knowing about Lucas' past, my goal here was to secure Minerva's alliance for the future. I kind of felt guilty for wanting to take away a pawn like Minerva from Nero, but hey, in my defense, they don't even know each other yet. Manipulate me? What if I said no? Minerva reclined on the sofa, bringing her hand. Besides, I could use someone like Minerva's talent far better than a victory junkie like Nero. Thankfully, it didn't take long for Minerva to bring up the topic I had been eagerly waiting for all this time. So, Lucas, Minerva inquired, I've been told that your memories were tampered with, that someone manipulated you. I nodded, voicing my thoughts. It's still a suspicion. That's why I need you to tell me if that was truly the case. Did someone really manipulate me? What if I said no? Minerva reclined on the sofa, bringing her hand up to her chin to support it. What if I told you that only you are accountable for your own actions? I'd believe you, I instantly replied, but I'd still ask you for an explanation about my fragmented memories. Minerva stared at me, her expression blank for a moment, before she erupted into laughter. Eventually, she calmed herself and offered a courteous smile, brushing a finger along the edge of her eye. Why would you believe me so easily? She questioned. I could be lying to you. You have no reason to lie, I countered with a shake of my head. Besides, if you really know about me, then you would know it's best not to make an enemy of me. Minerva leaned back once again, a smirk blossoming on her alluring face. Is that a threat? I also wore a polite smile and shook my head again. That depends. Are you going to answer my questions truthfully? The graceful smirk on the redhead's face only widened as she responded, well, of course, I said I would help you, so I will, but can you answer a question of mine first? A frown of confusion crept onto my face. What is it? I inquired. The next words that left Minerva's lips left me stunned for a few seconds. Tell me, why did you do what you did in Silversrine? I'm sure you had a reason for slaughtering so many young souls instead of alerting the military police. Also, how did you even know about it? As soon as she posed her questions, I felt my heart thumping wildly. A wrenching, morbid feeling of disgust and shock settled in my gut. I tried my best not to let it show on my face, but I could tell I had started sweating profusely. My mind was not much less of a wreck. How did she know about it? I made sure not to leave any trace of it. Did she really dig up so much information about me in just 2 nights? Wait, is that a threat? Damn it, should I just kill her? If she lets the word out about how I killed a human, I could very well be sentenced to imprisonment. No, 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 I can't let that happen. Just as I was drowning in the midst of such a maelstrom of thoughts, Minerva's voice reached my ears again. Lucas, I asked you something. Shaking out of my daze, I noticed that Amelia was looking at me, a mingled look of concern and confusion visible in her deep emerald eyes. Gritting my teeth, I composed myself and turned to Minerva with a fierce glare. You are prying where you shouldn't, I retorted sharply. Answer my questions and take your payment. That's all I need from you. Minerva's eyebrows shot up at the sudden change in my tone. She regarded me with a reassuring gaze and said, Listen, dear, you have no reason to worry. Whatever you say in this room will not leave these walls. Before she could finish her sentence, I interrupted her. No thanks, I scoffed sharply. I'm not going to trust you. The last person who made that mistake is being tortured right now. Am I right? This time, it was Minerva's turn to widen her eyes. Her face paled, slowly drained of all color. A ragged breath escaped her lips along with some trembling words. Max a broken bar H. How do you know about him? I locked my gaze with her, staring deep into her quivering eyes, and stated, I do not wish to answer your question. I just want to know about my past. Tell me what you know about me, and I'll be on my way. Minerva hesitated for a few seconds. She clearly wanted to ask me how I knew about Max, but in the end, she reluctantly decided to let go of the topic after seeing the fierce hostility in my eyes. Closing her eyes, she massaged her temples, her previous playfulness nowhere present on her face. I knew I shouldn't have disclosed what I knew about her, but I needed to let her know that she wasn't the only one who knew about others. As for her alliance, I cannot trust her anymore, so I can't work with her. It won't work out. I'll always fear that she'll betray me. As I came to that conclusion, Minerva finally looked at me, a mixture of regret and resignation in her eyes that quickly changed to callous disinterest. In an even tone, she finally gave me the answer I had been searching for long. It was your mother. She used an arcane spell and a magic potion to block most of your memories. My brow furrowed into a deep frown as I briskly shook my head. No, that's not possibly broken bar. She dug her hands into the pockets of her jeans and took out a bunch of long paper receipts. Throwing them at me, I caught the slips of paper and started inspecting them, the frown on my face turning into a scowl. Around 6 to 7 years ago, she started brewing a potion. She imported rare and expensive ingredients from all over the globe. Those are the receipts of her transactions. A short, shuddering breath escaped my lips as I clutched the receipts tightly in my trembling hand. I gritted my teeth, barely stopping myself from tearing the fragile paper in my hands to shreds. Mother? Why a broken bar? Why would she do something like that? What did I ever do to her? Heaving a guttural breath, I rose from my seat, my fists clenched tightly around the paper receipts, crumpling them. I guess I'll just have to confront her. Chapter 320 Bar Fight 3. After departing from the cafe, Adele and his group arrived at the bar within minutes. As they arrived before the establishment, Adele carefully surveyed the building from roof to bottom. Before him was a 2-story building with a glowing neon billboard proudly displaying the words "Last Call" at its peak. Adele shot a quick glance at his friends before speaking. Jace, Lex, Apollos, and Anna A4 search the ground floor. Roy, you come with me to the 2nd floor. I'll talk to the owner. Each member of the group nodded in understanding and headed inside the bar. I stormed out of the cozy wooden chamber with Amelia following me closely behind. She stayed silent until we reached the stairs heading up before finally letting her curiosity get the best of her and asking, what was she talking about? What did you do in Silverine? I halted abruptly at the mention of the city where my dark secret was buried. I forced myself to stay calm and not let the panic escape on my face, but I failed. I swallowed hard, hoping to suppress my anxiety as a ragged breath got through my trembling lips. I wanted to speak, but for a long time, No voice came out of my mouth. I was even unable to hear anything. Like a harrowing melody, the agonizing screams of the little girl I left in the slums of Silverantadi echoed in my ears. In my eyes flashed her pale face and her terror-filled eyes. Everything around me, even my own senses, was drowned in the frightful memory that I so dearly wished to forget. Despite feeling as if several torturous hours had passed, all that panic only lasted for a moment. I was quickly able to recompose myself and steeled my heart. Trying to even my labored breaths, I turned to Amelia and spoke. "I don't wish to talk about it." Amelia looked back at me with concern welling her eyes but didn't reject my wish. She reluctantly nodded and placed a hand on my shoulder. "It's fine, everything's fine." Her melodious, almost soothing, voice did finally manage to bring my tumultuous mind to peace. After a while, she spoke again. "But can I at least ask who is this Max that she was talking about?" Taking in a deep breath, I started walking up the staircase. Max was the name of her lover. He was a member of Spider. Minerva got close to him, extracted information on Spider from him, and betrayed him at last by turning him over to the military. Amelia arched her eyebrows. "Is that so?" "Yeah, broken bar." "I didn't know she was a broken bar." "It wasn't her fault," I said, shaking my head. "She was working for the military, just doing her job, and it took every ounce of courage she had in her to betray her love like that. And besides, it was Max's fault for telling her his secrets anyway. It was his fault for trusting someone that much." Amelia frowned in silence for a few long seconds before speaking again. "It wasn't his fault, though. We all wish for someone to stand by our side. If we can't trust them then a broken bar, what's the point of anything?" I shook my head. Finally reaching the ground floor, I turned around to look at her as she was at the last step of the stairs and uttered, "My grandmother used to say that if you wish to keep your secrets safe, then only whisper them to a mortal with no eyes to see, no ears to hear, no mouth to speak, and no fingers to chatter." The frown on Amelia's face deepened as she couldn't help but ask, "What kind of mortal is that?" I turned around and started heading for the exit of the bar. As she followed me behind, I replied, "A dead one." Amelia stayed silent for a while before sighing. "That's a sad way to live," she said, before touching her chin. "By the way, what's this Spider?" I stopped right in my tracks. Blinking a couple of times, I spun around and faced Amelia, who was looking back at me as if she had just asked the most innocent question. I blinked a few more times and exclaimed, "How could you not know Spider? It's like this day and age's Illuminati." Amelia scowled. "And what exactly is this Illuminati?" I rolled my eyes. "Right, I can't blame you for not knowing Illuminati." Shaking my head, I cleared my throat and began explaining. Spider is a secret society composed of many influential people of the world. They are said to have millions of active members and sleeper cells throughout all the 5 continents, and even in the government. Amelia clapped her hands. "Right, I did hear something like that once in the news." "Oh, right. I forgot that in the novel Amelia was the kind of person who never bothered herself with politics. She was never even up to date with the ongoing affairs in the world most of the time, serving as comic relief in many scenes and requiring other characters from the main cast to fill her up on the news." Rolling my eyes, I turned around and once again resumed walking. Make it a habit to at least read hot news articles. But before Amelia could argue back and probably tell me how tedious and dull she finds concerning herself with news, a loud, booming voice erupted inside the bar. That's her." It was afternoon. There weren't many patrons at this time of the day, so it was easy to spot the source of the voice. A few meters away from us stood the tallest and most muscular young man I had probably ever seen in my life. However, the innocent youth on his face was still evident, promising to turn into raging, mature vigor one day. His head was shaved clean, and his dark eyes were casting a fierce gaze on us. His index finger was pointed in our direction. Around him were 2 more young men, both unassuming, and a fetching young woman. The monstrous young man soon let out a beat-like grunt and began striding in our direction, a primal, menacing look glinting in his eyes as his lackeys followed behind.